All right, hi everyone. Welcome back to CSharpCorner Power Platform Virtual Conference Day 3. And I am really excited for this day because we have a power packed sessions coming up from the community guys, MEPs, Microsoft employees, regional directors, CEOs, and CDOs. So, this day 3 of Power Platform Virtual Conference is going to be really, really exciting. And thank you everyone who has joined us in the past and for today. The first 2 days has been really amazing. We reached great number of audience and some really great sessions coming up from the speakers. And all the sessions and all this live conferences that you're watching, all these will be archived on C Sharp Corner, C Sharp Live actually. So you can always go back and watch it, which doesn't mean that you will just leave this live stream. So welcome back everyone. It's day 3 of Power Platform Virtual Conference. We're going to have 8 sessions today, starting with the very first sessions. It will be by Nandeep and Smita Nachan. They're going to talk about Power Platform empowers Microsoft Teams. Then we will have Anna Javeri who will talk about Power Platform migrations. Followed by we'll have adaptive cards in Office 365 and a lot more sessions. So if you want to go and check the entire agenda, you can just visit 2020.net/Power Platform Virtual Conference, and you will find all the details of the session for day 1 till day 5. So I won't take much time, and I'll just go ahead and add our very first. And before I do that, and before even I do that, there's a contest going on. Just take a picture of this conference. Take a picture of you attending this conference and post it on Twitter. And don't forget to tag us. And while you do that, we'll make sure that we give you a C Sharp Corner swag, a swag that will be delivered at your doorstep. It won't be digital swag. You'll just love it. So let's go and invite our very first session speakers, Nandeep and Smita. They both are Microsoft MVP. Congratulations. They both are Microsoft MCD. Congratulations. And they both are together. That's a big congratulations. So let me go ahead and add our very first speakers, Nandeep and Smita. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hello. Hi all. Thank you, Simon, for that introduction. I hope you can see my screen. And then, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, based on what your part of the world you are joining us from for this C Sharp Corner hosted Power Platform Virtual Conference. I guess the biggest conference that longs for entire week. And then we are
Yeah.
excited to. Yeah, thank you. And then we're excited to host our session. Power Platform empowers Microsoft Teams. I know that most of us are now using Microsoft Teams. So Microsoft Teams has been very much close to our heart. We have been using it not just for the conversation, not just for the communication, but we are going beyond that. We are developing applications on top of it. And then in this particular session, we are excited to show you how we can use the Power Platform, which is again another close to heart uh, apps and service from the Office 65 for everyone. So we are going to see how we can combine the power of both Power Platform as well as Microsoft Teams, and then build the applications which will take you to the next level. All right. So the agenda for this session is firstly we will see how we can use these Microsoft Teams and Power Platform both together. Then we will go into the deeper level of each of the component of my Power Platform, and then we will see how it fits perfect into the Microsoft Teams. So we'll start with Power BI, then we will go into the Power Apps, Power Automate, and all those things. Again, one more thing is that now that we have Dataverse for Teams, which is a new thing, I know it is not that new because we have been using it over a month now. But again, we will have to. We will be like to walk you through this Dataverse for Teams, how you can use that Dataverse for Teams for developing your application. And again, we have a one cool demo wherein previously we created one application solely using Power Platform, and now that we have transformed that particular application into Dataverse for Teams and hosting that on top of Microsoft Teams. But again, they are using the same powers of Power Platform in the background. All right, so with that agenda, a quick introduction of myself. NanddeepNachan. I'm Microsoft MVP as well as C Sharp Corner MVP, Microsoft certified trainer, author of couple of books on SharePoint framework as well as SharePoint hybrid. And onto the right hand side, here are few social handles to get in touch with me. And with me today is Smita.
Smita, I think you're not audible. Nandeep, are you there?
Hi, I'm audible now.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, yeah. Sorry for it. Yeah. So I'm Smita Nachan and I'm from Pune, India. I'm having 12 plus years of experience in SharePoint and Office 65. I'm a Microsoft MVP for Office Development category. Apart from that, I'm MCT also. I'm author of one book for SharePoint Hybrid, and these are some of my social handlers by which you can just get in touch with me. So now let's see how Microsoft Teams and Power Platform works together and empower everyone to perform their activities. We want you to think of a single hub from where we will able to integrate our business applications together. Mostly we use Power Apps for this purpose. So Power Apps help us to build mobile and web applications with the data our organization already uses. So, secondly, we want to design the process flow automations. So, here we can use Power Automate to create the workflows between our apps, files, and data to automate time consuming tasks. So, thirdly, we should be able to create the reports and get the insights. So, Power BI help us here to create those actionable, dynamic, and engaging data dashboards, which can we can share with our colleagues also. So, once we have everything with us, we have a power of Microsoft Teams by which we are able to collaborate with our colleagues. And when we have all of these things together in a single hub, which is Microsoft Teams, from where we are able to take the benefits of Power Platform within a Microsoft Teams. So let's say quickly what is a Power Platform. So Power Platform is a low code platform wherein we will able to create the reports using a Power BI to the application development using a Power Apps. So to perform this process automation using a Power Automate and build intelligent virtual agents as a bot using a Power Virtual Agent. So these are the main four components of Microsoft Power Platform. It also offers a few valuable features like data connectors with which we are able to connect to various data sources across Office 65 and beyond. Then we have a power of AI builder which adds AI capabilities to our Power Apps application to build intelligence applications. And then we have a Dataverse which was previously known as Common Data Service by which we will able to get the data from the various systems. So now let's see how we can add the Power BI reports to Microsoft Teams. So this is how the Power BI tab for Microsoft Teams look like. So we have this Power BI report which is right now fitting inside a Microsoft team. So let's see like how we can use that. So adding a Power BI report to Microsoft Teams where people collaborate helps data driven decisions making become part of your routine. Then the tab is added to your channels and chats. It's easier for everyone to find and track the data they need to achieve their objectives. It also a great way to manage change in your organization. As new people join a team, the data they need is right there and ready for them to use. So let's dive and look at the demo. So for that purpose, I'm here in my teams, and now from here we will add the Power BI app. So for that purpose, either you can go it from the apps or from here you can just add a tab. So I've just clicked and now I am going to add a Power BI. Yeah. So once you select that Power BI, it is giving over here below the option post to your channel about this tab. So if you don't want to post, then you can just uncheck it. Then over here, you can just define the tab name. So whatever the tab name you would like to add. Then the second option is select a Power BI report that will show up in this Teams tab. So you can just select your existing reports available from your workspaces. It will list out all your workspaces and available reports with it. Then the second option is from the apps, and the third option is shared with me. So reports which are already shared with me. So I will let's go ahead and I will select one of my workspace where I have already this sales and returns sample form. So before adding that, in the bottom there is a one message that make sure this team tab has given to this access to this report in the Power BI. So once you clicked over here on this Power BI link, you will able to see the more details about it. So I will not go into that. You can just check it later, and I will just click on the save button. So once we click on the save button, it will add this tab over here. And now you can see if you clicked, here are the different tabs which is showing your Power BI report. So now let's see some more details about it. So over here you can see one conversation icon. So the conversation icon expands the tab conversation, and this makes it easier to ask questions of your team and share the insights you find. So everyone in the channels sees the discussion and can offer their thoughts like we should. Yes. Then the next team is on the same line, we have a globe icon. So the globe icon opens the report directly in a Power BI, and this allows you to do more with your data. So like you can export to PowerPoint or PDF, print, you can analyze in Excel and many more things. Then we have the option of this full screen button. So this full screen button does what you would think. It hides the channels list, giving you more room to work with your reports. Then the fourth thing is we have this refresh button. So the refresh buttons reloads the tab, but it does not refresh the data in your report. You need to go to the Power BI to do that. So you don't have to get confused over here. So let's keep it in mind. The refresh button is only to reload the tab, and if you want to refresh your data, so you have to go to the Power BI for it. Yeah, and then we have this menu over here, and once you click on the menu you will find some of the handy features that help you to copy a deep link to the tab you created and send it to your colleagues in other channels, chats, or even in an email, so they know you added a tab and can find it quickly. Now let me go back to my slide. Yeah, so some short history about it from where it started. So let's see from where it exactly started. So in month of July 2020, Microsoft announced something called as DataFlex. And this DataFlex gives us the flexibility by which we will able to create our apps, flows, Power Virtual Agents right within a Microsoft Teams. So Dataflex gave us those flexibility. Then just within a month during the window of late of July or early August 2020, Microsoft renamed this Dataflex to Project Ogdel. The underlying concept remains the same, but now that we have this Project Ogdel, and then by ending of November 2020, Microsoft renamed Project Ogdel to something called as Dataverse for Teams. So, whenever we talk about Dataverse from Teams, there are two things or there are two terminologies you will mostly come across. So, the first one is the Dataverse, and second one is the Dataverse for Teams. So, while we were working with this Power Platform, we use something called as Common Data Service, and which is now renamed to Dataverse, and the flexibility which was offered by Dataflex. So Project Ogdel, by which we will able to create all of our apps right within a Microsoft Teams, is now renamed to Dataverse for Teams. So this is the minor difference, but you will have to keep it in mind that Dataverse versus Dataverse for Teams. So now let's see this Microsoft Dataverse for Teams. So Microsoft Dataverse for Teams delivers a built-in low-code data platform for Microsoft Teams. It provides relational data storage, rich data types, enterprise-grade governance, and one-click solution deployment. So Dataverse for Teams enables everyone to easily build and deploy apps. So the benefits for Dataverse are they are support to build low code and no code apps, flows and chatbot for or within teams. So the core data capabilities from the same platform behind the Microsoft Power Platform and Dynamic 365. Its storage rich data types with enterprise capabilities and one-click solution deployment, a new visual editor that make it even easier to define and populate table data, enterprise security that's easy to use and align with the approach used in teams, the inclusion in most existing teams licenses, also the storage of 2 GB per team and support for up to 1 million rows. It supports up to 500 teams. So now let's see some Dataverse for Teams environment. So Dataverse for Teams environment is automatically created for the selected team when you create an app or bot in Teams for the first time or install a Power Apps app from the app catalog for the first time. The Dataverse for Teams environment is used to store, manage, and share team specific data, apps, and flows. Each team can have one environment and all data, apps, bots, and flows created with the Power Apps app inside a team are available from the team's Dataverse for Teams database.
Okay, so now that we have a basic understanding of Dataverse as well as Dataverse for team, next thing is that what we are going to do is we are going to see how we can integrate the Power Apps as well as Power Virtual Agents along with Microsoft Teams. Before I move to that part, I just want to quickly show you the app which I built previously. So even to the prior release of this Dataverse for team. So this is the app that I have, which was solely created on Power Apps portal. This one is a Canvas app for the leave management kind of a system. So this uses SharePoint as a background or as a backend for storing the data. But again, SharePoint is something which we should not be used for some kind of an relational databases. So there it lacks a bit. But again, we can still go ahead. We can create the Power Apps by utilizing the SharePoint as the database for us. Okay, so this is the calendar list I have, and in that calendar list, I'm storing all of the details about the leaves and their approvals and all those things. So once I click on plus, it will go ahead and create a new item wherein we can add the details about the leave which we want to do, and then it can take up my manager from the AD and it can go for the approval. And once it is approved, we will see a green smiling face, or if it is not approved, in that case maybe a crying face. So all those kind of a thing we used to develop with the Power Apps. But now that we with the introduction of Dataverse for team, we have revamped this entire solution so that right within the context of teams we'll be able to build this entirely, so that now we don't have to separately create these apps inside Power Apps as well as a Power Automate for the approval, and even as well as maybe using any kind of an Power BI report, or maybe using any kind of an Power Virtual Agent. But we can do all those functionalities right within Microsoft Teams using Dataverse for Teams. So with that, let's see like how we can build and deploy these apps inside Microsoft Teams. So for that, what I will do is probably I will close down this and then I will again move back to Microsoft Teams. So in the Microsoft Teams, from the left rail that we have where we can host our personal apps, I'll just click on more, and from here I will choose to add Power Apps. So once I add that Power Apps, you will be seeing that being placed onto the left navigation. So what I will do is I will right click on it and pin this, because we will need this app throughout our demo. One more thing is, once you do that, from here you can just click create an app, and this will start the app creation process for you. Again, for example, if you had created the apps before, the first window that we get is the Canvas app, and wherein we can place the controls. But when it comes to Dataverse for Teams, first option that we get is we should select the team, and then for that particular team, the Dataverse environment will get created, and it will be used to host all of these apps as well as the bots or the flows that we will do. So what happens is that, for example, let's say I select this particular team, which is life and music. So once I click create, it will create an app for my team, which is life and music, and in the background it will create one environment for me. So in this example, I already have it. But for example, if I select another one, let's say emergency response in this case, and if I click create, it will take some time, and then it will create the environment in the background here. And all of the apps, flows, bots, or whatever the apps that we create for this particular uh, functionality will get stored into these environments. So just to save the time, I will not create this because the creation of that environment also takes 2 to 3 minutes. So probably I will save that for my demo. So once you do that, again from here you can click new app, and from here you will be able to do that. But what I will do is I will go directly to the see more, and from here we'll be able to see all of the apps that we have. So this is the environment that we have. So the first environment is live and music, and then the other environment is project Ogdale demo, which is the demo environment which we will use throughout this particular demonstration. And if you compare that with the Power Platform Admin Center, these are the two environments that we have, along with the default environment that we get as a part of Power Platform. Okay, so as you create a new app inside your teams, it will create an environment in the background for that team, right? So with that, let's go ahead, and again what we can do from here is I will maybe just click see all, and from here we'll be able to create something called as an tables. Or maybe what I will do is let's say I will go back and maybe create the app, so that it will be easier for you to understand. So let it take the time, not an issue. So maybe I will create an app for busted minds. I will click create. So what happens in the background is that now that it has started the process of creating the environment. So for example, if I keep refreshing here, it should create that environment very soon. Now that you see that the new environment has been prepared with the name of my team. Okay, so now that we have this new environment created here, and in that particular environment we will be able to create our apps, as well as we'll be able to host our bots, as well as we'll be able to create the Power Automate flows. So it should not take much time. So let it do. Okay, it is almost done. But only just one thing to know that there will be an environment in the background which will host all of these apps. Okay, so I think it is done now. So first thing that we are doing here is creating that app, and then this is the familiar window for everyone, like name the app and all those things. So I will just call it as a demo app because the real app that I'm going to demonstrate is already built, but I just want to show you the capabilities of this, by which we'll be able to create the relational tables and then show the data here. All right, so this is how it will look. And then onto the top ribbon, we have a few controls here for saving this app, as well as preview and then publishing this to the teams. So for example, now if I will go ahead and click preview, so this is some kind of a dummy interface that we get. And once I click new record, it will show nothing because we don't have anything to be called as in the record now. But this is how it will show. For example, if I keep clicking the records, it should show that data. So this will just give you the preview of how our app will look like. Okay, uh, next thing that we need some kind of an background mechanism wherein we can store the data, and that comes with something called as a table, which are again proven for all kind of an um, relational entities that we can have. So I will go ahead, click create table. I will just call it as customer. Okay. There are also advanced settings like what should be the plural table name. If in case you want to refer that from your Power Automate, it can be written from here. Because most of the time what happens is that we do have a spaces between the tables, but while we are trying to get the information from that table in the background, we don't prefer those spaces, and at least those should be replaced with the underscore, or at least spaces should be removed. So in that cases we can use this plural table name. So with that, I will just go ahead and create this table. So this table will be something like the table that we keep creating even for the SQL and everything. So here is the default column that we will get called as name. So for example, if you have worked with SharePoint, there we get a default column called as a title. Similarly, here we will get the default column called as a name. But again, you can go ahead, you can edit this column and rename to whatever you want. So in this case, we will not rename this. We will just keep it as a name for our customer. And from here, you will be able to add new columns. You can type a name for that particular column. And then once you click type, from here, you'll be able to see all of the type of data that you can store inside this table. So here we can add table, sorry, text, email, URL, phone, and many kind of data. Again, we do have a advanced option based on what kind of an type we are selecting. We'll be able to set those configurations. So if it is a number, then minimum and maximum value. For example, if it is a date, then we don't have anything. But for example, if it is text, then what should be the maximum length and all those things. Okay. So maybe here I will just say the address for the customer, and then we will add this. Again, if you want, you can go ahead and create something called as choice. So here I will say city, and in the choices, maybe I will keep adding a few city names which I know. So maybe Pune and Mumbai, and then I will just click create, and this is the table that we will have now. Okay, and again, we can show or hide certain columns when it will come to the tables. For example, if you want to show who has created this particular entry, then even you can turn on this created on, or even when it was modified and all those things. So with that, I will just keep it very simple for the first table creation, and I will close. So as I close this, in the background it should create that particular table, and then we will be able to map that particular table to here. Again, one more thing which I want to show to you, that let's say for example, I will again go back to this build, and then we will click see all here. Okay. Okay, maybe let me go back to the build again. I will select the previous team, that the sorry the previous team that we have, which we just created, and this is the customer table that we have here. And from here we have see all kind of a thing. So if you come to this particular wizard or this particular window, here you will get some more options. So all that means we'll be able to see all of the apps that we have as a part of Dataverse for Teams. And then again, these are specifically the Power Apps app that we will create, or even the Power Virtual Agent chatbots that we will create, or even here the cloud apps, that means all of the Power Automate flows that we will create. And then again, we have a separate space here for tables. So the customer table that we created is here. Again, from here, what we can do is, even from here we'll be able to create a new table as well as new environment variable which can be shared across all of the apps and flows. So let's say from here we will create one more table, and we will call it as a orders table. So there will be kind of a relationship between these two tables, customer and his orders. So once I click create, here you will be able to see the relationships. But before I go to that, I just want to pay some more attention onto this columns section. So I just created one table. Nothing fancy was there. Only name should have been there. But if you see, we have various columns here, including the created by, name, orders, and many more. So at least these are not the columns that we have created. So what happens is that we do have a view here called as default, which will show you all of the columns. Even this all view will show you all of the columns. And then we have two specific views here. First one is managed. So managed, that means all of the managed columns which are being used in the backend for Dataverse for Teams. And then we have a custom, that means it will show you all of the columns that you have customly created. So just in case if you want to keep this view very clean and just want to concentrate on to the your business specific columns, you can select this particular view called as custom, and from here you can keep adding the column types to this particular table. So again, here we can add maybe order ID and other things. But the major thing that what we can do from here is the relationships, by which we'll be able to define the relationship between two tables. So now that we have these two tables called as customer and orders, and from this add a relationship, we'll be able to define that relationship. So in this case, it could be many to one to many, or many to many, based on how what kind of a relationship we want to define. So one customer can have many orders, or even many customer can have many order, or many orders can be only satisfied by one customer. So I will choose this many to one, so that many orders can be select, or can be used by just one customer. Okay, so even using this, we'll be able to define all those kind of an relationships. Then what happens is, for example, now that if I again go back to this app, so from here we'll be able to use that entire table of information into our app, so that we'll be able to use all these columns, even all of the relationship that we have inside those tables over here. And then again from here we can just click add data. Probably I will just select customers, and then it will add all that particular data to here. And then we'll be able to use that particular data inside this particular app. So from here, maybe if I can even click edit data, so that I will be able to use that data. Let's say for example, customer one, um, address one, and then a city, maybe Pune, and I will just close this. Okay, so it will save the table. And then what will happen is that once I click here, I will be able to drag drop this table here, and then we'll be able to use this entire table. Or from here you can just click connect to data, and then from this connect to data, you will be able to select this data, and then it can be used as a data for your environment. Okay, but just to keep it very simple, what I will do is I will again go back to the app which I have already created, so which was this leave management app. So let me go there and open up that. So for example, if I can go back to this project Oakdale demo, and click see all. So from here we'll be able to see all of the information about all of the apps and everything that we have. So here I will go to the apps, and then we have this leave management app. So this leave management app has the similar interface to the one which we saw, which was created on top of SharePoint, but this one is now created on top of Dataverse or CDS. Okay, so there we can define the relationship between those two tables. So again here we do have two tables called as a leave request and the approvals. Before I go into the table, probably I can just show you the quick preview of how it looks. So this is the simple interface that we will have, wherein we can name, for example, if I click new record, we can name our leave, maybe a sick leave or any kind of a leave which we want to apply for. And then we can select the department to which we belong to, the leave type, and then start date and end date for that leave. Again, these three fields that we have here, leave reference number, approval status, and approval comments, those are non-editable fields, because those will be handled in the background from the approver. Okay, so we won't be able to add any data here, but at least what we can do is we can add the data to this particular request. So let's say for example, I will go ahead and I will just say power platform leave. Okay, I know there is no leave as such, but I will again select the department as R&D, maybe the annual leave as the leave type, start date. From here we can pick maybe 12 to 13, and then I will just click on save. So what it will do is it will create that record into the table. So from here we will be able to see that record. So this is the information that has been created. And then what we see here is this leave reference number, which is LR-0011. Okay. So I will show you how this number gets generated, but this is how the look and feel of all of the leave requests that goes as a part of Power App. Okay. So what I will do is I will close this down and then probably again go back to the build and show you the tables that we have. So again, if I go to the see all here and if I go to the table specifically, so here we do have two tables. First one is for leave request, wherein we will store all of the information specific to our leave. So that will include department, start date, end date, the leave type, leave reference number, status, and the comments. Again, since I have selected this custom view, I'm just concentrating onto the fields or these columns that we will need. Otherwise, for example, if I go for all, we have too many columns, and then it will be cumbersome to search for our own columns. So if you just want to concentrate on your business specific columns, select this view custom, and then from here you'll be able to just concentrate on those part. So just a quick overview of this particular table. So here we have approval status, which is of choice column, which is approved, pending, or rejected. And then we have these approver comments, which will come from the approver. So which one is a text area in this case? Then we have a department, which is a lookup, and then this lookup is onto this particular table, which I will show you in a moment. And then we have this end date and start date with date only kind of an data type. This leave reference number is something new, which is auto number. So that means to each of the number that gets generated into the system, we are identifying that with some kind of an auto number. And then we have this leave type of choice and name, which is our out of box field. So for example, if I open up this leave reference number from here, you'll be able to see that to each of the leave reference number that gets generated, I'm prefixing that with LR, that means leave request, and then the minimum number of digits I'm expecting is 4, and then the seed value, that means at what interval the next record value should get generated is the seed value. So I'm just keeping it to 1, so that the next number that we will get is LR 0012 13 14 and so on. So this is how we can use this auto number, because what happens is that whenever a leave has been requested into the system or submitted into the system, we should be able to uniquely identify that system, because again, we are going to use this as a reference for our bot. So I will show you that in a moment, but at least this will just set a background when I will explain the bot. The second table that we have is approvers table, which is a very simple table wherein we just have name of the approver. So again, this one is the name field, but I just have renamed this to approver. And then we have this department. So in the approver, we have email of the approver for that particular department. And for example, if you want to see the data, I will just click on edit data. So we have department including R&D, marketing, HR, and finance, and these are the list of approvals. So in previous demo, or at least in the previous screen, when I created the leave request, it was for R&D departments. So that means it will go for the approval of this admin user. Based on the department that you choose, it will go to the approval of that particular uh, department admin. Okay, so this is the table structure that we have. Then I just have explained this app, like how this app works. So probably again I will go back here, and then from here we'll be able to see that. So when we will run this particular application, what will happen is that it will show all of the data from those tables that we have in the background, to which this app is connected to. And then whenever we will add any of the new records, those will be stored into the rows of that particular table. Okay, so again, if you want, I will just again click this preview, and from here we are able to see all that information. Okay, so this was simple, but maybe let's go into some more aspect of how we can extend this particular system for some more advanced features. Okay, so next thing is like how then we can integrate this Power Automate with Microsoft Teams. So Power Automate are mostly used for automating all of your business processes. And since this is a leave management process or leave management system, the obvious use case for us is the approval process. So when the leave will be created in the system, it should go to the approval, and then based on what approver says, the result will be reflected onto your app again. Okay, so for that, what I can do is, again, I will go back to this build, and then I will again click on see all. um, this is kind of a very simple window from where you will be able to concentrate on the specific part you want to build upon. So for example, if you want to build the apps, then you can come to this and just create the app. If in case you want to create the cloud flows or the Power Automate flows, you can come to this particular section and do that. So again, in order to create new cloud flows, we can just click on new, and then again from here we'll be able to create cloud flows. And again, we have got those three options of automated, instant, as well as the scheduled. So what I did in this particular flow is, I already have this flow created for leave approval process, wherein what we are doing is, as and when there will be a leave submitted into the system, that means whenever the entry that gets created into the table. Okay, for that, let me click on edit, and from here we'll be able to see that. So whenever that particular record gets created into a table called as leave request table, so in the change type, we have various things that can happen onto a particular table. It includes create or delete, update, and other things. So for example, if you compare that with SharePoint, it is if the item is created, updated, or deleted. So similarly, we have this one for records, which are specific for our tables. So I will select this particular table. I will select the change type as created. That means I want to hook to the event wherein a new leave request is submitted or created into the table. Then what I can do is, I can go to the other table where we have approvers table, the list of approvers based on the department what we have selected while submitting the leave. And then from here we can filter those rows, and this is the ID that you can get from the table. So this is the internal name of that table, sorry, that column that you can refer here. So the internal name of that was CR556 underscore approvers ID, which I have. And then if it is equal to the department which is selected by the user while submitting the request, so what will happen is that we will get all of the approvers matching this particular criteria. So in our case, I selected the department as R&D. So what it will do is it will go into the approvers table and get all of the approvers that we have for R&D department. Okay, so this particular activity will just do that. Next thing is that this is just the variable I'm defining, so that for example, if there are multiple approvers, I will club them together into this particular string, and then I will use it while sending the approver email to the approvers. Okay, then I will loop through all those approvers, and then I will take that into this particular string called as where approver email. Okay, and then I'm just updating that particular record with pending, so that we will be able to see that this particular request is pending for approval. Then the major activity that we should start the approval process, and we will assign that to the variable, and this variable will include all of the matching approvers. And this is the title for that, and this is the information that we will present to the approver. Once it is done, we will wait for the approver to take the action on it. And if it is approved, in that case, we will update the record with leave request as updated into the table. Or if it is rejected, then it is the same way. So for this particular application, I know that I'm the or this admin user is the one who is the approver. So what I will do is, probably I will open up the Outlook for this particular user. So let me go ahead and open up the Outlook. So even I see that this particular flow has been triggered when I created that entry during the first demo, and this is the email that we have. So this is the leave request email that we have received, and from here we'll be able to take the action. So I will go ahead and approve this leave, and I will just click on submit. So what it will do is it will take that action, and since I have approved, it will mark that particular record as approved, and even we see the notification here. So again, for example, if I go back to the app and try to see that, it will be approved. So let's say I will go ahead and again click see all, and then if I go to the apps, again click on leave management app. I know that there are too many clicks that we need to do, but at least this build will give you a very straightforward option by which you'll be able to just concentrate on which of the part you want to work with. It is taking some time, but okay. So for example, if I click preview now and go to that specific leave, which is LR0011, here we see all of the leave status which is approved, and these are the comments that we have put in. Okay, I know that this text box is very much slow to sorry, very much low to read for you, but I can read it for you. The leave is approved, and here we have the approval details and when it was approved. So one thing is good, like we are able to do it right within Microsoft Teams. I never opened the Power App portal or Power Automate portal differently, but right within the context of Microsoft Teams, we are able to do that. One catch here is that now that as a user, I always have to come to this particular app and check the status of the leave, because whenever we submit the leave, it is always kind of an exciting moment for us to see whether the leave is approved or not. But again, we cannot wait until leave gets approved, and every time we will have to come to this app and check for the leave status. So what we can do in the next scenario is that we'll try to integrate these Power Virtual Agents with Microsoft Teams. I know that even though all of these Power Automate, Power Apps, they look very much good, but we as a human try to or like to talk much with the bot. So we will create that simple bot which will help us to take the leave request status and present that to the user. So for that particular thing, what I will do is again, I will again go back to this build tab that we have and again click see all, so that we will get a neat clean view wherein we will be able to create those chatbots. So these chatbots are nothing but the Power Virtual Agents. So from here, you can click New and Chatbot, and you will be able to create a new bot. So I will just open up the bot that I have pre-created. So this bot is very much simple. What it does is it um, it calls the tables that we have in the background, the leave status table or leave table that we have, and then it tries to get the matching records for all of the things. Okay, let me extend this trial. Okay, I should have done that before. All right. So again, these chatbots are based on the topics. So topics are nothing but the intents of the user, like what the user want to do with my bot. So inside this, I have created one topic called as leave management topics. So the intention when the user will come to this particular bot are very much simple, that they want to know the leave status. So these are the intention that with which user can come to this particular bot. So for example, leave status, check leave status, what is my leave status, is my leave approved. So these will be the kind of questions the user will have. So these are kind of triggering phases for us by which this bot will get invoked. So what I will do is I will go to this authoring canvas, from where we'll be able to define the flow for this particular bot. So whenever someone hits with that particular triggering phase, our bot will invoke and it will ask the first question, like what is your leave reference number. So in our case, it was LR-0011. Then what we will do is we will get that user response, which is a text box in this case, which is a text in this case, and we will store it into a variable called as where leave reference number. Okay, and then what we will do is we will go ahead and get those values from the leave reference number, and then we have a flow here. I will open up that flow quickly. What that flow does is in the background, it queries the tables that we have, and it tries to get the information about the leave. So this is the triggering point for this particular flow, which is the Power Virtual Agent, which will present this flow with the input as leave reference number that we have. And then we have activity called as list all the records. And again, here we are filtering the rows based on the leave reference number which was provided by the user on this leave request table. And then what we do is we just use this body as the compose action, so that we can present that information to the user. And then again, we just uh, loop through the status and create that particular body, and then we return that particular information to the bot, so that it will say whether the leave is approved or not. So I will again go back to our authoring flow. And then, for example, if it gets some kind of a value, it will uh, fall to this particular branch which is onto the right, and it will present that particular information to the user who is the end user of this bot. If in case he doesn't get the value from the bot, in that case we will simply say that sorry, we did not get the matching request, maybe please try again. Okay, so what I will do is I will maybe just try to invoke it from here itself. I will just type leave status. So again, the intention should not be the exactly same that we have given to the user, but at least it should be the close matching, because again, this Power Virtual Agent uses NLP, natural language processing, when it comes to the processing of those inputs given by the user. So here it is asking me for the leave reference number. I already had it copied down, which is LR0011. I will send that to bot, and then bot can invoke this particular flow, and then it should be able to get that value from the table, and then it is saying that this leave is approved. Okay, so this is how we'll be able to create all of these apps, flows, as well as the bots right within the context of Microsoft Teams. One thing, now that we have done everything, now that how can we get it deployed, right? So maybe, for example, if I stick to virtual agent again, if I go to authoring canvas, so from here we have this publish. Okay, so from this publish, we'll be able to publish this bot. So I will click publish, so that we'll be able to publish the latest content. And then next thing is that probably we can just open this bot, and then we can click on add. So this leave management bot will be added as an app inside my teams. And then from here, probably I can pin this, so that whenever I come to this Microsoft Teams, I will be able to directly get the leave status from here itself. Okay, with that, again, go back to the uh, Power Apps or this Dataverse for Teams, and let's see how we can publish the apps to the teams. Okay, so for that purpose, again, I will go back to the build, and I will click see all, and from the apps section, I will go to that specific app that we created, which is leave management app. Okay, so this is the app that we had created, and we just tested that into the browser, or at least into this Microsoft Teams creation experience. But we will see like how we can publish this, and then how could be the end user experience for that. So before publishing, you can just click on preview. You can see how it is working. And for example, once you are happy with that, here we do have options to publish to teams. So once you click publish to teams, this will get published to the team to which you have created this. Okay, so now that this is saying that it will be published for everyone to the team. So I will click next here, and once I do that, it will present me with the options like to which channel, or uh, yeah, to which channel we want to add that. So I will just click add app as a tab, and then click save and close. Okay, so once I do that, this particular app should get added as a tab to my general channel. So since I was working on this project Ogdel demo, here we see that app as added as the tab, and then from here we'll be able to use that. that. Probably I will just close down this conversation. So now that this is how it will be seen by the end users of your Microsoft Teams. So this will be the end user experience of this particular app. So from here they will be able to see all of the leaves which are in the system. And again, you can go ahead and just show the leaves which are applied by them only. It can be done. And then again, you can just click new record. From here you will be able to submit the new records, as well as you will be able to edit the existing records. And for example, if you want, even you will be able to see the status from here itself. So for the end user, the experience will be something like that. um, the app will be right inside their teams, added as a tab, and from there they will be able to see that app, play around with that app. And again, for example, when they want to look at the leave management, or sorry, leave bot, in that case they can go to this bot and they can see the status. Again, this bot can be added directly inside your teams, and from there it can be invoked. So the summary of this session is that this project Oakdale, or at least this Dataverse for Teams, will give you more flexibility by which, right within the context of Microsoft Teams, you will be able to create your apps, your flows, as well as your Power Virtual Agents without leaving the Teams, but again, getting the same power of the Power Platform. The If you compare this particular experience with the previous experience, it was like in the previous experience we had to go to the Power Apps portal, create the app there, then again come back to the Power Automate portal, define our flow there, then again maybe come back to the Power Virtual Agent portal, and then do it from there. But with this Dataverse for Teams, we are doing it right within the team as a native apps. With that, here are few of the resources which will help you to get started your journey with Microsoft Teams, Power Platform, Power Automate, as well as Dataverse for Teams. So these are some good references. And again, for example, if you want to go beyond, then here are some good community references, some good in-depth YouTube videos from Reza Dorani. Again, there are a couple of nice articles by Laura Rogers as well as Vesan Upanen. So I will encourage you to go through these, so that this will give you more clear picture, and you will be able to create few more advanced scenarios for your Teams users. So natively they will be using the Teams, but you will back them by the power of Power Platform, right? So with that, I would just like to say thank you to everyone for attending this session, and thank you C Corner for giving this opportunity to present the session. If there are any questions, probably we can switch back to the um, okay, let me open up if there are any questions here.
All right. All right, now Nandip and Smita, thank you so much. That was a great session. I really loved it, and I'm 100% sure people who have watched and tuned in for a session that really loved it. Very detailed one, I would say, and you both covered a lot of content, starting with the journey of the Dataverse and how you can go ahead and really use it in the real time project. So that was a really great session, Nandip and Smita. Thank you so much for your time. I'll say it again, and thanks for all that you both do for the community. I see you both are MVPs, and I think I've known Nandip for a while now, so it's always great to connect back with you. We really miss you with these offline conferences, and we just hope that things get better and we'll get to meet soon. So thank you so
Yeah,
much. And anything
thank you very
last you want
much.
to plug in before we leave?
No, yeah, just that. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope all like this session. So thank you very much again, and thanks for having us. And
Thank you
see
so
you
much.
soon. Yeah,
But
thank you.
yeah, sure. Bye. Take care. All right, with that, we complete our first session of the day three, and we now move to our next session that's on Nintex on-prem to Power Platform migrations by Anna Chaveri. Now, quick intro. She has over 10 years of experience on various Microsoft technologies, mostly on SharePoint. She has vast experience on solution design, implementation, and product customization on different versions of Microsoft SharePoint products. So let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Anna Chaveri. Hi Anna, how are you? Like, welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference. You're muted. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Stephen, for the warm welcome. I hope you're doing good and happy to be here speaking.
So thank you, Anna. Thank you so much for your time. I see, I am connected with you on the social media platform, and I see you do a lot of sessions. You spend a lot of time in the community. So thank you so much for all that you do. And I was just looking, and you are joining us from Gujarat. How's everything going, and how's everything at there, your place?
Yeah, it's all good. The COVID situation is improving, and
Hmm.
it's getting hotter here due to summer starting.
Yeah.
So there isn't a difference between spring and summer here. So it's getting hot, but we'll get few like mangoes are very famous in Gujarat. So waiting for it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
mangoes. I really miss that fruit. I love it. Yeah, summers, and I exactly said there's next to no difference between spring and summer. It's like in India, it's either like winter, summer,
Or
and
summer. Yeah.
maybe a few days of
Monsoon.
rainy season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah.
So
Right.
thank you so much, Anna. Thank you once again for joining. Feel free to go ahead to share your screen, and then you can go ahead and get
Mm-hmm.
started with your session.
All right. I am already
Yeah,
sharing my
exactly. Sharing your
screen.
screen.
Yeah.
You see,
All right.
you are a pro with that.
Yeah.
So next for 15 minutes is all yours, Anna. Thank
All right. Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you to have you here and spending your time to attend this session. So today I'll be talking about my experiences of what lessons we learned while migrating from Nintex on-prem to Power Platform. There is Power Automate and Power Apps. So this session is not about which product is better, whether Nintex is better or Power Platform is better, but it is just about like sharing our like the experiences that we learned through the process. And it's not like one product is good and one product is not good. Both products are good. It depends on your scenarios and on what you're trying to achieve and what product suits your scenario. So it's more about what we learn throughout this process, and I hope you'll get some value out of this session. All right. So today's agenda. So I'll give you a little overview about Nintex and Power Platform and a little bit of comparison of both of the platforms. Then I'll share each lesson learned while we migrated from Nintex on-prem, which had like Nintex on-prem running workflows and forms running in SharePoint environment. And then we had Power Automate and Power Flows, Power Apps created for the same processes in cloud while the customer was moving from SharePoint on-prem to SharePoint online. Then I'll also share some pros and cons, what we thought of are the advantages of this migration, and what we thought could are a little bit of disadvantages or setbacks of this migration. Of course, any tool would have pros and cons. So in same way, we thought some are the advantages and some are the disadvantages. Then I'll also share some inputs on what you should consider while migrating from one tool to another for forms and workflows. So currently, there must be a lot of migration going on as InfoPath is already like near to obsolete. So Power Apps is a good replacement of InfoPath. So many of the customers or users must be moving from InfoPath to Power Apps, or like in last year it was announced that SharePoint designer workflows are also like retiring. So there is also a need of migration from say, SharePoint designer workflows to Power Automate. So like what points you should be considering while doing that kind of migration. So I'll share those points and learnings. All right. So a little bit about me. I know Stefan gave a really good introduction, but still I'll give on my own. So I'm a developer. My background is like developer architect, worked with SharePoint over last 12 plus years. Currently, I'm a tech lead and a partner at Soho Dragon India division. So Dragon is a New York-based consulting company. We help our customers to implement Microsoft products. This is my Twitter and my blog. You can read about my Power Automate learnings on my blog. And I'm also a community super user at Flownote for Microsoft Power Automate community. So if you're facing any issues with Power Automate, you can post your questions there. And there is a really good amount of super users in that community, and also some good contributors who can help you through the issues that you are facing with Power Automate. So a little overview about Power Platform and Nintex Office 365 or cloud. So Power Platform has Power Apps, which using which you can create applications, forms, and dashboards. So you can create one application which consists of the listing of records, also dashboards like Power BI reports, and it also can have forms for you to add records and edit the records and do various activities in that application. In same way, Nintex has Nintex Forms application, using which you can create forms for SharePoint lists, or you can also create independent forms. So Power Automate, Power App, and Nintex Forms are kind of a similar application, similar products, but with their own strengths and weaknesses. Same way, Power Platform has Power Automate if you want to implement workflows. So it's a cloud-based workflow engine, and Nintex has Nintex Workflow Engine, which is also a cloud-based workflow engine. So what are the similarities between two of the products? So both have Power Apps and Nintex Forms. Both have browser-based designers, so you can use any modern browser to build the forms using Power Apps and Nintex Forms. Both have like dynamic, responsive, attractive, powerful user interface. So you do just drag and drop and configure the properties of the controls in a form from the browser itself, and they are pretty dynamic and user friendly in both of the products. All right, both applications have their strengths on connecting to various applications and tools. So it's not just limited to like Power Apps is not just limited to Microsoft product family. It can also like connect to other products. For example, you can connect to Dropbox, you can connect to Salesforce. There are a lot of external applications and tools with using which you can connect your forms in both Nintex and Power Apps. And both of the uh, tools, both of the products work seamlessly using in SharePoint list and libraries. So both have strong connections and strong actions to work with SharePoint list and libraries. All right. So what are the differences between these two products? So Power Apps, it's only a cloud product, whereas Nintex Forms is also available in on-prem as well as cloud. In Power Apps, you have to, like, in order to implement complex logic, you have to use Excel like formulas. So if you are familiar with using formulas in Excel, then you will be able to pretty easily use the Power Apps formulas to implement the complex logic. Nintex is more about like configuring the settings from the UI rather than using the formula based logic. So it's a little user friendly in that terms. It's just the configuration click in Nintex forms. For Power Apps, you can't write JavaScript, but you can always like use external APIs as connection, like custom connectors, and use the external APIs. In Nintex forms, it supports JavaScript, so you can write JavaScript code in order to modify your form on the fly using the code. In terms of licensing, Power Apps requires license for each user, and an index form licensing works as licensing per app. So, for example, if you want to do like a license would allow you to like create 10 workflows or 10 forms. So it's a bunch of forms or workflows that you want to create, and Power Apps is more of a user should have a license in order to use it. Power Apps is like a full-fledged product, which in which you can do like dashboards, listings, forms. So you can do a standalone application in the Power App. So user doesn't have to navigate to another screen. They can do everything from their Power App screen. Whereas Nindex forms are mostly used like as a replacement of SharePoint forms. So they use the SharePoint list view, and then when you want to edit the record or create new records, that's when the Nintex forms comes into the picture. All right, so that was about Power Apps and Nintex Forms. So a little comparison of what Power Automate and Nintex workflow. So what are the similarities between the two tools? Same here also. Both are browser-based designers, so supports any modern browser. You can design workflows seamlessly in any of the modern browsers. Then both of the workflow tools can connect to n number of external applications and tools. So that brings a lot to the table by using by connecting your systems to different external systems. All right. So what are the differences? Those were the similarities. What are the differences between the two products? So Power Automate, it stores the tasks in SharePoint. So for example, if you're creating approvals in your workflows and workflow is creating tasks for the users like approval tasks, those are stored in CDS, not in SharePoint. CDS that is now called Dataverse. But in Nintex workflows, if you're doing workflows with SharePoint, it stores the task in the task list, which is in SharePoint. Then same way as Power Apps, Power Automate also uses formulas for the complex logic. So if you want to like do some string operations or if you want to do some condition logic, then you can use formulas. Those are like Excel like formulas to implement further complex logic in your flows. Whereas Nintex is more of a like drag and drop kind of a UI where you have to configure the settings for the actions and the conditions. So it's more of like a click in UI. Then the performance of the workflows in Power Automate is based on the licensing. So for example, if you are using flows as part of M365 licenses, then the flow performance will be as per the licensing M365 licensing that it supports. Or if you are using like per user Power Automate licenses, then the performance would be a little better as compared to Microsoft 365 licensing that includes Power Automate. So performance based on what license the user has. And in Index workflows, the performance is based on the SharePoint workflow engine. So it uses SharePoint workflow engine. So the performance is solely based on the SharePoint workflow engine. All right, so that was a little quick overview of both of the platforms, both of the tools for developing workflows and forms. Now I'll share the lessons learned during the migration that we did from Nintex on-prem to SharePoint Online for using Power Automate and Power Apps. All right. So first, the lesson learned for Power Apps. So, like when we were like in the initial phase of thinking like whether the Power App platform would be good for this for migrating our applications from Nintex on-prem to Power App. So we were like making a decision that there are three kind of forms we can create in Power Apps. So three ways to do it. One is we can do like SharePoint list forms. So user interacts with the SharePoint list, and when they create a new record or edit an existing record, then the user is shown the SharePoint list form. So Power Apps can replace the SharePoint list forms, and those are called customized Power Apps list forms. Then you can do like Canvas app. Canvas app are like standalone applications, so they need not be dependent on the SharePoint list. So user can directly open Canvas app and the Canvas app can work on its own based on the data sources configured in the Canvas app. And then lastly, the model-driven app, which you can define it is like data-driven application. So it's more driven by the data structure of your application. So we were like thinking on what suits our scenario the best. So, like SharePoint list forms are mostly used in a scenarios where you have a very simple form. You just need to implement some custom logic, like I would say 10-20% custom logic in your form. Then I would suggest that go for SharePoint list form. And if your data structure is very complex and your application is driven by the data structure, then I would suggest use the model-driven app. But in our scenario, we wanted to use SharePoint list as the data source and provide pretty rich forms to the user So that's why we choose a Canvas app and provide a rich user experience to the users using Canvas app. So, like whenever you create forms in Power App, you need to make a decision like what what you want to um, what you want to create in Power Apps in order to create the forms. Like, do you want to do SharePoint list forms only applicable when your data source is SharePoint, right? And when you have minimal logic in your form. And if you are doing model driven, then you have like entity structure and lot of relationship between the data, then you would choose model driven app. And Canvas app is pretty it's kind of easy to use and also fit a lot of situations, a lot of scenarios. So you could choose Canvas as well. All right. So that was about choosing what you want to develop using Power Apps. Now we had a scenario in our form where in Nintex on-prem form provides a repeating section control. So for example, you want to add repeating data, allow the user to add repeating data, repeating rows in the form. Then Nintex on-prem provides repeating sections where you configure the columns for the table and then allow the user to input the data in first row and then allow user to add next rows in the table. So that kind of a control we were looking for in Power Apps, that is Canvas apps, but we couldn't find such similar control for repeating table in Canvas app. So we had to create our own repeating table using the controls available in the Power App. So we used a gallery control in conjunction of some custom logic using the formulas in Power Apps. We developed this repeating table where user can like enter the row of data and then click on this plus icon and add new row, and then they can click on this cross icon in order to delete any row. So this was this is useful for people to know, because for example, if you estimate that your form is gonna take like 7 days, but for example, if you see that there are a lot of repeating tables in your forms, like repeating sections, you want to allow user to add repeating data in your form, then you need to take this into consideration, that you will need to do some custom logic in your forms using the formulas and using the different types of controls in Power Apps, and implement the logic to show to show the repeating data. So you need to take the time to do that into consideration. So this requires a little significant time to design this, because we had to design it for the new form, and then the edit form, and then also for the display form. So it took a little time for to design this, but it's not like that it's not possible to implement repeating tables. We got through this situation, and we have a fully functional repeating table being created in our Canvas apps. So it is 100% possible to do the repeating tables, and you'll get a lot of help in the community. Like the people have shared a lot of samples on how to do this. But this was a significant lesson for us, that we learned like how to do repeating tables in Power Apps. And now once doing it in one of the applications, we are pretty now we have pretty it has become pretty easy for us to do in another application. All right, so that was one of the lessons learned. Then we had multiple attachment sections in one of the forms, where, for example, user had like testing documents. They wanted to attach the testing documents, and then they had like business upload documents, and then they wanted to attach the documents here as well. Now, what happens with Power Apps, especially Canvas apps? It has the attachment control, but what it does is it saves the attachment as a list item attachment. Now we also want, as these are two different types of attachments, we also wanted to like save the metadata for this document, saying that this document is a testing document and this document is a business upload document, right? So we can't save the metadata of the file when we save the file as an attachment to the list item. So we wanted to save the files to document library, so that we can attach more metadata to the documents, right? So but what happens is the by default the attachment control that is available in Canvas app, it it won't save the documents to the document library. So to get around this, what we had to do is we added the attachment control in the Canvas app, and then we like store the data in document library using Power Automate flow. So whenever an attachment is done, whenever a user attaches the document in this control, we took that event and called a flow from the Power app, which would take the document from the Power app and save it to document library along with its metadata. So we had to get around like this scenario that okay, first we were like confused on how we would save the metadata of the document in the list item attachment, and then we came across like this scenario that we can save the documents using Power Automate flow to document library, and then we could call that flow directly from Power Apps. So that seamlessly when user uploads a document in the application, that document would get saved to the document library using a flow. So this was a good learning for us that uh, first we were kind of like how to do it and how we'll be able to achieve it or not. We were in a question, but as we got ahead and developed the flow and integrated the flow with our Power App, and it works seamlessly. So when if you have multiple attachment sections, so I just wanted to like show that it is possible to have multiple attachment sections in your Canvas app, and you can save the documents to document library as well from your Canvas app using Flow. All right, then what's next? So one of the good implementation we did for our Power App is we designed this kind of a branding screen in our Power App, so that all the branding elements in our Power Apps like colors and the fonts and the buttons and the button colors and the header colors and overall form branding, we configured it from the branding screen. So this screen would be hidden for the actual user, but when you design a Power App, you would see this screen, and then you can go here and say that okay, I want to change the shade of blue which is used across the application, and if I change it here, then it would get changed elsewhere in all the forms of the Power App. So how this makes our work easy is you configure, for example, you configure all the branding of your Power App manually, and then you may get a feedback from UAT during UAT phase or users that you want to change the colors, you want to change the fonts or something like that. Then you have to go to each control in order to like change the branding again. So that is why this branding screen is useful. So if you get changes, you do only changes in this branding screen, and then your whole Power App will work based on the branding elements configured here. So one time configuration required for all the controls to use the elements of the branding screen. But then once you have done this, you need not to do again. If you don't have this, then if there are any changes in the branding elements, then you have to, for each change, you have to go to each control wherever you want to make the branding changes. But if you have this branding changes, just do each control configuration to use this branding screen. And then next time whenever there is a change, you just do the changes in the branding screen. So it saves a lot of time when you want to do the branding changes in your Power Canvas apps. And also like for better maintenance of your app going forward, right? So there is a really good reference here. We use Apple Dunham. She has a really good video on how to do the branding screens for the Power Apps. We also used references from her video in our project, and also did a little from our investments as well. So you can refer to this video, and then I think you will be all sorted because she has all the details in her video. Right. So those were about Power Apps. Now talking about Power Apps and Power Automate both, you can configure environments in Power Platform. So I think in the previous session, Nandeep also talked about environments. So you can create different types of environments based on your scenarios in your Power Platform environment. So that, for example, first first use of environments is doing application lifecycle management. You have like dev, test, and prod. So developers do the development in the dev environment. The testers, the QA people test it in the QA environment. The users test in the UAT environment, and then the app is the production app resides in the production environment. So this is really helpful for production application lifecycle management, so that if developers, like if you have one environment and then developers are making change in the same environment, which is a product environment, then it becomes a disaster. Really good in terms of application lifecycle management, as well as you might create environments based on different departments. So it depends on on your requirements on how you want to use environments. So there are different ways of using environments, and you can limit the number of connectors that external connectors that users can use in the environment. So that is also one added advantage. So in terms of DLP, so there are some licensing requirements related to creating an environment. So whether a user can create an environment or not depends on the licensing of the user. So I have included a link on detailed on the details from Microsoft on what are the licensing requirements. All right. So, but creating environments is really useful. We've found it useful in application lifecycle management. All right. Then this learning also applies to Power Apps and Power Automate to use service accounts. So for example, you are creating connections in your Power Apps or Power Automate. By default, that connection will take the connection of the user who's created that app or the flow. So um, what happens is, for example, I'm creating a flow with my user, and then it uses my connections in order to connect to Outlook or in order to connect to SharePoint. So what happens if I leave the organization? Then the flow will have connection errors, that the connection used by the flow is the user who has been deactivated, right? So you don't want to end up in a situation where flows are using connections of deactivated users. Or sometimes what happens in my account might not have permissions to do something that the flow wants to do, right? For example, if the flow is deleting data somewhere, but my account does not have permissions, in that case also the flow will not work, right? So you could use service accounts in the connections of the flow or Power Apps, so that the Power Apps or flow is not dependent on a specific user, but it is dependent on a service account, which is not gonna like get deactivated. So for example, I have a screenshot here from the flow, and here it says like my connections, and we have this service account being used as a connection to connect to SharePoint for this action. So one of the good practice you can implement is you can create the Power App or the flow with the service account, and then share that app or the flow with the co-authors, like who actually need to develop that flow or Power App. So by default, the flow or Power App will use the service account. So yeah, so this thing needs to be kept in mind, so that your Power Apps and Flow do not use the accounts of your actual accounts of the users who are authoring the app or the flow. All right, so few Power Automate based lessons. Yeah. So one of the lessons that we learned, like we used approvals in our flows. We use the inbuilt approvals that are provided by Power Automate, and we had some Office 360 M365 groups which we were using for providing the permissions to the user, and also like we had groups for different approvals we had M365 groups for different approvals. But what we found is that we couldn't directly use the M365 groups inside the assigned to field. So here, this is the Power Automate approval action, which says start and wait for approval. And here in assign to, I cannot assign an approval to a group directly. So what we had to do is, like, we had to first uh, use the action to get the members of the group, and then create an array of the users, and then provide the users here. So you cannot directly use the groups here in the assign to field. So you, whatever groups you are using, whether you are using Azure AD groups, or whether you are using M365 groups, or whether you are using SharePoint groups, first you need to list the members of the groups, and then create an array of the users, or like semicolon separated values, and then you have to provide in the assign to field. You can't directly use the groups in the assign to field. So that's like a small thing, but adds a value when you are uh, like juggling through on how to do this. And then this shouldn't discourage you to like use the groups. Like it's good to use groups rather than like using the users directly here, right? Like we don't want to hard code the approvers in the flow, right? So this does not require to hard code the users. You just query the members of the group and then use the members here, right? So that's what this slide says. Then one more thing, like one more thing for approvals, like while we were using, the customer were using Nintex on-prem. So Nintex on-prem already has reminders functionality. So whenever you create a task in Nintex on-prem uh, in workflows, then it has a reminders tab where you just need to configure that at what interval the reminder should be sent, and the workflow will take care of it. But if you are using out of box approvals in Power Automate, it does not have out of box reminder functionality. So you have to implement your own reminder functionality in the flows if you are using approvals, and if you want reminders to be sent to the approvers for that approval, right? So what we had to do is we had to like we created a separate flow which had a trigger of recurrence, like a scheduler kind of a thing, which where our flow triggered daily, and then it checked the data, like okay, the approvals are pending for this items, and then based on the date when the approval was sent, the workflow will determine that okay, the approval is pending, and then the approval was sent 5 days before. Then for this item there is a time to send the reminders, right? So that's how we implemented custom logic inside our flow to determine whether which items need to be uh, which items need approval reminders, and then we send the approval reminders from the separate flow. One of the downside of this approach is whenever the first approval email is sent to the approver, they can do like approve reject from the email itself, so they don't have to go to Power Automate portal to approve. But this reminder would not have the same functionality. So user will need to like here you can in the reminders email, you can't include the built-in approval in the email itself the way the approval action does. So you can include a link to the approval that will take user to the Power Automate portal to approve, or user needs to find the first email they got from the approval action. So there is a little downside to this approach, but still if you need reminders, then you need to like send separate emails currently in using the approvals. Then as we were using SharePoint list as our data source, we came across a situation where we wanted to update the data back to the SharePoint list from the flows. So we use REST API instead of the update item action, which is available by default in Power Automate. Now, why we use REST API is because there are certain differences on how you update the data back to SharePoint. You can use the update item actions, which is an action which is available in Power Automate out of the box, or you can use send request, HTTP request to SharePoint in order to use REST API to update the data back to SharePoint. So, what are the advantages and disadvantages of both of the approaches? So, update item requires you to provide the data for each required field. So, if you have 5 required fields in your list, whether or not you want to update the data of that 5 required fields, you need to provide the data of those fields when updating the item. So that's the downside of that action. And in REST API, for send HTTP request, you just need to provide the value of the columns which you want to update. So if you want to update only one column, then provide the value of that column only. For update item, it is easy for user to update to use that action as compared to REST API, because for REST API you need to learn a little of syntax on how to build the URL and how to build the payload. But once you get hold of it, it becomes pretty easy. But for first timers, it is a bit of learning curve. And we also observed, like using update item action, it used to like make the values blank for already existing data in the column. If we did not provide the value of that column in the update item action, so we stick through the REST API approach where we were updating the data of the required columns. So this is the screenshot of both of the approaches. This is REST API, which is send HTTP request to SharePoint, and this is the update item, which is provided out of box in Power Automate. So here I'm providing site address, list name, and the ID which I want to update. And here, if you see, the title column is required. Unless I don't want to update the value of the title column, I have to provide the value of the title column here because it is required. If you see the red asterisk here. So this is the REST API approach where I provide the site address, then method is post because I want to make changes to the SharePoint. Then I have to learn the syntax in order to of the URL. Which list I'm updating and which item ID I'm updating, then the headers, and then the payload here. Here in payload, I'm saying that I would only want to update the column of approved column to true. So here only I'm providing one value, but here I have to provide the value of the title and also the approved column which I want to set. All right. So what's next? So one of the good thing we learned while building Power Automate flows is we had pretty large flows when we were in process of creating Power Automate flows. So what happened is we reached around 300 to 400 actions per flow, and our flow designer became really slow while we were designing the flows because we were reaching the limits on number of actions which is supported per flow. So what we did is we broke down one flow into the multiple flows. That way it supported reusability, right? It's same as a developer. Like if you're a developer, you support reusability via functions. In same way, you do reusability in flows by developing different flows. So, for example, I have a common logic to save documents to SharePoint. So I'll do one flow to save documents to SharePoint and then call that flow from the different flows, right? So that's how we broke one large flow into chunks of flows and then call one flow from another flow in order to control the size of the flow. So whenever you see that your flow is getting large to 300 and 400 actions, please break it down and then call one flow from another flow. So how you can call one flow from the another flow? You can use HTTP action and trigger to implement that logic to call a parent child flow from a parent flow, but that requires premium connectors. Otherwise, you can also use, if your flows are created inside solutions, you can use called child flow action as well. So that does not require premium connectors. So there is also a reference on how to implement reusable logic across flow. I have written a blog post just for your reference. All right. So one of the limitations that we faced in email approval is Power Automate. When it sends approval to the user, user can approve or reject directly from the email. But our customer was using Mimecast email security, due to which the actionable messages, like the approval which is sent in email is called actionable messages, and Mimecast was blocking that. Blocking that actionable messages. So the approval should have looked like this, but it looked like this. And whenever user clicked on approve or reject buttons, it took user to the Power Automate portal to approve and reject, and did not allow the users to approve and reject from within the email. So we had to bypass this approval email from Mimecast security, email security and filtering, in order to get the email approval. So here in this UI, if we user is able to directly like click on the approve button, they see the comments box, and then they can provide the comments and submit. This all can be possible from the email itself. So this was also a good learning for us, because we were like we had no clue why this email were looking like this. And then later we figured that Mimecast email security and filtering is blocking the actionable messages. So this is called actionable messages in Outlook. All right. So one more interesting learning that, for example, if you implement approvals in your flow, what happens is approver may or may not provide their decision like immediately, right? They may take months to provide their decisions. So, for example, if approval is gonna last beyond months, what happens is flow a particular flow instance will not run more than 30 days. So if it will like timeout within 30 days, and if flow timeouts and it already had a pending approval, then nothing would there would be nothing that can be done in that flow instance. So what you have to do is like you have to implement your custom logic to restart that flow instance. So there is also a good reference online available from Reza Dorani. So he's like done a good video on how to make your flow last beyond 30 days. It's not about last beyond 30 days, but once it timeouts, it will start on its own. It will start a new instance on its own, and it will you will have to implement some custom logic in your flow so that flow resumes from the last point uh, where it timed out. So it's more about like using some parallel actions to determine that, okay, using the run after actions, you can determine like if the flow has timed out, then restart the flow using the run a child flow action or the HTTP trigger action. All right. So here I have like do until, which had the approval logic, and then we had this two parallel actions. So if everything went well, then the flow would go back to the Power App, and if the flow timed out, then it would run this parallel action to call the child flow, to call this flow again, and it would have custom logic to start from the state it left, from where it left. So you need to store the stage of the workflow somewhere in your data source, like we were storing the status of the flow, like, okay, the flow is at this stage. We were storing that in SharePoint list, so that whenever the flow restarts, we can determine where the previous instance left. All right. So that were about the lessons learned on Power Apps and Power Automate. Some of the pros, like advantages we considered for this migration are, if your app or a workflow comprises, like requirements of your app and workflow comprises under M365 license, then you don't need to like purchase additional licenses. So if you are doing another workflow tool, then you may need to, like if you're doing Nintex Cloud, then you have to purchase the Nintex Cloud licenses. But if your app workflow comprises the requirements of M365 license, then you don't need to purchase additional licenses. Then Power Apps has a better modern UI experience than Nintex classic UI. So whenever you migrate, if you're migrating from Nintex on-prem to Nintex cloud, the form UI would remain classic during the course of migration. So if you want to do modern UI even in Nintex, then you have to redevelop the flow. So that's when you can take a decision whether you want to develop the modern forms in Nintex, or you can also use Power Apps. Then approvals are like integrated within emails and Teams as well. So it provides it allows the user to approve from Teams or emails. Then if the forms and workflows are simple, it just takes a couple of days to spin up the flow and the form. So it's really easy to use Power Automate and Power Apps. So it also has added advantages of Power Virtual Agents and AI Builder, which Nandeep talked in the previous session. And also like migrating forms and workflows from on-prem, Nintex on-prem to Nintex cloud, it does require you to use some migration tool like say ShareGate, and there is a lot of post migration work involved, even if you are migrating from Nintex to Nintex, that is on-prem to cloud. All right, some of the cons we considered in this migration is if flow starts to grow large, then there are a lot of API requests going on in your flows, and it may like yeah, it may not come under the licensing requirement, and it may cross the licensing requirement of M365 and make flow slow or affect the performance of the flow. Flow does not have workflow history, so you need to implement your custom logic to implement workflow history for the auditing purposes. And if your flow runs beyond 30 days, then you need to implement custom logic in your flow to make it last beyond 30 days. And Canvas app, as I mentioned, does not have repeating tables. So build your own custom logic to build the repeating tables. All right. So few points that you need to consider when migrating from any form tools to another form tool. Some non-technical things is user experience. If you're moving from one tool to another tool, there will be user experience changes. So user training will be required. Licensing cost, the licensing cost of old tool and new tool could be different, so you need to consider that. And what the development team is capable of doing, like is the development team already familiar with both with the new workflow tools as well, so that there is less learning curve for the development team as well, who is building the forms and who is building the forms. And also the business process, like do you want to develop only one application in this new tool, or there are a lot of applications to be built in a new tool. So decision also depends on that. And some technical things which we have already discussed, like whether your forms has repeating tables, whether your forms requires responsive design, whether your forms are, if you're doing Power Apps, what Power Apps type you would choose while building the forms, and whether you have multiple attachment sections, then how would you do it in Power Apps. So these are some things to be thought of when migrating from one tool to another tool for the forms. In same way, migrating from one tool to another tool for workflows, there would be user experience changes, like the way user approve the tasks in SharePoint workflows or Nintex workflows, and the way user approves the approvals in Power Apps, then that is different. User will require training, same licensing cost, development team, how they are comfortable working with the new tool, and how much do you want to do a one workflow or a multiple workflows using the same tool. Same non-technical, if you're doing Power Automate, you have to do custom logic for workflow history, some custom logic for approvals, some custom logic for tasks, and custom logic for developing state machine workflows. So these points you want to consider when migrating from one workflow tool to another. All right, here are few references which will help you based on my session. I also have a blog post on the same session, so you can also refer to that. And thank you for joining. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to help.
All right. I know that was a great session. Okay, I switched off. forgot to sit. That was a great session, and I really loved it. Some of the great best practices shared, and I'm 100% sure watching your session will definitely help people to avoid any pitfalls in the development and while they go ahead and build the project. We have a few questions in the comments,
Sure.
but I think we're running a little late
Yes.
on time, right? So maybe if you can just join through YouTube and maybe answer that. We have a few
Sure. Of
questions
course.
from Arvind. So, but I know it's a little late at your place, almost like
Yeah. No
9:30
worries.
dinner time. So thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for all that you do for the community, and we'd love to have you back. And have a
Of course.
great good night. And thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you, and I hope you have a good day. And thank you for having me here.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Yeah. Thanks. Bye bye.
With that, we move to our next session. Amazing session by, and I must say, but I'm really looking forward for the next session. That's an Azure IoT plus Power Apps, a perfect match for your first IoT projects. Now, I'm really sorry if I cannot speak the speaker's name correctly because I am from Asia Pacific, but I'll just try. The speakers for our next session are Estelle and Silvestre, right? And I'm gonna quickly read the who is Estelle. She is an experienced chief executive officer with demonstrated history of working in information technology and service industry, skilled in cloud computing, edge computing, IoT, and blockchain. Strong entrepreneurship professionals with DESE from. Now I cannot read that. There's an institute. For some reason, I just cannot read that. That's tough for me. And for Silvestre, his entire bio is in French language. So without any further ado, let me go ahead and invite the next speakers. And there we go. Hi everyone, welcome to the Popular Virtual Conference.
Hi everyone. Estelle,
So
your
yeah,
mic is mute. Thank you very much,
thank
Shaman.
you. Yeah, thank you so much for your time. Sorry, Sylvester, I couldn't go ahead and read your bio. Maybe that was in French, so maybe that's why I couldn't read it. So sorry for that. So thank you so much for both of your time, and I'm really excited for your session as it clearly says IoT plus Power Apps for your first IoT projects. I'm really looking forward to it. I come from an IoT background, and I do not come from a Power Apps background, and and it'll be pretty interesting to see on how you can go ahead and build project with that. And I do know that we're already 10 minutes in your session, so we won't take much of your time. Any one of you who wants to go ahead and share screen can do that, and then I'll add it to the stream.
Okay, so I'm going to share the presentation.
All right. By the way, Sylvester, you're joining from which location?
I'm from Paris.
Oh, that's a nice place. And
Yes,
Aristotle,
Paris.
you?
I'm living between Paris and Nice in the south of France, and currently I'm based in Nice.
Okay, both of you are living in a nice place. So next 45-50 minutes is all yours.
Okay. So
Thank you very
can you
much.
see the presentation?
Yes, I can. Everyone can see a presentation. Yep.
Okay, thanks. So let's begin. Hello, so I'm Estelle Briggs, Microsoft Regional Director and Azure MVP. I'm a cloud and architect solution, and specialize in cloud, edge cloud, IoT, cybersecurity, and my hobby are robots and quantum computing. You can join me on the social networks through Twitter or LinkedIn otherwise.
Hi everyone, I'm Sylvestre Franceschi. And thank you very much, Simon, for the introduction. That was a beautiful video. So I'm an IoT and cloud consultant. I'm an expert about IoT and robot over AI.
So the session agenda, we're going to make it quick because we had a lot of things to talk about. So a quick introduction, then a presentation about Power Apps and Azure IoT all services. What is really important, the connectors and gateway concept. Then a quick presentation of an application and to finish the advantages and going further after this session. So to introduce, we have the Power Apps. The Power Apps platform is part of the larger Microsoft Power Platform. So it includes Power BI, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent. In this session, we are going to use only Power Apps, and all these application can be connected with the data connectors, AI Builder, or Dataverse. The general architecture that we can see here is you can connect devices or data through Azure IoT Edge to Azure IoT Hubs plus DPS. Azure IoT Hubs and DPS can be replaced by Azure IoT Centrals, which we will present you later in this presentation. To manipulate the data, we can stream them through Azure Stream Analytics or create some trigger with Azure Function, and we also can storage them directly in Azure Storage or CosmoDB, and then that's right. And at the end, we can have the data through business integration. For example, it's in Dynamics 365 or Microsoft 365. Either it can be in the web or mobile app through API, and we can get the data directly in the Power Platforms and Power BI apps. So the use case that we're going to study in this session is a micro fulfillment center. This is we are going to share our slides after the presentation. So you're going to have the links in order to access to this example. This is an example created by Microsoft, and you can directly deploy it in Azure IoT Central. So what is interesting is that with this example, we will have some sample of data through IoT connectors and also IoT edge architecture, and then we will have all the data and visualize them in Azure IoT Central, and then we can connect IoT Central directly to Power Apps in order to get the data and to have more action depending of the value of the data. So Power Apps, how to begin with Power Apps? So you can have a 3 days Power Apps trial, and there's a link in order to sign up for the Power Apps. After you will have to pay depending of your using, but you also can use the community plans. The limitation of the community plans is that you can deploy only one apps per one apps. So that's hard, but it's okay if you have to learn or if you use the apps only for you. So to plan your Power Apps project, you have to make several actions. So first, you have to plan it. So how to plan it? It's by interrogate, by asking to your business colleagues or the user, the final users, in order to be really near of the user needs at the end. Then you will design your apps, and make it through the tools that Microsoft provide you in the Power Platform. You will be able to test your apps before deploying and refine it. So the building blocks for the Power Apps are to make the Power Apps directly in the web interface, which is perhaps.microsoft.com. You can use also the Power Apps Studio, which is a YZWiles tool, and you can with the Power Apps Admin Center, you will be able to manage all the rights, the rules, and the security in your Power Apps. So what is really important with the Power Apps that you have three ways to deploy your Power Apps. Not to deploy, but three kind of Power Apps: a Canvas Power Apps, a model-driven Power Apps, or a portal. How to choose between this kind of Power Apps? So if you're aware about the user experience, it's you can use the Canvas apps because it's really dedicated for that. If you have mainly your data models, you will use model-driven apps. And if you have to share your apps with external users or on an external website, you will have to use portals in order not to have to pay too much license for your final end users. So what is really important with Power Apps that you can generate directly mobile apps when you create a Power Apps, and the mobile apps can be for Windows, iOS, and Android device, and it's allow you to use all the apps that you created. So you will have to deploy your apps and to download only the Power Apps, the mobile Power Apps from Microsoft, and then you will access directly to your Power Apps. So just a quick demo. It's mainly some screenshot because we don't have very much time to switch between the screen. When you connect to your Power Apps interface, you will have this kind of screen. So this is a home, and you can choose which kind of Power Apps you want to create. If it's in a Canvas app or a model-driven app, or from Rank, or a portal app. But you can also use some templates, and there's few of them depending of your final needs. But if you have a lot of differences to between the template provided by Microsoft, I really advise you to create your apps from blank, because sometimes when you have too many changes to do, it's more difficult to use to do from a final app rather than from a blank app. So if you create a Canvas apps, it's you don't have, because this is low code, so you don't have to be a developer. So just follow the steps. When you use a Canvas app, you have to click on the Canvas app from blank, then create your name and follow all the steps. After, you will have a YZWiles interface, and you will be able to choose each element that you want to put in your app and to connect with your data. This is the object of the final demo. This is almost the same when you choose to create your mobile app, your model-driven app from blank. The difference is that you're going to start from your data. So your mobile-driven app is going to be built from the structure of your data. So be sure that the structure is right for your data, because your final app really depend on it. From the portal app, it's a little bit easier. It's pretty kind to create a website with the assistance of the tutorial of Microsoft. So I'm going to let Sylvester to speak about Azure IoT and to present it, all the concept about it.
Thank you very much, Estelle. So how to begin with Azure IoT Central? We have to create an Azure free account. You can create that about over the website Azure, and we can create a service IoT Central over Azure with a free plan for 7-day trial. Or if you want, you can charge it with the rate plan So the Azure IoT technology, you can pass, please, Estelle.
Sorry.
Thank you. Over Azure, we have 5 elements, big family over Azure IoT. You have the Azure IoT Security Center for the IoT device, services, etc. You have IoT Central Application Template to deploy a full managed services about IoT with some service about IoT. Or you can manage Azure IoT solution like Azure IoT Central, or Azure IoT services like Azure IoT Hub. It's a service over Azure, or you can manage device on the edge on premise with Azure and with Azure device edge solution. Yes, you can go to the next. Thank you, Estelle. So you have IoT Hub and IoT Central. We have 2 big elements on Azure. The Azure IoT Hub is a PaaS solution, and Azure IoT Central is a SaaS solution. So you can have a full managed services with Azure IoT Central, and Azure IoT Hub. You can manage your device and your measure with the IoT Hub. We have some difference. So Azure IoT Hub requires the user to create own repository to define and manage device message template, and you can provision your device with Azure IoT Hub. And Azure IoT Central is a solution to define and manage devices template centrally based on device type. I will show you on the next slide how to do that. Thank you, Estelle. Azure IoT Central architecture, as well as device created using the Azure IoT SDK, you can also connect Azure IoT Edge device to an IoT Central application. IoT Edge lets you run to cloud intelligence and custom logic directly on IoT device managed by IoT Central. You can install and update workload on the device, maintain IoT Edge security standard on the device, ensure that IoT Edge modules are always running or not, report module health to the cloud for remote monitoring, manage communication between downstream, live device, and IoT Edge devices. I will make you a quick demo over Azure IoT Central. I share my screen.
I'm going to stop sharing.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Do you see my screen? That's right. Okay. When you start with Azure IoT Central, you are on this interface who would let you do something like manage devices. You are already provisioned, or manage some device groups, make some rules over the device, take some analytics, and start with some job. And as I say before, you can create a template, a device template. For example, you can create a device template mx chip. It's a device it's a IoT device that connect easily with Azure and some services for IoT and Azure, and you can take some measure like accelerometer, the gyroscope, humidity, temperature, etc., and manage your interface to see something like that. You can see the temperature actually you have at Estelle Home in France, in the south of France. So we have 26 degrees at Estelle, and we have that in humidity, and you can run some command to display some text on the device of Estelle, and you can see all raw data we have to get on the IoT central. Like that, you have a telemetry measure with humidity, pressure, and temperature we can catch into the Azure IoT central. I give you back the hand Estelle to the share screen.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. When you start with IoT, yes, thank you. When you start with IoT Central, you have to get this interface, so you can create an application to manage your system with IoT device. You can make multiple application to manage multiple systems. So and you can manage every device by application. When you create your app, you have a dashboard, and you can create your first devices templates, or start with quick start demo, or make some tutorials or some documentation. It's a platform you can manage easily, even if you are not a developer. Thank you. And the other service you can manage is Azure IoT Hub or Azure IoT Central on Azure. Azure IoT Hub is just a hub to get some messages or device health time. As Microsoft lets you to create some simulator, like a mixed simulator, to connect with Azure IoT Central or Azure IoT Hub, and you can switch on or switch off the LED on this interface, or take some pressure or temperature or humidity measure with this interface. Its interface, you can make some code into Python, or if you want, you can make some code into C language.
So what is important when you want to create a connection with your data is to use the connectors and the gateway. So at the beginning, I told you that there's almost 300 connectors already available for the Power Platform. But what is really, really important, it's you should use a gateway in order to connect your data, especially if your data are stored in local. So the connector are three connectors available. You have two kind of connectors. The standard ones, which are for SharePoint, Outlook, YouTube, and you have the premium one, which are was not free. That's SQL Server, SurveyMonkey, or Mailchimp. And the connectors are shared in two classifications. the enterprise one and the non-professional. So what the difference between the two classification is enterprise data are considered to be for professional, and non-professional are really about individual data, and which one are under the law in Europe or under the law on the OGPD. So you also can create your custom connector. If you don't find the right connector in the 300 already available, you can create your own connector. You have to be a developer if you want to create your connectors. And in order to create your custom connectors, you have to connect your directly the API to the app or the Power Apps or the Power Flow, the automator. Because Flow it's the whole name for Power Automate. Although you can connect your API directly to the Logic app. So the process to create your custom connectors is you build and secure your own API, generally with API management if you have all your data in Azure. You describe your API and define the connector. You use your connector. You can share your connector. It's optional. If only your enterprise or your entity is using the connector, you can share inside your entity. But and if you want to share it outside your entity, you have to be certified by Microsoft. What is important to remember about the connector and that you can use only one connector to connect 3 different databases from different owners. That is really simple. When you use a custom connector, you can use it with either with Power Apps, Power Automate, or Azure Logic App. And you have 3 approaches to create your custom connector. You can create it from a blank custom connector, so it's from scratch. You can create it from an open API definition. Either you can create your custom connector from a Postman connection, which is really practical. Something it's really important that if the connector already exists, you can't create your own connector. In the rules of Microsoft, you will have to use the existing connector instead your own connector. So it's because this is the mindset of the low code. You have to go to the easy way, and if the connector already exists, that is not the easy way to create a new one. So the concept of the gateway is all your data are going to pass through a gateway in order to be securized, to securize your data and also to securize either your app in the cloud. So this is really a secure gate for your data, and that's really important when you have some guarantee to give to your end client. So how can we create an app? So this is a demo. So when in our example, we deployed the fulfillment project from Microsoft, which created directly an IoT Central app. And so this IoT Central app is going to be visible in your Azure portal, but only if you don't choose the free option, because when you create an IoT Central app, you will have several choices, and there is one. The first one is the free choice that you can test the app during 7 days. But as this is free, all the data and all the app are on the Microsoft servers, but not on your portal. So if you choose the first option, which is the free option, don't be surprised if you can't see your IoT Central app directly in your portal. But if you choose paid option, you will have directly your IoT Central in your portal. So this is the demo fulfillment center that we can see directly in this one. And the logic app I created is not I created after in order to use it in the mobile app in the Power Apps. So the fulfillment center already deployed by directly deployed through a Microsoft deployment button. It looks like that. So you will have directly a dashboard with all data with some simulated devices, but you also can create your own devices. So in this example, we instances the new devices like MX chip, the one that I've got in this. So when you want to create a new devices, you first have to create a template. So you just have to choose directly in the template and to find if the template already existed. So for the MX chip, it's already exists. You just have to create a search or to check all template. What is important with this kind of templates that they are all certified by Microsoft. So when you choose your template, you will be able to create your own devices. So we created 3 devices. One is the hardware one, which is MX chips NIS. This is a real one. We also created a MX chips simulator template, which because in the IoT Centrals, Microsoft give you the opportunity to create some twin devices and to generate some fake data. It's really important if you want to use some machine learning for your app or for your needs after. So when you created your devices, then you can connect it I deleted the primary key, secondary key for secure reasons. But when you click on the connect button, you will have this kind of screen, and you can see the ID scope, the name of your device, and a primary key and secondary key. Generally, we use the primary key in the app, and if you have to share a key of your device with outside contractors or with other people from your team, you can share the secondary key. Why don't you have to share the primary key? Because if you want to change the key, you won't have to change it in your code if you will dedicate it. If you dedicate one key for your code and another key for the sharing, and if you have to stop to share it, it's really easy to generate a new key and not to have to change your code instead of. And for the MX chip, this is the end of the parameters of the MX chip. And you can see that for the IoT Central settings, you have to report the device ID, the name of the ID, and the primary key that we just have to paste and to copy and paste your primary key. And then this is pictures of the IoT screen, the MX chip, and you can see there's a blue light It's just behind the green light. So the green light is for the Wi-Fi, so that can say that your the devices is well connected to the Wi-Fi, and the blue light is the indicator that the devices is well connected to Azure. So then when the device is connected to Azure, you will have all the data reporting directly in the IoT Central, and you will have the database directly in it. And so at the moment of the screenshot, I have 23 degrees Celsius. It's not Fahrenheit, it's Celsius, so it's warmer in the south of France. And that's how we get the data in the real time. So the thermostat is fake data. It's a simulate device generated directly by Microsoft in this app. But this, you can see that it's some kind of like in Power Apps, in Power BI, sorry. You can you can create your own dashboard, select your tiles, and get the data in the tiles what you want. It's pretty it's the same system as in Power BI when you create your dashboard in Power BI. So then this is okay. In the IoT Central, you can create some rules, and the rules are the action or the triggers that you're going to create, and so you can directly parameters your alert in IoT Central. So and to connect it to the other Power Platform apps, you at the bottom of the screen you can see that you can connect your alert directly through an email, a webhook, Azure Monitor in order to monitor every data. But you also can connect it to a Microsoft Power Automate or Microsoft Azure Logic app. For the Power Apps, I used to use Azure Logic app because I'm confident in Azure, and I'm more a rookie in the Power Platform. That's why. So when you want to create directly with Power Automate, you will have to choose your connectors, and then to fill the form directly and follow the steps. It's pretty easy like that. And there's two connectors for Azure IoT Central. This is the V2 and the V3. The V3 is in preview, but we use directly the V3. It's pretty stable, but you have to know that if your Power Apps account is not the same as your Azure account, you will have to do some action in your Active Directory, and you will have to allow the multi-tenant sign-on in your app, because if you have only the single sign in your app, your connector won't work. And so that's when you choose the Azure IoT Central V3 directly in the Power Automate, you can see that it's already connected to Microsoft 365, and in this example is with Outlook. The last shot is when you create the Azure Logic app workflow. It's pretty the same, rather like the Power Automate, but you have some different information to fill in the form. So there's a new connection. So in this screen, you can see the Azure Central V2 and the Azure Central V3. To be honest, I really don't. I never use Azure Central V2, and I don't know really the difference between the both versions. And at the end, That's there's the kind of, this is a pretty simple application that I created. So this is a mobile app created from a Canvas app, Power Apps, and so this is pretty simple. I have the name of the device, a picture, so it will be the same pictures for every each kind of devices, and I get the data from the IoT Central interface. So I took the whole data of temperature, humidity, pressure, and gyroscope, and I put the both data for temperatures and pressure. So if in this app, it's pretty simple. Temperature and pressure are also a button, and if temperature or pressure appears in red color, that means that this is an alert. So I can push on the button, and I'm going to trigger some new action, like sending an email in order to prevent that we have to check why the temperature is not normal or is too high or not. That's why. So it's pretty simple, but you can create everything you want depending on of your needs. So Sylvester,
Yes.
I'm going to let you to finish the session.
Yes. We discussed about the advantages and going further. So excuse me. Advantages, it's a quick start over the Power App platform and IoT Central. As you see, you can manage IoT solution and application with Power App in few clicks, and you can develop some user interface and some business application, and provide professional developer with customization tools to integrate into our proprietary. For example, I'm a developer. If I have to manage to create a solution from scratch, I won't be able to go as fast as we see today. But we have some limitation. You cannot manage at the perfection the solution and your use case. But if you want to show something into your organization, I think it's a very good solution to provide a quick solution. So the Power App versus traditional dev, we have the same process, but the process is faster. And if you want to make some application, you have to design, develop, test, and release. And agile development, you have to develop, and as we see, you can do the four step at each iteration to have a final release. And agile V2 development, it's you have to make some release at each iteration, and you have a good version. Okay. So we have some documentation over Power App. You can learn some so you can learn how to manage a Power App with the Microsoft documentation. You have a .com documentation. You have a MS Learn Pass. You have a platform to learn everything over Microsoft. So with the Power App too, and you have a help solution with powerwizard.microsoft.com too.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sylvester. Yes, the help is because in the Power Platform you can be connected to the community, and it's really helpful because you can ask. It's like a forum dedicated to Power App or Power Platforms, and you can share your apps, your problems, and generally there's always somebody who's going to try to answer your question. That's why Microsoft created the community, this kind of community edition with Power Apps, because it's a way to generate a lot of people in the community and to have a lot of contributors around Power Apps. So, and if you want to go further through Azure IoT, you will have the documentation. So there's a specific documentation for IoT fundamentals with all modules of IoT, but there's also a really specific specific documentation about IoT centrals. And there's just before this session, I just saw a tweet from Ranga Vadlamundi, which is a chief project of IoT in Microsoft, and there's some news about Azure Active Directory with IoT Central, and there's some kind of touchy problems about the sign-on with Azure IoT Central, especially if you use some connectors or if you have to connect through external API. So there's also a learning path dedicated to IoT. So we share the link for that, and there's a specific channel in channel 9 specific to Internet of Things, which called this is the Internet of Things show, and it's pretty rich, and there's a lot of examples, a lot of recs about how to use IoT infrastructure, IoT services in Azure, and there's also a lot of tutorials, but that's really quick tutorial. Generally, it lasts half an hour or 1 hour. So if you have for your between during your lunchtime, or if you have a little time, that's really quick to hear or to watch. If you want to become certified, currently there's two really big opportunities. So Ignite was last week. So there's still the Ignite Cloud Skill Challenge, which give you a 100% voucher. So it's total free certification. It's available till the end of this month. So you have the link about that. There's some pretty limitation about Ignite Cloud Skill Challenge. So be careful, because you can do several challenge, but you will have only one voucher. And generally, I think that the voucher is going to be related through the challenge you finish. So if you finish several, I already did 3 or 4 challenges, but I know that I will have only one voucher, and I don't know if I will have the choice of the exam that I want to pass or not, because I think that the voucher are going to be available from 6th or 7th, April 7th, something like that. So it's some kind of to be aware of. But there's also a 3 days to learn challenge. There's you will have a half price voucher for any certification you want, and it's available till the end of June, of next June. And what is interesting, that's the challenges are not the same between the Ignite Cloud Skill Challenge and the 30 Days to Learn It Challenge. And in the 30 Days to Learn It Challenge, there's 2 specific challenges related to this session. There's a Power Platform App Maker and the Azure IoT Developers. I don't remember very well, but I think it's something like about 25 or 30 hours courses for each challenges. So you will have a good opportunity to learn and to pass free exam or free certification after your learning path if you want. So because it's free, don't miss this opportunity. So that's the end of the question. Thank you for joining us. If you have any question, do not hesitate. I'm still here to answer it.
All right, that was a great session. I think you guys covered a lot of content. I mean, it's great. I see Azure IoT and Power Apps works really great together. You don't have to spend time building entire dashboard or to just monitor it. You can just use Power Apps and focus more on the IoT stuff or that you're building, and then just make use the best of both worlds. So we did see many of the great advantages out of it. So I'll quickly just ask you, since you guys are expert, what are some of the challenges one will face when building Power Apps solutions with the Azure IoT? Any one of you?
As a solution architect, for me, the it's not pretty kind of challenge, but it's for me an easy way to do my job, because as an architect solution, I have to create some design thinking workshop with the end users or with the clients. So I'm pretty aware about the needs. And before perhaps, and with the IoT project, I used to work with Silvest, and I used to define the needs, but as maybe you know that at the beginning the clients is pretty sure they all are sure about what their needs are, but as much as you go far away in the project, the needs are changing, and for Sylvester is if he has to begin to develop from at the beginning of the project in order to create the POC or MVP. That's a really lot of work, and sometimes you have to do the job once and once again from scratch, because all needs changes, because we so we know that we have to put some IoT devices, but at the beginning of the project, generally we just put some prototype. That's not the final devices because it's too expensive, and with the prototype we don't have the same data. So we can't answer to the final needs. So we just have to, even if we have the twin devices or the with Microsoft, we can have an easy way also to create sample, but generally, we have faced to clients who used to change their mind at the middle of not the project, but at the middle of the POC session, the POC phase. So with the Power Apps, it's easier for me to modelize the beginning of prototype of the app, of an answer of the client requirement, and then when Silver is beginning to work, it's pretty the hand of the final decision of the client. So we are quicker in our way of work with the Power Apps, and what is interesting with IoT is that a lot of our clients wants to they want to have IoT project. They know that they need to use IoT, but they don't know why and how. Sometimes we don't know if they want to use IoT because it's a buzzword, or if it's really a need. And sometimes, especially when it's about a predictive project, you don't need as much as IoT devices that we saw at the beginning of the project. Sometimes we can spare some IoT devices and then some spare money for the final project, and that's what is it's really interesting for us to use perhaps with in this kind of project, and especially when we have some whole companies. We still have some clients with data on Excel files. So with IoT Excel files, we used to do a NoSQL database, but generally we have clients still using Excel file or either Access files. And with Power Apps, it's pretty native to use this kind of data, because we can push them directly in data server in the common data servers, and so we won't have to create an ETL in order to normalize the data for the IoT for the IoT proof of concept.
Yeah.
That's why perhaps it's really not only Power Apps, it's also the Power Platform, because that's really precious for us for this kind of work, and especially because we can connect all the solution directly to the AI builder, either with a normal IoT project.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I mean, it does save a lot of your time when you're building an MVP or a POC. So that definitely makes sense. And apart from your session, I really love the final part where you did share some of the great resources, especially the 30 days to learn. I wish I knew this because I recently paid the full amount for the Azure AI fundamental exam that I gave. I wish I knew it, so I would have taken some of the discount from this. But it was a great session, both of you. Thank you so much. Any last thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
Thank you. Yes, I know we don't have very much time, but if any of you have other questions, do not hesitate to contact us directly on the social network. So thank you very much for this really great conference and for the invitation. And we hope to share more in the future.
Yeah, thank you so
Thank
much. We
you
would
very
love
much.
yeah, thank you. We would always love to have you back in the CSharpCorner live chosen conferences. And thank you so much for accepting the invitation. And yeah, have a great day ahead and hope to see you soon.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, with that, we move to our next session. It was a great session on IoT and with the Power Apps. And now we move to yet another amazing session that's on Make the Impossible Possible. That sounds interesting. Create amazing 3D games with mixed reality and Power Apps. Oh my goodness, don't tell me the next speaker is going to bring HoloLens. So our next speaker is Michelle, who is a Microsoft MVP and a Microsoft 365 consultant. She has a broad IT experience and has obtained several certificates in the IT sector. Since 2013, Michelle has been focused on SharePoint Online and has subsequently deepened and broadened her knowledge on Microsoft 365. We are really honored and humbled to have her as a speaker in this conference. So without any further ado, let me invite our next speaker, Michelle Wong. Welcome, Michelle. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hello. Hi.
How are you doing? How's life? Where are you actually joining us from?
I'm joining from the Netherlands. So it's,
Wow.
I think, I'm not sure, but it's a different time zone.
Yeah, it's like at 10, it's almost like 10 at my place, 10 p.m. So I'm from Delhi, India. So yeah, this
Mhm.
conference is gonna run till morning
Yeah.
4 a.m. at our
We
place. So
are 7 hours behind, I think.
yeah, that's
6 or 7 hours behind.
so Michelle, how's life in Netherlands? How are things going on? And what's up with life?
Yeah, it's okay. It's good. I just moved to a new house, so it's a little bit rubbish over here. But anyway, I still have time to do some conference and speaking events.
Yeah.
And yeah, thanks for having me. And I would like to share my experience and the Power App that I've did with Mixed Reality.
Yeah.
And really encourage everyone to give it a try because it's just so fun. We have a lot of fun with building and trying this. So yeah.
All right. So we are all very, very, very excited. So you see, we have some comment coming up. David says 3 games with Power Apps. No way. Oh
Well,
my goodness.
it's not really a 3D game, but it's not that interactive that you can play a game with. But it's the new feature that's Microsoft using. It's a 3D model that pops up, and then I try to make it a game with that functionality.
All right. That
So
sounds really
yeah.
interesting. All right, Michelle, I see your screen you're sharing. So the moment you move back your slides or something, I'll add it to the stream, and then everyone will be able to see your screen. Yep, I see your presentation.
Yes. Yeah.
And maybe you want to click on that hide screen option that says hide that pop up in that pop up. This pop up. Yeah,
Oh, so yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, all right, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. I think you can all see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just want to introduce myself a little bit, but Simon, you did it already. I'm a Microsoft 365 consultant and also an MVP on business applications. And I focus on SharePoint Online, Microsoft Teams, and also fascinated with all the things you can do with Power Platform. In my daily life, I'm a consultant for a lot of customers, and then I introduce them how to use Office 365, of course, and do some adoption and migrations, but also like how to use Power Automate to digitalize your digital process, your business processes. Over here, you can see my Twitter handle and LinkedIn profile page. So feel free to get connected. And also, if you have any questions about the mixed reality part on Microsoft Power Automate or Power Platform, you can ask me. Here's a short agenda that I would like to show you. A little short introduction about mixed reality component. And then I want to do it another something different this time. I want to show a demo first, so you can get an idea how the mixed reality component works. Then we step over to some steps and tips how to do it by yourself. And then finally I show an Pokemon 3D app which I created together with my kids. And yeah, I just want to evolve, ask them and let them know more about Power Apps. So maybe they will try it once by themselves. So let's get further. Here is an introduction about mixed reality, a blog about from Microsoft. It was introduced in April 2020, and I joined the Power Apps community call in May. And Risa Dorani showed us how you can create nice looking 3D models in the Power App. So I found it very interesting, and I did my try too. The mixed reality component in Power Apps, you have actually 4 different parts. You have view in 3D, view in mixed reality, And you can also measure the actual size and then paste the pop-ups, the 3D model into the environment. But in this part of my demo, I only focus on the first two. And then I think it's good to show you a demo first. Just to let you know, to show this on the screen, I have to use my mobile device because the laptop camera doesn't support mixed reality, so it won't work on my laptop. So every time if you try this by yourself, you have to publish the app to your Power App and then try it on the mobile device, let's say on your tablet or on your mobile phone. So to show this, I have to switch over to my I do a mirroring. Just give me a second, and then I can show you my screen. If I get connected, then if I get connected, then I can start mirroring my screen. Yes, there it is. So now you can see my mobile phone, I think, yep. And then I switch over to Power App. And I see there's a little delay, but no problem. I put my mobile phone on, and over here you can see a gallery with a list of nice looking Pokemon models. Let's say I want to use Squirtle. I select Squirtle, and then on the right hand side you can see this is on the right hand side with the blue marker. This is the view in 3D model component. You see, I can swipe, I can zoom in, I can rotate the Pokemon, the 3D actually. And if I press on View in Mixed Reality button, then the 3D model will show up. I have to move over to the ground and swipe, move it a little bit to left and right. And when I see the dots, then the model is loaded. Let's try. Yeah, oh, here it is. Then I press on the circle, and then you see the 3D model pops up. I can create a shot, and then if I go back, then actually I have to do a settings to grab the whole photo, and then I can do the next step. But this is a 3D model that you can load in Power Apps. That's and then with use of the camera, it will makes it a nice looking mixed reality from a 3D model and the camera. So I'm not sure. Is there any questions so far?
We are good. I think everyone's enjoying your session. It looks so cool.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just a little bit about the question: is it a game? Yeah, I'm not sure, but I see it as a game possibility in Power Apps. So let me stop the screen sharing, and then sorry. So I stop my screen sharing, and then I can go back to my PowerPoint slide. Okay. Okay. I go to the steps and the tips, and then I can show it in Power Apps how I have created this. First of all, if you're using a Windows, a Microsoft Windows laptop, then in the Windows Store, you have a 3D Viewer, a 3D Builder, and a Paint 3D. It's a free software that you can install, and some are pre-installed already, but you can use those software tooling to create your own 3D model, or with a Paint 3D, you can paint the colors on the 3D model that you created. Also, they have a lot of preloaded presets 3D modeling. So let's say you want a 3D circle or a square block in 3D, then they are good to go. You can use it and then give it a color and save it. But it's impossible. But it's important to save the 3D model as an GLB file extension, because that's the file type that Power Apps support. That's the first thing you have to do. So I also think the hardest part is to find or create your 3D model. That's the one. I download the 3D models from internet, from free resources. So I'm not creating that by myself. Then the second step is to upload the 3D models to a source where Power App can communicate or locate the file. So it can be a SharePoint document library, it can be a OneDrive location, or a GitHub. In my case, I am using a GitHub as a free source to save all my GLB files, the 3D models, and also the images. So I just load them into my Power App, and then I'm good to go. In the first part, you have to enable, if you open Power App Studio, you have to enable the mixed reality feature. But as I noticed, this is already general available, so you don't have to go to the advanced settings and then enable this. But if you cannot see the mixed reality features in your Power App Studio, then you can enable this by the advanced settings experimental feature. Then insert the 3D model. In the media, you can scroll down and you can see view in 3D. And also view in 3D components, the view in mixed reality component. There's a mixed reality extra button. And if you click on that, you can choose a view in mixed reality. Finally, the last step is to set the right source where to link to the model from internet, and also set the unit measurements. Let's say it's in centimeters or it is in meters, and then the object height, the width, and even the depth if you want to. But in my case, I only have to set the object width and the height. And in standard, it is in meters. So the first time when I opened my 3D model, the Pokemon was larger than my house. So that was not my meaning. So I have to change the unit measurement to centimeters, and then put them, let's say, 30 or 40 centimeters by a height of 50. So that's the hardest part. Of course, the final step is to publish it on the app. Publish this to your Power App, and then give it a try. If I switch over to the 3D model itself, here is the Power App Studio, and in the app on Start, how I have done this is to create set the location. In this case, my GitHub repository, And then I create a collection to store all my Pokemon models. Let's say I have here my GitHub. I upload all the GLB files and the PNG, the images. I upload them into my GitHub. I have an extra 3D model that I haven't in my gallery, and that's the Imoga. So I can just add an extra. I have here. I can upload one extra collection to extra item to my collection, and I reload my app. And over here, you can see I have Imoga into my Power App, and here is the 3D model. The gallery, it's located, it's referenced to my collection Pokemon 3D models, and over each item I have loaded in the images, the settings, the height, and the width. So the gallery show all the items and the variables that it's available. On the right hand side here is the view in 3D component, and the most important thing to load this 3D model is the source. Now if I go over to the source, the property, source property, this will link up to the source that I've preset. I set the variable to GitHub, and then also with the selected source. The selected source in this case is Imoga, so it will generate the whole link for me, and this is the whole link to Imoga. If I play this, I can click on Snivy, then Snivy will preload it into the view in mixed reality component. Also for Tyrant or Pikachu, that's the same logic. Over here, that's on the mixed reality part. Here, in the media, in the insert here we have the mixed reality button, and here this is the view in mixed reality. That's the blue button over here, and the component is under the media. If you scroll down, you can see view in 3D as preview, and then you can get these components in your Power App. The last thing I want to show before I go back to my slides is if I press on the mixed reality view in mixed reality button, also the source is important because that's linked to the source of your 3D model. And on the right hand side, there is some properties about over here. So maybe a little bit, you can see here's the object width and the object height, and I have the unit measurements in centimeters. As you might see on my collection, I have set a height and a width, so I can reference the correct variables and parameters that I have to use. I reference that together, and then you're good to go. So if I publish this, because I have now a new Imoga, I can save this, and then I publish my app again. Then my Power App will load the new source, and from then I can see the new Pokemon model over here. Here's my new Pokemon model. Because of the time, I just go further with my presentation. I'm not sure if there are any questions in the chat or not. So I go further with my presentation, Simon. Okay. So over here, I show you all the tips and all the the steps how you can create this. And my advice is to set your ideas into the app, or see how you can fulfill the business needs if it's possible. And then I go further to the next part. That's the idea of my Pokemon 3D app. And as I mentioned before, I joined the Power Platform community call in May, and then I saw Riza Dorani with an astronaut, and I was very impressed. And I started thinking how I can do this by myself, just to explore, for experimental purpose. But I start my search on internet for 3D models, and then I found very nice looking 3D models Pokemons. And because my son is a big fan of Pokemons, I would like give it a try. So I enabled the mixed reality feature, and then I just play it around. I give it a try. And also I am one of the leaders of Power Apps for Kids. I was thinking, hey, how can I combine all these things together to get it a more game fun looking Power App? So I combine all the things together and I create the app, and also I encourage my kids to play with Power Apps. So I asked them to try to test my app, and also ask them, hey, what kind of features I can put into my app to make it more funnier. So they said, hey, Mom, maybe you can do some animation into the app, or some sound effects. So the final app, we got our final version. But overall, we had a lot of fun playing with this app, and I think that's the most important part. Here a little bit about the architecture about the app. Of course, we are using the Power App Studio to create a Canvas app, and I stored all the 3D models into GitHub. And then I also enabled a connector OneDrive for Business, so I can save all the files, the photos that we have created with the mixed reality and camera device. We can save this in OneDrive. So to do this, we use Power Automate to grab all with JSON format to grab all the binary data, and then with the actions create a file. I saved it into OneDrive. That's the mechanic how I've achieved this. So, and how it looks like. Let me switch over to my second demo, and just give me a second. Go over to the stream, and over here I put my new code again, and get connect. So over here you can see my screen again, and then I go to my Power App. Over here I open my Pokemon 3D app. Oh, I forgot to open my sound. I'm not sure. You can hear my sound. That's great. You see, I have put in some animation and some sound. And let's say I choose Pikachu. I select Pikachu. You hear the Pikachu voice as an extra feature. I can move over the Pikachu and see. And of course, I could view in Pikachu in real. I press on the Mixed Reality button. And over here, I move it on the ground a little bit. And here you go. When I see the dots and the circle, I can press on it and then, oops, where did it go? Try it again. And here is my Pokemon. I'm not sure why it's flying right away, but oh, I have to start again. This time I choose for Bulbasaur. I press on Bulbasaur. And I load the Mixed Reality part, the 3D model again. Over here. And here is Bulbasaur. I can create a photo of Bulbasaur. Or let's say I want Bulbasaur to move. I can press on the 3D model. And then let's say on my chair, over here, create a shoot. And I can go back. The photos will be saved in a collection, in another collection. And if I open this, it will enlarge the photo. So I can select the photo and say I can save this. If I go back and choose another one, this time Charmander, I can move it around again on the floor. Here it is. This time I want it on my piano. Here is Bulbasaur, little shots. And one more. So now I got enough images in my I view my images. Oh. It's weird. I missed all my my image, but the last step I want to show. Sorry, I have to do it again. I have to do it again. Here's Bulbasaur. Just make a shot with Bulbasaur. Shot. Okay, I'll go back. Here's a photo. I can select and save this. And left hand side, I have set a maximum of 3 selected photos because it used the camera device on my mobile phone, and I got an sorry, I got an sorry, where's my Power App? Here, I save this. Because the file on my on my mobile phone is very large. It's I think 3 or 4 megabytes per photo. So to reduce the uploading size and creating size, I have set a max of 3 photos into this app. And also I found some GIF animation. So you get the nice looking loading or saving part. So that also fill in the gap of the uploading and the processing part. So if I go back to my OneDrive in this case, if I go back to my OneDrive, then I have created the app itself will create a Pokemon 3D folder automatically. And over here, you can see the images that I've created. So that's the final part. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So that was my demo. As you see, I have created a lot of 3D models with Pokemons, and also saved this into OneDrive. And in my OneDrive folder, we have a lot of photos with 3D and also with a mixed, real photo that I have to play with. So that's actually the 3D game that I have created, and I encourage everyone to give it a try. Just find on the internet there are a lot of resources. Let's say you want a Marvel, you think let's say Spider-Man or Hello Kitty or anything you would like to play with. You can download the 3D models and then upload it into your Power App, and then you can ask your kids or children to play with, and you will get some nice looking effects with this. Finally, in 2020, I also did my entry on Demo Extravaganza, and I was one of the finalists, and finally I got the third place of this. But yeah, it was a very nice experiments, and the experience the experiences that you will get is very valuable. So next year I will try it again, and I also encourage everyone to give it a try. Over here's a link that you can download. I have uploaded my app into the kids, the Power App Kids Zone. It's over here. You can see. It's a little bit introduction, but over here you can download this. This Pokemon 3D app into your into your laptop, and then upload it into the Power App Studio, and then publish it into your mobile phone, and you can give it a try. Okay, and I think that should be. Over here, some resources, and also the last link is the link that I have downloaded all the Pokemon 3D. So I also want to give kudos to them. Also, those links is in the app available on the resources. So I just want to give kudos and credits to everyone who shared their designs over internet. I'm not sure if there are any questions or unsure, or any suggestions or questions that.
All right, Michelle. I think that was a really great session. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Loved all your demos. I was kind of really happy to see all that happening because this reminds me of the Pokemon Go game that really came and people really loved it. So you did say there are 4 different things, right? You can also do like measurements and all that, right? That's beyond just 45 minutes. But I really want to know what apart than building games could be done with the Power App, because whenever I think of this mixed reality or something, I one needs to have creativity, right, to go in and build apps. So what more can be done with this Power Apps and mixed reality?
Well, yeah, with Power Apps you have timers, and with timers you can do animation. Or if the timer starts, then let's say move over, fly over an 3D, or do some animation with timers. And then think about on select, or an action. After an action ends, what will happen, what you can do. And also with the 3D model, yeah, it just that I think it's just something like this. You just have to find some 3D models, and then put it in some nice looking environment, as I did with a background, and fill it with other elements, so it doesn't look like a standard Power App. And then I think you are good to go and play around with all the possibilities with the 3D mixed reality.
So with that Michelle, I can also go ahead and add any custom 3D models that I have made or downloaded from the internet using Blender or 3ds Max, and I can use that inside Power Apps. Is that
Yes,
also
yes.
possible?
Let's say you want Spider-Man or Hulk or a
Mhm.
Wonder Woman. Just if you can find the 3D model, or you can create one by yourself, and then you're good to go. Just put it into a source that Power App can communicate or link with, and then important is to save it as a GLB file extension, uh, and then set the measurements and publish it, and that's it. So the hardest part is to find the 3D model as you wish.
I
Yeah.
know, I did used to work on this Unity, the game development. So I do know there's some resources that you can go and find it. It's kind of tough to find, but if you find those resources, you can definitely go and find some really cool 3D
Yeah.
stuff. So
Or,
thank you. Go
or maybe
ahead.
you have a friend which is very good in 3D modeling. Then just
Mhm.
ask him or her to create one for you. Then then you have a unique 3D model.
Yeah, if that friend is very good and doesn't ask for buy me a coffee.
Yes.
All right, Michelle, that was a great session. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I believe everyone who was watched really loved it too. Thank you so much for your time and all
Yeah.
that you do for the community, and congratulations once again for your new MVP
Yes.
award. So it looks
Yes.
like you have been committed to your community a lot. Thank you so much, and we'd love to host you back whenever you're available. And
Yes.
thank you. Yeah, have a great day, and hope to
Yes.
see you soon.
And I'm also trying to create a new app, and get really 3D. No, sorry, not a 3D, but I'm creating an app in Power Apps. So
Mhm.
when I finish it, and I think it's good enough to show it and share it with the community, then I
Yeah.
definitely will come
Yeah,
with
we
it.
would love to have you back. Thank you so
Yes,
much,
thank you
Michelle.
so much
Have a
for
good
having me. Have
bye
a nice
bye.
day. Bye
You
bye.
too. Bye. All right, with that, we had a really amazing session with Michelle. We did to talk about the 3D games with Power Apps. I really enjoyed it. So now let's go ahead and move to our next session. That's by Wolfgang, and he's going to talk about Azure Synapse Analytics, the Power BI Developer Edition. I think it's going to be a really fine session. And the reason also I say is because Wolfgang is a Microsoft MVP in the data platform tools, and yeah, he uses SQL Server Database Engine, SSIS, reporting with SAS, SRS, implementing Power BI solutions or cloud tools for data analysis, and he has some really amazing bio. So I let Wolfgang go ahead and introduce himself. So let's go without any further ado. Let's invite our next speaker, Wolfgang. This one. Hi, Wolfgang. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Hi. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. Which location you are joining us from?
From Austria, from Europe.
Okay, so what time is it? Like almost like evening,
Yeah,
7:58.
it's 6:30 in the evening, so it's
Okay.
already dark outside, but
It's winter, right? It's still cold there, right?
yeah, it's still cold. So we had snow again yesterday.
Oh wow, that's good. I mean, I'm based out of India, it's like Asia. We already
Okay.
starting having this summer. I mean, India in Asia Pacific, there are usually two. There are only two seasons. It's either winter and summer. There's no spring or nothing like that.
Yeah.
But I really love. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 Microsoft MVP awards
Yeah,
right over
one
there.
is still missing because of lockdown. I hadn't
Oh
the
really?
chance to buy the frame, but yeah.
Uh, but that's great. Thank you once again for accepting the invitation. Really looking forward to Azure Synapse Analytics, one of the really cool product and feature that my Azure has, it, and with the Power BI Developer Edition. So I won't take much of your time, Wolfgang. I think we're already 5 minutes in your session. So feel free to go ahead to share your screen, and then you can go ahead and get started.
Yes, I'm gonna try. So that one should be the. So is it
Alright, I see your
already?
screen. I see your Azure.
And
Okay,
now
your
it should be
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint.
Exactly.
Perfect.
And next 40, 45, 50 minutes is all.
Thank you. So welcome to my session. Welcome from Austria, Europe. And welcome to 45 minutes of Power BI and Synapse Analytics. Simon already says, well, my name is Wolfgang. I'm a data platform MVP. I work as a data consultant in Austria, and I like to work with data. I started in the data warehousing field and quickly, well, moved into the reporting, data modeling, everything like that stuff. So in the last 5 years, I was very, very focused on Power BI and everything around the data platform. And now with the Synapse Analytics, the new stuff that I want to show you in the next minutes, well, Power BI gets some real power behind the scenes to get data from almost everywhere, to prepare the data. And that's the topic of today. And what I also like, yeah, it was already in the video. I like to speak at conferences. I like to organize conferences, and I'm one of the authors of the Power BI for Dummies book. So it's in German only, but if you want to learn German and Power BI, that would be a great idea. So why is there a requirement for yet another data preparation tool? And well, almost every business, no, let's put out the almost. All businesses are data businesses because data is essential for companies, for everything to be successful. And almost 15 years ago, there was one of those sentences which started to be famous, and it was the data is the new oil sentence. And that one was said 2006. And there is just one thing to add. Data itself, it's not the new oil. It's only valuable when it's refined. But if it's unrefined, you cannot really use it. And so it's almost important to have a look at data like water. Water needs to be accessible. Data needs to be accessible. And it needs to be clean, and it is needed to survive. And if you compare water and data with data for the business, well, if you have clean data, if you have combined data, you are ready to go and survive on the market. So that is one of those things to remember when talking about every reporting or data platform, because data, well, data is good. But if you have clean data, if you have data that is well organized, that can be accessed in a good and usable way, it's a good start. And there are two big streams when talking and dealing with data. It's the good old data warehousing approach on the right side. So for all those business analysts out there, that's the approach where data is structured. Data is extracted from source systems. Data is transformed into a way that you can build reports, that you can build a data model based on that data structure. And data warehouses, well, they are really a defined structure because you are preparing the data, you are preparing your dimensions like customer lists, product lists, and everything like that. And on the other side, you have your measures, like the numbers you want to count, the numbers you want to sum up, like your revenue, your costs, and everything like that. And that is predictable because you know what are the reports that are required. So you can build your data warehouse in a structure that is, in most of the cases, known upfront. On the other side, well, on the right side, we've got the data science approach and the data lake and data scientists that are working with the data. So what is the difference between data warehousing, the structured reporting approach on the one side, and data lake and data scientists on the other side? Well, data scientists, they usually work with huge amounts of data. Imagine a machine in your production hall, which is equipped with 60, 100, thousands of sensors, and they produce measurements every second, every 10 milliseconds or whatever. So you get huge amounts of data. And that data is required to build some sort of machine learning models on it. That data is maybe a foundation for predictive maintenance. And in order to build machine learning models, data scientists need to work and need to explore data in the data lake. And the data lake is a concept, for those of you that don't know it, well, it's a concept of somehow cheap storage to put and store your data there, but a powerful storage combined with the right technologies to query the data, to explore the data in there, and to build or analyze the data to build machine learning models based on that. So two different worlds, the predicted, well-structured data warehousing side, and on the other side, we have the data scientists that do data exploration, that have huge amounts of data, and also changes in the structure of the data. For the data warehouse, well, we have a customer table from SAP, for example. We have revenue information, we have orders coming from SAP, and so on and so forth. But for the data lake, we have sensors. We have sensor values. And over time, machines get better equipped. They get more sensors. There are changes in the measurements. So the structure changes on the side of the data lake storage. And also, there are three big parts like data. So we've got the data approach on the upper right. We've got the skills approach, and we've got the technology cluster over there. So there are many options for every of that three pieces, like the data. We've got streaming data, like sensor values coming or are streamed to your data platform. There is structured data coming from SAP, unstructured or semi-structured data. There's big data, there's small data, there is technologies that work with data in the cloud or on premises. There is Internet of Things technology. So completely different set of technologies and data. And the technologies that are used to analyze the data, well, they range from data warehousing software like SQL Server, Oracle, SAP, Business Warehouse, something like this, to data lake software to analyze the data, Apache Spark, open source software. And for the skills, people are essential to work with your data, and the skill set of your colleagues, well, it can range from a SQL developer. As I started my career, I worked with a SQL Server, and I prefer to work with a SQL Server. And people working with Python or R or Scala or whatever language, or specialists in data modeling, other specialists doing data cleansing, data engineering. So we've got many different approaches, many different directions people are coming from, and data is produced, and data is coming in every color and shape, as you can imagine, and also the technologies. And those different technologies and combinations, well, they can lead to data silos too. So they can, well, somehow lead to a solution where a colleague says, no, I'm not able to work with SQL. I'm only working with Python. The other colleague says, I'm not into Python. I'm only working with SQL. And the other one says, I'm working with the data lake, although I'm working on a data warehouse. So it's not that easy to combine all those different streams of interests. And in the good old times, well, I'm in the field and working in the data consultants field for some years now. And the good old times, well, it was the data warehouse, the one I've shown you on the slide, which is the structured data storage. You have your dimensions, you have your measurements, you have your well-defined reports and everything like that. And now with the change of requirements in the engineering field, well, is that concept of data warehousing still relevant? And the question or the answer is yes, it is relevant, but I'm a consultant, so it's the but that I have to add here. And whenever we are dealing with those customer requirements, with those workshops, well, it's like you have a wall with, I don't know, 100 different sheets of paper, and you have different opinions. You have different source systems, formats, like data generation intervals and everything like that. So it's not that easy to find that one solution that fits it all. So maybe there's some sort of directions we could go. Either we go the left side or either we go the right side. Or is there another direction we could go, like thinking about working on premises, like in your data center, or using the cloud to solve your requirements? And what we've seen is the pace of technology. It's not possible to solve everything on premises, because with the cloud, especially with the Azure cloud, you get new technologies, new services, updates, new features in a frequent way that's not possible for any of those administrators to install on your local machine. So let's have a look at a proposed architecture of a data warehousing solution in the clouds. And that is the data warehousing architecture before we got Azure Synapse Analytics. So what does the data needs before it can be shown in a report, like a Power BI report on that side? Well, we've got data sources, and data can be produced everywhere. It can be produced on premises, like your SAP system, your ERP system, whatever vendor you are using. It can be on premises. It can also live and be generated in the cloud. It can come from devices like your production machine. It can be generated by a temperature sensor or whatever. And there can be software as a service data providers that are needed to get your overview, your overview about your enterprise data. And that is the idea behind the data warehouse, to integrate data from different sources and to get the overview about your data, your company's data. And when we've got the data sources identified, well, we need to, where is my cursor? It's here. We need to ingest the data somewhere. We need to fetch the data from our sources and store it somewhere. So we've got two pieces. We've got the storage, and we've got one technology that does the data transportation and transformation. And before Synapse, well, we had the Azure Data Factory that did and does a good job to transfer the data from source into some sort of storage. And the storage in that data warehousing architecture, well, it's an Azure Data Lake storage that holds the data. And now we've got those two big streams I already talked about, the big data, data science approach and the data warehousing approach. And for those two streams, well, Microsoft had two answers. It depends if you want to work with big data. Have a look at Azure Databricks to read the data from the storage, prepare your data, and write the results, for example, from machine learning models and so on and so forth back to the storage. For the data warehousing approach, there was and is the Azure SQL Data Warehouse, which is now part of the Synapse Analytics. So different ways of data preparation are needed, and different technologies were needed. So there was the data factory to prepare the data, big data approach using Azure Databricks, and SQL Data Warehouse. And on the analytics side, plus the reporting side, we had some sort of systems like Azure Machine Learning, Power BI, and so on and so forth to work with the data that is stored in the data warehouse. And now, well, those systems, they work great, they do a great job, but those are separate systems. So we have Data Factory, Databricks, and SQL Data Warehouse, and they have, for example, different security approaches. And Microsoft said, well, it's a good approach and those tools are great, but maybe we could put a new thing, a new label, and use some sort of umbrella to solve the data ingestion, the big data, and the data warehousing side. And what they introduced was Azure Synapse Analytics. And what they did not invent or reinvent the wheel. So they didn't wrote a new data transformation engine. Well, they took the source of Azure Data Factory and they integrated it into the Synapse Analytics. They took technology that Databricks uses and they integrated it into Azure Synapse Analytics. And I already mentioned it, the SQL data warehousing part, well, it's integrated in Synapse Analytics too. So just to get a little bit closer and into the Synapse Analytics environment, well, we've got the sources and we've got the data storage on the bottom, in the gray part. It's Azure Data Lake Storage. Cheap storage, powerful storage, very powerful storage. And that is used to store our data. That's the brain of our system. And then we've got work to do. We have to do some analytics. And there are two different flavors. I already talked about the skills of the people. So we've got the SQL skill, so SQL related analytic approach. And for the big data approach, we've got Apache Spark based analytic runtimes. And what is really important are those light blue boxes. It's the integration. Well, that's the thing to get data into the system. It's the overall management. So one central management to manage the data lake storage, to manage the data integration, to manage the SQL and the Spark runtimes. And also if you have implemented something, well, you need to monitor it. And one of my favorites, security is needed. And you've got one security model in Azure Synapse Analytics and no different security mechanism for Databricks, for SQL Data Warehouse, for Azure Data Factory. And for the developer, yeah, we've got Azure Synapse Studio. That is the thing where you start your development, where you monitor your development, where you configure your security and do the management. So it's the single point of work to do or to start. And also on the right side, those Power BI and Azure Machine Learning boxes are still there. And that's one thing. Microsoft said we are integrating the main parts into the Synapse umbrella, but we have the concept of connected or linked services. So we can integrate, like, for example, Power BI or Azure Machine Learning or other storage approaches like another data lake storage account, Azure SQL databases, and so on and so forth. And they work very well with the Synapse. And now, well, many technologies, one umbrella, it should work together. How does it really look like? And that is the thing I would like to show you in demos. So we will see the SQL approach, the Synapse SQL approach in the demo. We will see the Apache Spark approach, so the big data analytics approach. We will see how to integrate data into the Synapse. And, well, Synapse Studio is the tool of our choice, where we can work with the data, where we can work with the artifacts in the Synapse. And now it's a little bit of different view. It's almost the same I already talked about. There are two different flavors of the analytic runtimes, and I will go into detail in the demo for that. And there's one thing on that slide, it's the languages part. I talked about the SQL and the Spark-based data analytic runtimes, but there is a way of your language of choice. So if you want to work with Python, .NET, Java, Scala, R, whatever, or with a SQL, well, it's your choice which language you would like to use to work with Spark. And that is a really great approach I've seen in our projects. I've said it before, I'm coming from the SQL side. I'm SQL developer. I started development with databases in SQL Server. And whenever, or in one of our first projects, I started with the, well, analytic data platform in the cloud and so on and so forth. well, I had some hard times to solve problems with SQL, 25, 50, 100 lines of SQL. And then my colleague, my data scientist colleague, they came and said, hey, well, it's 2 lines of code in Scala. It's 1 line of code in Python. You could do it that way. And then I started to look, well, around the corner and tried some other languages. And there's a great approach of notebooks built into Synapse that allows you to switch languages during your development. So that is a very, very nice approach. If you know Python, for example, and if you know a little bit of SQL, you can combine those 2 different approaches in one of your development approaches. And the overall concept of Synapse Analytics and all those services and data storages and technologies and outside or linked services to Synapse, well, and also the name of the system, when we think about our brain, we've got brain cells and we've got some synapses in there. And we as a human, we learn when there are additional connections between our brain cells. And that is the thing where I think Microsoft had some sort of, hey, if we combine data, living and, living in different islands of data, and if we combine them, we can learn and we can get better. So Synapse Analytics, well, it has some sort of meaning in the background. And with that, I'm gonna start my demo. And we're gonna use Synapse Studio. So just one question for Simon. Do we have some questions so far?
Not yet, Wolfgang, but everyone can see your screen. You are good.
Okay, perfect. So Azure Synapse Analytics, it's an Azure service. And if you instantiate one, well, if you go here, and we want to create a new Azure Synapse workspace. Well, where is it? What we create is the umbrella. And that umbrella needs to be filled with the different pieces. So what is required in a Synapse Analytics? Well, it's called workspace. It's it's a data lake storage account. Because Synapse needs some place to store the metadata. So Synapse Workspace, there is the need of a primary data lake storage account. And if we want to analyze data, we have to instantiate and configure additional pools, runtimes, analytic runtimes. And if we have a look here on the overview screen, what we see here is we've got, in our demo environment, the SQL pools here and the Apache Spark pools over there. And I've got 2 Apache Spark pools in my demo environment. So let's see here. And those Apache Spark pools, they can have different sizes. And Apache Spark pools, it's always the question of money and costs. Apache Spark pools are built by the consumption. So you can configure a Spark pool and you only start and use it whenever you need it. And when the work is done, you can shut it down. And it's almost the same for one kind of SQL pools over here. We've got 2 different flavors of SQL pools. We've got the dedicated SQL pools, and those are the SQL data warehousing, database systems. And they are compared or can be compared to the Spark-based building approach because you start your SQL dedicated pool and it's built. If you pause it, you don't have to pay for the compute. You only have to pay for the storage. And there's another concept of SQL pool, which is called serverless pool. And that is a very, very nice approach. You will see it in the demo that you can use to analyze data in the data lake. And that is just there. And it scales whenever it needs more performance. And it just shuts down or scales down whenever it's not needed anymore. And that one is built by the amount of data you are processing. So those are the things we put together and we put into our Synapse workspace. And now, Synapse Studio, it's the development environment. And I've got one workspace over here, the Cubido Synapse Playground. And what you see here, those are the four, well, main buttons, main menu items over here. What we could start with is we could start with ingesting data, explore and analyze data, and or visualize data. But if you are new to Synapse, I would recommend to start with the fourth button over here, which is the Learn button. And within that Learn button, or it's also here in the menu, the Knowledge Center. If you start in the Knowledge Center, you get a huge list of samples. You get a huge list of data sets, public data sets that you can use and start your data journey in Synapse. So you can use or create samples directly. So if you want to learn SQL, the SQL serverless approach in Synapse, you can create a sample. You can create sample data and sample notebooks for work with Spark. Or we can browse the public data set gallery, like COVID data, taxi data from New York, and so on and so forth. And you can just start over here if you want to analyze the New York taxi data. And you've got the description, an overview, a preview of data, what is in there. So I would recommend to have a look at the Knowledge Center if you are new to Synapse. But now let's dive a little bit deeper. What you see on the left side, it's the, where is it? Where's my mouse? It's here. They are called hubs. Well, it's those menu items. And there is a data menu item, a develop and integrate. And those are the three I would like to start with. The data hub, it's there to browse your data artifacts in your Synapse environment. So we've got one tab over here listing the databases. And when we have a little bit of a closer look, we can see that we have different icons over here. So we've got 3 different icons. And those are the 3 different SQL, or not, sorry, those are the 3 different analytic pools. So the green ones, those are the dedicated pools, the data warehousing. And they are powerful because it's not a normal SQL server, it's a cluster. Imagine you have 60 compute nodes, you have 60 different databases in the background. Data is distributed, data is replicated, and so on and so forth. So that is the powerful engine to solve your data problems when dealing with the data warehousing approach. The red ones, those are databases created for the use of the SQL serverless approach. So for data exploration, for data preparation in a little bit. And the last, but not least, the blue ones, those are Spark databases. So coming from the Spark analytic runtime to, well, do big data analytics, to store the data, not in the data lake, back to the data lake, but to store it in Spark databases. So that is the first thing. So we can have a look here. If you know SQL Server Management Studio, it's similar to that one. So we can have a look at the view, we can start that one, we can query the view, we can query the data, and we can have a look at all those structures like the data warehousing approach, where we have tables, where we have some sort of tables in here, and you can have a look at the columns and so on and so forth. So nothing really special over here. On the other side, we've got the linked services. So those are the data storages that are approached and connected to Synapse. And we've got one data lake storage attached to our Synapse workspace. And we've got the containers in there. And what we can do is we can browse those containers. Like we can have a look at some files in the data lake, like that one over here. And we can do a right click and some sort of preview. So what is in that file in the data lake? Imagine we are now, well, working as a data scientist. We want to know what is stored in the data lake, what can be achieved in the data lake, what is the structure of our files. So you can just do a right click and do a preview. What we can also do is we can start data preparation by using or creating a new notebook. So let's try that one. And what is generated is a notebook. If you don't know the concept of notebooks, well, have a look at notebooks, because they are great and they are popping up in different kind of tools. They are in Azure Data Studio, in Visual Studio Code, in Spark over here. And what's the idea behind a notebook? It's the combination of source code and documentation and, well, data preparation results. So you can mix cells. They are called cells. You can have a code cell, and you can have markdown cells for your documentation, like over here. And you can create some sort of markdown documentation over here and write your documentation in there. You can just edit that and so on and so forth. What you can also do is you can specify the default language within your notebook. So that is the thing, Power BI developers, well, you can select the language of choice. Unfortunately, we don't have Power Query M here, but we will have some sort of Power Query in the data integration, data ingestion part. So you can specify the language of choice, and you can override and change the language within every cell. So you can start with PySpark, you can change it to SQL in the next, and you can change it to Python, for example. And all those results generated by one cell can be reused in the next cell. So very, very powerful approach. What you can also do is you can start analyzing and exploring the data lake using SQL. And that one is using the built-in, the serverless approach. So there's a generated script, and that script, well, it reads the content of the file, and there is some sort of information we need to add here. Terminator, like we need to specify the field selection over here, and we also skip the first row, so we only need the data. And what we can also do is we can add like some sort of structure to the result. We can have a look of the data. So that one is population data from the part of Austria where I live. So I can do some sort of selection for the town I live in, and we can have a look at the population. And what you see here is, well, it's the youngest entry. It's coming from 2019. And there is one thing we could do and change in that query is we could change that specific file path to some sort of wildcard, because in the data lake, we've got an additional file which has the population of 2020 in it. And if we specify and change it and add that wildcard in here, we get the content of multiple files in the data lake. And what we can do now as a next step is, well, we can store the data in a few, or no, we can't store the data in a few, we can create a few. So we can create few like population data, and we can create a new database. So I'm going to create the new database, which is CSharpCorner, and create that one. Change to the new database. So we are now working in the new database. And I create a view. Back to the workspace browser. Refresh over here. So that is here. And we've got the view in here. And we are directly querying the data lake using a view. So what is there for the Power BI developer, you would say? Well, that can be used as a logical layer above the data lake. So you can use the serverless pool to serve as a logical data warehousing layer, for example, for your Power BI reports. But before we get into that, well, we need to have a look at the data integration thing, because data needs to come from somewhere into our Synapse environment. And what we have in here is the Synapse pipelines. And Synapse pipelines, if you have seen Azure Data Factory, they look familiar and they look similar, because it's almost 100% of source code that is coming from the data factory and is seen in Synapse pipelines. And there's one thing, so we are almost at 100%, because there's one thing missing. In Azure Data Factory, we've got the Power Query transformation. We've got wrangling data flows, like Power Query, you know, from Power BI Desktop or from Power BI or Power Apps data flows. So that is an approach that will come to Synapse. So skill set of Power Query transformations can be used in the future. It's not there today in Synapse pipelines to get data into that environment. In the development section, we've got a way of, well, querying data. We can have SQL scripts and we can query data. So we can query a table like having 83 million rows, or we can query like data or, well, tables having more than 660 million rows and perform some joins, group bys, and everything like that. In the background, it's powered by the SQL pools. So we've got the powerful, the clustered approach in the background here. It's the dedicated pools that are working there. And, well, we've got data prepared and we want to analyze it. So we've got Power BI on that side. And what is there, it was on one of the slides, it's the concept of linked services. And within your Synapse workspace, we can have a look at the linked services. And as you can see, I've got some linked services already defined, pointing to SQL, pointing to blob storage, to data lake storage. And there's one linked services that is pointing to a Power BI workspace. So what you can do is you can create a linked service coming from Synapse workspace and mapping to an existing workspace in your Power BI environment, like that one. So the Synapse integration demo workspace is mapped into Power BI, or in Synapse, sorry. And let's go over here. It's found here. So we've got our data workspace over here, including the Power BI data sets already there, and also having some reports. So we can have a look at the reports in your Power BI. Oh, sorry. I wanted to show you a demo. Let's see if that one works. And you can have a look at the reports in Power BI. But what we can also do is we start to create a new Power BI data set. And the Power BI data set, it can be started here. So we have to select the Power BI or the analytic runtime, the SQL runtime, and we select the newly generated database and download the PBIDS file, the data source file. Start that one, and the data model itself, it needs to be created in Power BI Desktop. There is no way of creating a Power BI data model in the service as of today. So Power BI Desktop opens, and what we see on the next part over here, it creates, by the use of the PBIDS file, a connection to our new population data view. And we can load that one into our data set. So next step, next question, import or direct query. I'm going to select the import, not today. I'm going to select the direct query option. And what we get now is a data model, a simple data model containing one table, which is mapped to a view in your SQL serverless approach, which is querying data in your data lake. So we can have a look at the population in my hometown over the years, over the last years. And it's only my hometown. So it's just my hometown in that data set. So nothing else is in there. If we go back to Synapse, if we go back to the definition of our view, we have it somewhere here. It should be here. And if I change the I change the view definition, I just remove the filter for the city, and I change the definition. So the view definition is updated. And if I refresh that one over here, let's see if we get more data. Yeah, we get more data. So we can have a look at the, what's there? Oh my God, what is wrong here? We need to change it again. Not only the first 100 rows, change it over here, refresh, and it's data, wait for the data. So it should update now. Working on it. Yeah, we've got data from different cities in my home region. Next step is publish the data set. So C# population, and we publish that one to the mapped workspace. So it's the Synapse integration workspace. Select that one. And there's one technical step we need to do. We need to go to the Power BI workspace over here, and it's here. And there's one thing we need to do. It's the data source credentials. It's only here for setting two files or setting two options, selecting the right user. And now we are done with the configuration. So that is not possible today in Synapse, but back to Synapse development. Come over here, refresh that one. Let's see if the C# population data set is here. We can create a new report. We can add some filters. Or for the other users, you can just open the already existing report. And you can have a look and analyze your data without leaving the tool. So Power BI is integrated here. And there are some parts where Power BI is integrated already. So unfortunately, it's only one workspace you can map from Power BI to your Synapse environment. I hope that there will be an option of mapping multiple Power BI workspaces. And there's one thing within the integration hub that is already there in the data factory and will be there in Synapse pipelines. It's the Power Query transformation. They are called wrangling data flows. And that is a very, very powerful way to use your knowledge of Power Query transformations and use it in a concept that is, well, a little bit broader, that is powered by clusters in the background, like the Spark clusters, like data lake storage, like dedicated SQL pools. And Synapse Studio, you've seen it in the demo. It's the one tool for development in Synapse to create ingestion, to transform your data, to analyze your data, and even create reports based on your data models in Power BI. SQL pools, I talked about that topic. We've got the data warehousing approach and the data exploration, the SQL serverless approach. And we've got the Apache Spark, the choose your own language you would like to work with, the notebook-based approach. And it's a very powerful approach where you can work, have a look at the results, store the results, and share it with your colleagues. And you can even automate those notebooks. For the data ingestion part, mapping data flows is one part of the story, and those wrangling data flows, marked with a star, well, they are available in the data factory, and it's Power Query. You can use it to read data and write it to your Synapse environment. Power BI and Synapse, they are integrated, as you've seen. Create a new data set. That needs to be done in Power BI Desktop, but afterwards you can use and reuse that data set and create open view work with your Power BI reports directly and integrated in Synapse Analytics. And for the data integration part, for those of you that know the Power Platform data flows approach, like depicted here with the Power BI data flows, they are storing the data in CDM folders, common data model folders in a data lake. And that is one of those stories that can be extended, like generating data using data flows and reusing that one in, for example, Azure SQL Data Warehouse or Synapse pipelines or Azure Data Factory to read the data, to write it back over here, and maybe, well, do some data preparation here and write the data to a CDM folder that is afterwards used in a Power BI dataset. So huge connections within the data integration and data preparation part between Synapse, Azure technology, and Power BI and data platform and Power Platform. Sorry for that. And with that, I'm nearing the end of my presentation. Just a short recap. We've got the Azure Synapse Analytics workspace in the middle. We've got two different big approaches of analytic runtimes, the SQL and the Spark runtimes, central storage using data lake storage, and the huge part of integrated and linked services, Power BI, other storage systems, and so on and so forth. And is it everything? No. There's another thing that is coming, that is planned for August 2021. It's the Performance Accelerator for Azure Synapse Analytics. Well, what's that? Imagine a Power BI report that is used heavily, that is connecting to a SQL dedicated pool in the background, and it's using almost the same query over and over. And what the Performance Accelerator does, it generates so-called materialized views in the background. And that is a very powerful thing, because with a materialized view, you define a select statement, and that select statement, well, the results of that select statements are cached, they are stored, they are persisted. And whenever there's a change in one of those source tables, those materialized views are updated. And now, imagine those statements are used in Power BI, and the materialized views are generated automatically. So it's a very, very powerful way of improving the reporting performance and the speed of your results in the Power BI reports. And to go a little bit further and above, like 10,000 meters above, it's the overall data landscape in your environment. It's not only Synapse that connects and collects data from somewhere. It's the data that is stored somewhere in your system. And there you need some sort of data catalog. Data governance is one part of the story. And there's a new service, which is called Azure Purview, which does the scanning, which does the classification of data, which does the data lineage. So where is your data generated? What is done during the data journey? And what is the result? So Azure Synapse is part of the whole story. Power BI is part of the whole story. And they are working very, very well together. And with that, I'm at the end of my session. And Simon, are there any questions?
No, Wolfgang, there are not really any questions, but I really loved watching your sessions from behind the scenes. It's so much I've covered just in 40 or 45 minutes, and there was a lot of content. I believe definitely people who are watching would have learned a lot from your session. Quick question from my end, Wolfgang. I did see you using Azure, the notebooks, right? And I have been using notebooks for the data science, and I recently started using notebooks for the Azure machine and designer too. So there, I did see that you did go ahead and say that you have different kernels. It may be Python or whatever you want to go ahead and see. But did you anytime go ahead and create any compute resource for that? Do you need?
Not in my demo, but it's needed. It's needed. The notebook is not, well, it's not able to work without a running Spark cluster in that case.
Okay.
So
Makes
you
sense.
need a Spark cluster in the background. And I think it's not running now, but if I just hit that one, we should see somewhere Spark cluster running or starting up. So that is, it's not started. Now it's running.
Yeah.
So we need to wait a few minutes over here. And notebooks are not able to run without the Spark engine in the background.
Okay. So I believe that if you're not using notebook, you can just go ahead and stop that resource, your compute, because then that gets built, and when it is the only time you can go ahead and run it. And maybe depending at go ahead.
So it's not required that you have your Spark pool waiting, or it's waiting, but you don't have to have it running. So you can whenever you click the run button, it starts in the background. Whenever you schedule a notebook that is powered or using Spark, it starts up the cluster in the background. So it's not necessary that you have it somewhere scaled down, waiting in the background. It's configured, but it's not running, and it's starting whenever you need it. So it's really saving costs.
Yeah, that's good, because unlike in Azure Machine Learning Designer, you have to actually go ahead and start your compute, and when you're not using it, you have to go ahead and stop it. If it's not running and you press the run button, it would just say that there's no compute resources connected to this notebook.
Okay, so
I
it's
think
a little bit different
this
here.
is good. Yeah, this is better.
Yeah.
So Wolfgang, thank you so much. I definitely really enjoyed your session, and I believe it was great. All the sessions would be available to all the audience of after this conference too. So thank you so much. Thank you all that you do for the community, and would love to have you back. And thank you. Have a nice day, and hope to see you soon.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and enjoy the rest of the day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, with that, we move to our next session, and that's why Thomas is going to talk about adaptive cards in Office 365 processes. I'm not going to take much time and move to our next session. So let's go and invite Thomas.
Wow, that was funny.
Oh my goodness! I hope you enjoyed.
It's like you scroll the whole Twitter for those funny photos of me.
So you gotta be careful when you go in and post it next time.
That was funny. Thank you.
All right, Thomas. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Quick question: is that a green screen or is that a real house? I want to know that.
Sorry?
Is that a green screen or is it your actual house?
No, it's my actual house. Look, I can just go there. No,
I don't trust you.
It's just a piece of green.
Yeah,
I don't have
goes with that
a wider
wall
one.
nicely.
Yeah, I just don't have the wider one, so it just
It's
just a regular home.
But it goes with that, the wall of that the green screen wall. So Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I know.
how are you doing, Thomas? How's life and how's Warsaw?
Well, I just recently learned that my district is going to be locked down because of the high COVID, high number of COVID infections. But well, apart of that, everything is as it used to be. I was always working remotely, and so I am right now. The only thing I'm really missing is that I can't really meet you in person, and we can't
Yeah.
have this discussion after the session and just grab a beers together. So this is what I'm really missing. This is in-person interaction with the community.
Yeah, definitely we miss it too. But I think we have reached a whole new audience and more people through these virtual events, right? I mean, I would have not met you, right? You would have not seen that video if it was not virtual anyway. so,
Yeah,
so I won't take
that's
much of
it.
your time, Thomas. Feel free. I have your screen, so right. So I'll go ahead. And you want me to go ahead and put it on the live stream and get started?
All right.
All right, I have it your screen, and next 40, 45 minutes, 15 minutes, or whatever you want is all yours.
All right. So welcome everyone. I don't know from which parts of the world are you watching, but I would say like good morning, good evening, good afternoon as well. I love that introduction that the organizers just made for me. There were many photos from Twitter, from other conferences that took part before the Corona crisis in person. So it was a lot of fun. Well, right now, as Simon said, as we discussed with Simon, we can reach wider audience because we do those events remotely. However, I believe that not only me, but as well you, we are just missing this human touch and this in-person experience of discussions, not only during the conference and the sessions, but apart and outside during the meetings and dinners and whatever, and all these gatherings. So anyway, the session is going to be about adaptive cards, generally speaking, in Office 365 processes. And I'll be speaking about this technology from the power user point of view. So I'm not going to touch anything around the development, how to code it, right? Like how to code custom applications using this technology, but how to use it within the Power Platform within the Office 365. So just, sorry, I need to focus on the presentation to be able to use this presenter thingy. And yeah, just keep my fingers crossed it's going to work. Come on. So just one last time, my name is Tomasz Poszytek. Apart from those cool photos, funny photos, I'm a regular business consultant. I'm doing business processes for years, transforming them from paper-based, Excel-based, Outlook-based into some more digitalized and more efficient modern processes. Now, if you'd like to connect with me through my social media, I highly encourage you to go to my YouTube. You can scan the QR code and there you will find a hyperlink to my YouTube channel, or you can go to aka.ms/Poszytek and there is also a link to the YouTube channel. Why? Because there you can find a lot of adaptive cards related information, videos, how-tos, and well, information that will help you not only to start, but as well to create your own solutions. And so with that, I think we can go on. So the cards in general, this technology that I'm going to talk about is nothing really new or is nothing really specific to Microsoft. This concept is with us for years, 4, maybe 5, even more. I mean, the point is that we see these cards in social web pages, in communication applications. The point is that we can clearly identify parts of the content which are coming from a different website, from a different provider, and they're just being displayed seamlessly along with the UI of the application we're currently viewing. So like in this example, we can see that this video is like following us no matter which application we are using, which interface we are using. It's always there, but it displays within this experience of the currently used application, website, tool, and whatever. So in general, we can say that the cards is just a technology that is used to display the content that we're creating inside the host experience. By host, I mean the application, the website, the device, and so on. Like anything that has this API, the SDK actually from adaptive cards embed and knows how to display the code we are preparing. So when speaking about adaptive cards in Microsoft 365, because it's not only in the web, it's also in the desktop applications. I can say that, it's not that I can say, but we can say that this technology is already present in every communication-focused application that Microsoft has. So we can find it in Outlook, both web, mobile, and desktop. We can find it in Teams, again, mobile, web, and desktop. In the web chat, so the bot framework, in Cortana, and in Windows Timeline. Now, speaking about the bots, and possibly now this somehow rings the bell about the powerful agents. Well, the point is that the adaptive cards were meant to be introduced or implemented in PVA even last year. However, it was postponed to some other more urgent updates and functionalities. And so it was set to be implemented this quarter of 2021, but it is again postponed. Possibly it will be somewhere Q2 or Q3. We will see. However, as of today, because we were given this new integration between PVA and the bot framework composer, we can actually try with a little bit of more of efforts to create this adaptive cards integration as of today. However, it will be not displayed like natively by PVA, but it will be used. It will be using the skills functionality, and but this is doable. So Microsoft 365 and what we have like out of the box is one thing. However, the adaptive cards is as set an SDK. It is free to use. It is hosted on GitHub, so you can just download the SDK and can use it, and then you can use it in your own applications. And then speaking about this custom development, so this area I'm not going to touch anything or anyhow. You can create adaptive cards, or you can use this technology in Android-based applications or iOS-based applications, or you can even use it in your websites, or you can even write SharePoint framework components or web parts for SharePoint and use adaptive cards as well, or in desktop applications, or you can as well use them in these modern cool frameworks for rapid development like Flutter or React Native. So how does the adaptive cards technology looks like as of today? Basically, I'm going to focus on the two most important and or commonly used scenarios. So first is Outlook, the second one is Teams. And so we have like two different approaches on how you can send these cards to Outlook and Teams, how you can then get information back to your application, to this controller that is like creating the card. So when speaking about Outlook, we can send this actionable message from, for example, Power Automate, and then we can define where the data from the card is going to be submitted by defining the target URL for the action HTTP. So, for example, we can create a new Power Automate that is triggered on HTTP request that will be then handling these requests from the cards, and then it will be just able to make this communication back and so forth between the card and this flow. So this makes actionable messages quite flexible to design. Now, when speaking about Microsoft Teams, their situation is different. We also have an action that allows us to submit contents from the card. However, this content is always sent to the bot. So we are not able to anyhow define the target URL where we'd like to send this information. And then actually bot is handling this communication. So I'll show you the activities, the actions that we have in Power Automate that allows us to send an adaptive card to Microsoft Teams. And there you will understand that actually any kind of interaction with this card that is sent to Microsoft Teams can only be handled by this bot. And so as said, today in Teams we have this action submit, and it only allows you to like define its ID and the label that is displayed on the button. Whereas when speaking about the action HTTP in Outlook, we are able to define this URL. As well, we are able to define the method. We are able to define the body and headers and like the full request that is going to be sent once user hits submit button. So today, when thinking about adaptive cards in Outlook and in Teams, we have like two different worlds. They do have a lot of similar functionalities or similar features. However, this part about sending data from the card to elsewhere is just way different and it's not consistent. But this is about to be changed, and I will be talking about this later on. So keep in mind that today we have two different worlds and we need to live with that. So once you design a card for Teams and Outlook, you need to actually design two different cards so that they are displayed properly in both hosts. So when speaking about the cards, how can we build them? Now, I don't know if you actually know already, maybe you have checked, maybe you have learned that, what the cards are. Basically, a card is just a JSON. This is the JSON that we are designing in, for example, Adaptive Cards Designer, or in Actionable Messages Designer, or in Adaptive Cards Viewer extension for Visual Studio Code, or in any other viewer extension that you can find, for example, in Microsoft Teams. I mean, the point is that no matter in which tool you decide to create this adaptive card, it will always be just a JSON. And this JSON has its schema. The schema is also defining which version of adaptive cards you'll be using. Now, the point is that depending on this version, different features of adaptive cards are working or not. Plus, what is important when living a power user life, it is also important what SDK version the host where we want to send this adaptive card has implemented. And so, for example, Outlook uses version 1.0, quite old, one of the first one. I mean, the first one. Whereas Teams is using version 1.3, although not all features are working, not all features are implemented. So you have to be aware that even though you can design an adaptive card in version 1.3 for Microsoft Teams, things like media control are not going to work because they are not supported. So we have Adaptive Cards Designer for the general and the dedicated one for Outlook. I don't know if this designer is going to be really supported after the team is going to make the earliest, I mean, the enhancements that they are now talking about. But let's say this designer is really cool when you think about creating an actual message for Outlook. So now I'll just jump over to demos because that's the most interesting part. And before I do the demos, I wanted to go not here, but here, just to show these two designers because it's quite good to understand what are the differences and how can you use them. The biggest, in my personal opinion, advantage of the Actionable Messages Designer is that, well, apart from having these dedicated templates to be used in Outlook, you have a functionality that allows you to send this card directly to your inbox. So you have to be aware that with Actionable Messages today and let's say in the future, what is important is that you are always able to send this message, this card to your own Outlook, to your own inbox. However, if you'd like to send it to someone else, you need to register a so-called provider, which is in here. So there is like a developer dashboard at the outlookoffice.com. And here you are able to register a so-called providers. So something that proves that the card containing the GUID that is present here, so this provider ID, if your card contains it, then Outlook is able to look up what scope of this provider, I mean, what scope this provider has or what scope this provider is permitted to use. And so you can define that this card you would like to be sent only to test users or on the organization level, so to anyone within your tenant, or you can as well request to Microsoft to be granted permissions to let your solution send these adaptive cards to anyone in any tenant. Nevertheless, once you navigate to this Actionable Messages Designer, you are able simply to send it to your own inbox without any further or prior configurations or changes. And so once you're done with creation of the card, you have all these components here that you can just drag and drop onto the canvas. and then simply configure them. Then you only need to copy these adaptive cards code that is generated here, paste it in Flow, for example, and well, see it how it works. And then speaking about the adaptive cards designer, this tool is much more universal, since it gives you the flexibility of creating the cards to any host that currently is supporting the adaptive cards SDK officially within Microsoft. So here, once you're starting with this, with the creation, you can choose which host, for which host you would like to create this adaptive card. You also have here the actionable messages, right? So you can create this kind of adaptive card in this designer as well. Speaking about themes, you can choose between light and dark. Now, the point is that once you are switching this host application, also the information here, the target version, is switching to the one currently supported by this host application. So, for example, once I switch from Teams to Outlook, you can see that the version also changed to 1.0, and also you can only find here elements which are actually supported in this version that can be displayed. If I switch to, for example, bot framework, this version, okay, this one maybe not work, but this bot framework, then the version is again switched to 1.2, and here the additional elements have appeared. In the end, the card payload is here. So this is the JSON is generated once you again drag and drop elements from the right side to the canvas, to design the canvas, and then you configure them. So it also generates you live this payload that you then need to copy and paste into a proper action in Power Automate in my scenario. Now, speaking about the sample data editor, I will as well talk about it after the demos. This is related to adaptive cards templating features. It's really cool, but well, again, it's not supported yet in Microsoft Teams. If it was, it would save tons of minutes for any kind of scenarios. Okay, so right now I'll just jump on to the demos. So the first demo I wanted to show you is about a quite simple application dedicated to used by the company. The point is that there are multiple invoices coming into the front desk. Front desk is responsible for scanning them in, and then, well, they were meant to somehow register them in the CRM, and then, to get the approval for that invoice and so on. And so instead, now we are using this AI builder that helps to actually identify information that is on the invoice, and then simply trigger the whole approval process within Teams. So first, the Teams, and there is also a separate email sent to CFO, who also needs to approve it from their inbox. So first, the front desk, once they scan the invoice, they need to simply upload it. I have it here prepared, so I can use either JPEG or PDF, or maybe use a PDF right now. And so now the AI builder is trying to recognize information that is present on this invoice. Of course, the AI builder is trained to localize this information that is important from the process perspective. So now, as you can see, with quite a huge, I'm always using this word, let's say certain level, it's able to say that these specific areas were identified. So now I just need to switch the currency and simply send it for approval. Now, what is going to happen right now in this team that is called the cards test? Let's for a while assume that this is a channel dedicated for the accountancy team, where they are sent invoices for approval. Oh, there it is already. So now you can see that there has been this invoice already scanned, transformed, the flow has run, and it generated this fancy looking adaptive card with all the information that it was able to simply grab from the adaptive, from this scanned invoice, and turn it into a working adaptive card. So with this, accountancy team is able to see all these details ad hoc. They could as well navigate to the original file just to compare it, but well, maybe it's not really needed. The point is that with this information, they're already able to simply approve or reject. They can provide additional comments if they need. The point is that once they hit approve or reject, this card is getting closed with a confirmation message, well, telling that thank you. I mean, your response has been registered, and that's it. Unfortunately, we are so far not able to make this confirmation message any more fancy. We're just able to define a text that is going to be displayed instead of this adaptive card upfront. So even we cannot supplement this text with any kind of information that user has provided when they were submitting the card. And then speaking about this second step, or the second part of the process, this card is also sent here. Sorry, wrong mail. This card is also sent here to John Researcher, who is this CFO. And here you can see that same actually adaptive card, but displayed or sent to Outlook Mobile. Now, as I mentioned, so with Microsoft Teams, the only way, or the only source, the only target where data from this card was sent or could be sent is the bot. In case of Power Automate and Microsoft Teams, this is a flow bot. The flow bot is actually, let's say, configured or designed that it knows what to do with that request, with that submitted data from adaptive card. So it is able to find this Power Automate process that is waiting for the response from this card. It is able to get data from the card, maybe somehow parse it, and then send it back to the Power Automate that is waiting. And in response, it is also able to send this confirmation message. That is everything that this bot is able to do. Now, with actionable messages here in Outlook, this situation is much more flexible, because we're actually able, thanks to this target URL that we can configure in HTTP request, set up, for example, our own Power Automate, which handles this request from the card the way we want. So, for example, what I did here is that if I decide to reject this invoice, but I do not provide any comments, in response, Flow is returning me the message that you need to fill in the comments that are required. This is something I cannot do as of today with adaptive cards for Teams, even though that there is a validation already present in the adaptive cards 1.3, but as said, it is not yet implemented in Microsoft Teams, so we cannot use it as of today. But if the validation for fields is present in Teams, then obviously you can simply make a rule that specific fields are required, or they require a specific type of input and so on. Also, what I can do, thanks to this custom HTTP request URL, target URL, is that I can replace this card with my own card that I have created, so that this experience is going to be more unified. So once I hit approve, you can see that my card has been replaced with a new card that follows that previous card design, that also has information whether it was an approval or rejection. So this way I can do a lot of more. And then please remember what I showed you, how these two worlds between the Teams and Outlook, how they differ, because right after I finish demos, I will show you what we are expecting from the very, very nearest future, how this whole model of sending data from the card elsewhere is going to change, and what will it bring to us. All right, now let me just jump onto the Power Automate to simply show you how you can actually create adaptive cards on your own. So first, once you navigate to creation of the Power Automate, to creation of the new flow, there is a set of actions in Power Automate that you can use to create the adaptive cards. Just let it load. And right, I'll just create a new flow. It will be just an instant flow. Okie dokie. And so then once you navigate to Microsoft Teams set of actions, and you type in card, you will see a set of actions that we can use today. So first, there is this post adaptive card in a chat or a channel. This card has quite a powerful feature that was requested by users that allows you to define if you would like to send this card as the person who is executing the flow or as a flowbot. What you can see here is that this card has been sent by the flowbot, right? So there is an icon of the flowbot. There is just information that I have used this Power Automate to send a notification. However, the message itself was sent by the flowbot. Now, with this new action, you're able to choose that, for example, you would like to send it, and then you can define where. As a user, you can only send this card to a channel. If you choose the flowbot, you're able as well to send this card to the chat with a specific chat of the specific user. Whatever option you choose, you will then need to define other information. Most importantly, you will need to define this adaptive card JSON. So then, as said, you need to first design this card here, then copy this code that is generated in the payload editor and simply paste it here. After the preview functionalities are finally hitting the mainstream, the public, the general availability, this field here is going to be replaced by the built-in editor. I can show you how it works because it is already present in one of the actions that we have in Microsoft Teams. I really hate this inconsistency, but we just need to live with that. So if you go into Microsoft Teams triggers and you choose this for a selected message trigger, you'll notice that there is a button to create an adaptive card. So now once you hit it, you have this designer just displayed inside the Microsoft Power Automate experience. So you don't have to navigate away. You just can create this card right in here, save it, close it, and it will be just working without need of the switching between systems. And now this approach is sometime in the future also going to be present with any other adaptive card related action. So even here, you will not need to copy paste JSON. You'll just need to hit this button and design the card inside. Now, speaking about these actions, there are some more. Well, basically, these actions there, they only let you to send adaptive card, but not wait for the response. The same works, this action that allows you to post your own adaptive card as a flowbot to a user or to send as a flowbot to a channel. So these two actions, these three actions actually let you to post your adaptive card. But if you do have a form in that adaptive card, then the flowbot is not actually programmed to anyhow handle this card. So to handle this response. So if then user would try to fill in data in that form and submit it, then bot would simply display an error message that it is just unable to handle it. So if you'd like to create a scenario that you're posting an adaptive card and waiting for the response, then for this you have those additional two actions, which actually are self-explanatory, that lets you to send this adaptive card to a channel or a user, and then to wait for the response. And here, what you additionally have is that apart from just copying, pasting this adaptive cards JSON code, you as well, as I mentioned in a demo, are able to upfront define this thank you message, this confirmation message, and then you can as well define if you would like to close this adaptive card once it is submitted or not. Now, these actions, those waiting actions, they do wait only for 30 days, the same as the regular Power Automate approvals. After that, they will time out. what is also important is the fact that they are only waiting for the first response. So even if you send this card to a channel, and even if you decide that you don't want to close it after this first response is received, then you will not be able to receive any more responses from that card, because the flowbot after this first response is like not handling any other response. So it will again be displaying only error messages. So then just keep in mind, if you're sending this card to a channel, it doesn't matter if you close it or not. It only allows the first response. But due to, let's say, this user experience, I mean, from the user experience point of view, it would be better that you simply close this card once it is completed, once it is submitted, so that other users won't face the situation that they are trying to submit it and they're just seeing an error. All right. Okay. And then speaking about this foresighted message trigger, I can show you how it works. So here in this channel, there is a defined workflow that now let me just find a card, for example, or maybe I just switch to another account. So I'll go to General Researcher, and then he will open that team and that channel. The point is that with this trigger, you're just able to work on the message level, and then this message can be either in the channel, or it can be as well in the conversation with the user, or at least with the bot. And then the point is that for this specific message, you can trigger this adaptive card that can help you to create some additional logic. Like in the demo I want to show you right now, this is used to initiate a reporting or the governance process around that adaptive card, so that a user can simply report it, because it can be like offensive. They as well can request its deletion, or they can request that this message is sent to them into their email. So let me just take this example. Sorry, the Teams is just loading. It takes a moment. There is a lot of to load to UI. So the flow that has this trigger, it can only be created in a default environment, so that you have to remember that. And then every flow that has that trigger can then be found under these more actions, and sometimes see more. Oh, now there it is. Also note that name of the flow is going to be used as the name of this option. So if it's really long, then it will be truncated and it won't be displayed. All right, now once I click it, there is the adaptive card display that I have designed. And so here user can actually define or decide what they want to do with this card. If they want to report it, for example, then you just want to select Y, define some explanation, and then submit it. And so what this flow is simply doing is getting information about this particular message, and is sending to a team that is, let's say, a team of Teams administrators, with information that there is this new request from the user that has to be handled. Right, it should work in just a moment. So there, here under the message request, there should be a new card sent now to me as a Teams admin, and possibly, oh, maybe it won't. Maybe something just didn't work this time. Right. Well, you have to trust me that the scenario was that once this is reported as an issue, then there is the whole process behind it, and the Teams admin is getting the message and so on. Well, the most important thing is that this trigger actually allows you to define your own adaptive card, so another input for adaptive cards, and then you can just create your own logic in a flow. Oh, now it worked. So you can see that there is the message sent to me that this reported message is now under investigation. And also I was sent here a new request handle this situation. So again, I can see the information about who is requesting, who is the author of that message. I can navigate to that message. So then it is like highlighted with the yellow hello, hello, and so I know what message are we talking about, and so on and so on. So additional governance that you can put into Teams. All right, I'll just jump over to the presentation right now, since I do have quite well, a number of announcements and cool new features that are coming up. So basically, what I want to talk about is what is going to be present in version 1.3 and 1.4, and actually 1.5 and 1.6 as I learned today. So one of the first functionalities that I want to show you is adaptive card templating. So today, when I wanted to create this adaptive card that you saw here in these invoices, I actually had to create a large flow that is parsing the JSON that AI Builder returned me as the result of its scanning of that PDF and recognizing of the fields and so on. So this is my flow. Come on, just load flow. This is the flow that was used to send this adaptive card to Microsoft Teams with the invoice contents. And so apart from many input or variables that it has in the beginning, yep. So all these variables are actually used by the Power Apps to pass certain pieces of the AI Builder results. Then what this flow is doing is actually like concatenating for each item from the invoice a row in this table that shows what were the items purchased. So I had to create this kind of workaround to actually create a separate row per each item and then append it to an existing adaptive card content. And it was quite difficult. Also, due to the fact that, as I mentioned, we have like two different adaptive cards, so the Outlook and Teams are using different versions and they're quite different. I also had to like define the two adaptive cards JSONs. So like one for Teams in version 1.2, one for actionable messages in version 1.0. Now here you also have this information about the originator. So what I showed you, this provider that you registered gives you provider ID, and you need to use it as this originator so that Outlook knows it is allowed for that specific sender as me to display this actionable message just in the Outlook content, in the message content. And then again, so depending on the scenario, so if it is actionable message or adaptive card, there are again two different ways to handle it. But the point is that I had to really concatenate this code of adaptive card with a lot of dynamic outputs and dynamic values from other actions in Power Automate. And then if I would like to change anything in this, I would really have to like scroll and look where I need to put this change and then replace those dynamic outcomes and so on. Now, what is really cool about the templating language is that instead of actually sending this, come on, just of like hard fixing. No, not yet. Sorry. So instead of like hard fixing these values within the adaptive card code, you are able to simply replace the places where you want to display information with placeholders, and then provide a JSON with a data. And then when the card is being generated, these placeholders are simply replaced with this related information. So when speaking about my adaptive card, so my invoice code, what I would be able to do if this functionally was working, just let me show you what I could do. I could have created a JSON code with the data, So this is again the same adaptive card as you saw in Teams. However, there are no dynamic contents in it. They're just those placeholders. You can see there is just like one row with defined information, and then once I just scroll up here, there is a table data, which is there is the data scope. So the JSON containing all the information that should be displayed in that card. And then the items I want to display is actually formatted as a table in the JSON. So the templating language, the templating functionality in adaptive cards knows that it has to simply repeat this structure that is related to that data the number of times the number of rows that table has. So now once I switch from this view, this designer view, into the preview mode, you can see that the information has simply been replaced with the information coming from this data JSON. So in the end, if this functionality was working in Teams, I would simply need to create a JSON, or even not create. I could even take or grab the JSON that AI Builder is generating, use it as this data binding scope in adaptive cards, and then the templating would do everything else for me. Now, what you as well saw here is that this adaptive card templating language is not only to replace a specific pieces of the card with the actual data. It is also the expressions. It is also some kind of formatting. Like you can see that this card, this label here, can only be displayed if the value of the invoice is above 5,000. So you can do conditions, you can do loops, you can do switches. So basically, when speaking about this adaptive card language, we also well have the expressions, which even makes this whole creating of adaptive cards faster and more powerful, because you can do a lot of transformations on the adaptive card itself. You don't need to prepare this data for each scenario upfront before this being displayed. Really cool, huh? All right, now the second thing is this adaptive cards universal action. So now, you remember when I showed you how this model of communication between adaptive card and handlers and the hosts look like, right? So it was like that for Outlook, we have our own defined web service. For Teams, we have defined bot, the flow bot, and there is like no way these two worlds can communicate with each other. Now, with adaptive cards universal action, the situation changes. So we will have not the action submit, not the action HTTP, not the action get. Like there is not going to be a separate action for each type of request. There is just going to be one action execute, and you will have to create a bot. Or like speaking about the Power Platform, I hope Microsoft is going to update their bot. And so this bot is then going to be responsible not only for sending this adaptive card to Outlook, Teams, whichever, but as well for the communication between these adaptive cards and, for example, the Power Automate that actually triggered the whole process. And this gives quite a lot of functionalities that are not present today. So, for example, you will be able to have the synchronized synchronization functionality. So, like if you send an adaptive card to Outlook and Teams, but it's submitted in Teams, you will be able to as well like close it in Outlook, or the other way around. If it is sent to Outlook and Teams, you will be able to, for example, close it in Teams if it is completed in Outlook. So it gives a lot of improvements, speaking about the user experience, on how they can work with these adaptive cards. Also, we will be given this new refresh model, so that it will not only allows you to sync the status of adaptive cards sent to different hosts, but as well to work on a so-called role-specific level. So you'll be able to actually display a different adaptive card depending on who the user is. So if you will have an approval process, you will be able to display a task, an approval task to assignee, then to display just information about the task to other users who are, for example, viewing the channel, and then display another card to the requester with information like how many assignees are still required to complete their tasks. So with this universal model, we will be given a lot of really powerful features to use adaptive cards as a single universal mean or method to grab data from users in Teams, in Outlook, and well, in your custom application as well. Then another thing I would like to talk about that we are also expecting in nearest future are the components. Well, basically, the point is that in adaptive cards, or generally speaking about the content, we very often have quite a number of, let's say, predefined set of information, like to display files, to display information about the user, to display information, I don't know, about a flight itinerary. And so instead of creating these sections over and over again every time we need them, team decided to create a functionality called components. So they will be like the ready-to-use elements for the most commonly used, for the most common use cases. So for example, if you'd like to create a new persona, so like here, information about the user who is requesting or like who is assigned, you'll just need to put a component onto the designer canvas and define that this is a persona component. And then in the end, only to provide information it should display. Or if you'd like to have this file chiclet, so again, an area or a part of the adaptive card that displays information about the type of the document, its title, and maybe some additional information. You just put the component, you set the type to file chiclet, provide the information that should be displayed, but you don't have to take care about where to take the icon from, if I should display the title in a bold, and what should be the background and so on. Also, the very common thingy or the thing component. So a set of information constructed from image, text, and something else, where you can as well just choose this kind of component, select what layout it should have, and then simply provide information. Plus, once this functionality is rolled out, the team is going to work on some additional components like the one that will be referring to what Graph API is returning, like person from Graph API, file from Graph API, multiple person from Graph API, I don't know, your files from OneDrive, and so on. So for such most commonly used scenarios that you're just grabbing some data from Graph API. Plus, what is defined in the schema.org components as well. So this should be really supporting a lot of most commonly used types of data. And so now speaking about the roadmap, the version, so like we just had this adaptive cards community call an hour before this session. And Matt Hittinger, who is the principal product manager for adaptive cards in Microsoft, said that, well, this is just a roadmap, but well, they don't have really a fixed estimated times of arrival for this functionality. So the action execute support, it should arrive like no-ish. So like just this month possibly, but certainly before Microsoft Build Conference, which is going to be early in May. And then all the other functionalities that I just, some mentioned, some not, are going to arrive summer this year, hopefully. The components, maybe by the end of this year, maybe next year. The point is that if you go into the aka.ms/AC roadmap, you can find, come on, don't be shy. You can find this product backlog where you actually can scroll through all these features that the team is already planning for the next releases of adaptive cards, or that are under consideration. So here you can just read more about these functionalities that I have just described, like what is the idea behind them. And what is also important, you can open this feature that you think is very needed for you, and you can vote for it. So just open it. And here, I think there was somewhere this voting functionality, but I don't know where. Yeah, I'm nearly sure it was present somewhere here. Oh yeah, here at the bottom. So you can express how much you really need this feature, and then submit it. So the more requests for each of these features are present, then all team knows how to prioritize their work. So just think of this product board as a kind of user voice for adaptive cards. So as said, if you want to go to them, you need to navigate to this URL, the aka.ms/AC roadmap. All right. So with that having said, I wanted to say thank you for these last 40 plus something minutes with me that you spent. If you have any questions, this is the right time to ask them on a chat. I don't see any yet. But if there are any questions that will somehow, born to you after this session is over, then simply go to aka.ms/poshtech, and then you can choose whichever social media channel you'd like to choose to contact me: Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn. And as said, on my YouTube that you can find under this URL as well, you will find a lot of information about adaptive cards, about the templating, about these new features, the old features, how it works today. So to even learn more and deeper your knowledge around this functionality, this technology, which is really cool and is going to be even cooler. So thank you very much.
All right, Thomas, that was a great session, and you covered a lot of content. And I love that you have this roadmap with you already. I'm not sure if it's publicly available, but great that you have it. And I'm also it's very interesting that you have your own AKMS link. Who gave you that?
That was either John Levesque or Charles Stelling.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So Thomas, you did talk about the you did come up with some great demos. You talked about all the benefits of adaptive cards, all the features. I would definitely like to ask you, what are the challenges with the adaptive cards, or what are the things that you would think that this can be improved with the adaptive cards current scenarios?
Well, that is something that I was talking about during the presentation. So today the most challenging issue that I see is that you are able to send these cards to Outlook and to Teams. However, there is no way that you can, for example, close this card in Teams if the card in Outlook is completed, is submitted. Okay. So there is no way to sync these two channels between each other. But that will be solved once this new approach, they call this universal model action execute, is going to be introduced. So with that, this is really going to give us the functionality to create one card, send it to different channels, and then really sync everything in one place. So close, update, refresh, like do whatever you want.
All right, so that makes sense. Hopefully, you are anyway very close with the engineering team and the program managers. So follow him, and I think people can connect with you on that link, and follow with you on Twitter, YouTube, wherever, right? So they can
right.
Be posted that.
Yeah, I mean, and then just last thing, if you're interested with these adaptive cards, if you go to adaptivecards.io, just not the designer, but just the homepage of the adaptive cards. In the bottom, you will find a hyperlink to join the monthly community calls. They're always the second Tuesday of the month. So like the community call was today, just before the session. Come on. So here there is this join our monthly community call. So really, if you're interested, this is a very open discussion, a very interactive session always. So you can ask the questions, you can submit, you can post your ideas, and there is always a lot of folks to help you understand and answer to your questions. So anyhow, if this is technology that you're thinking of, join the community call and learn more.
Wow, this is interesting. So is it with I've not seen I hosted so many people from Microsoft, like program managers, corporate. No one has actually told that there are community calls. Is it like just with this Office 365 or adaptive cards, or it's with like other communities too? Because I have never seen anyone talking about this community calls.
That is correct. Like the adaptive cards, they're not so very visible, to be honest, in the community. So there is this call. The team behind adaptive cards is also quite small. I'm trying to spread the word as much as I can. Also, this guy here, the team Karemba, he's also he's a developer, so he's spreading the word from the developer perspective. So I would like to create a custom application using adaptive cards. However, because we do see this technology very much in teams, and therefore I think it will be just grabbing more and more attention over the years, even though it has been first created and first put to teams 3 years ago already.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
All right, Thomas. So before we close, any last thing you want to plug in, and before you leave or anything?
Well, I can only wish you pleasant rest of the conference, and well, just use this opportunity to learn a lot and try to be interactive if you have any questions. I mean, I know you can't because there is just chat, but you can then try to reach out to speakers and ask additional questions.
Yeah,
so thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Thomas. Thank you so much for your time, and thanks for all you do for the community. We'd love to have you back whenever you're available, and thanks for accepting the invitation. Actually, that's also very important. And have a great day ahead, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you for having me, and well, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, with that, we move to our second final session of the day. It was Yana who was supposed to be a part of this session now, but unfortunately she cannot make it. So what we will do, that we will bring you the very first session of this 5-day Power Virtual Platform. I messed up. Power Platform Virtual Conference, and that's by Tricia, who talks about on how you can go ahead and actually build a Power App using with some of the Tinder stuff, and also pretty interesting. So I want you to go ahead and enjoy next 30-35 minutes with Tricia about Power Platform love story.
Guys, this session is totally different to anything you've seen before. Just see if I can share my screen. Great. So this session is very, very different from what you've seen before. As I mentioned, in this session, we're going to be talking about how we can utilize the Power Platform to automate dating, especially automate dating with one particular platform, Tinder. Okay, any questions, comments, please leave it in the chat. I will read them after and try to respond to as many questions as possible. So please interact. Okay, so let's start off with just a little bit about me, although you've heard about me before, so I won't take long on this. I have over 10 years of experience. I am currently a business applications MVP. I currently work at Avanade. These are my social details. So if you'd like to reach out to me on Twitter or actually comment on the session, feel free to hashtag for the conference and also tweet at me. I do blog a lot about customer service and Azure DevOps. And of course, you can actually connect with me on LinkedIn. So yeah, that's just a little bit about me. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump straight into the session, starting off in a very story format of the history of dating and why I actually thought it would be a good idea in the first place to try to automate the dating process and also create like a hook into Tinder. So let's start off with dating started. In the past, of course, we had courtship, and courtship was a very public affair. I mean, it was something that happened in the outskirts of society, and it was kind of intentions were fairly obvious because men would call upon ladies that they were serious about in front of the families. So it kind of provided a safety net for women against what you would call rogues, to ensure that their intentions were honorable. Now, you would have had your rogues, but in large part, it was, fairly few, because any scandalous behavior would actually deem you an outcast from society. So you actually have to stick to society's rules because everything was public. Now, this experience with courtship was extremely important, of course, because back in that day, like, the experience for a woman was really, really tied towards the relationship that that woman had with a man, in terms of having a father, having a husband. It was a very patriarchal society. So it was very important for a woman to actually have that association to a man, because she did not have her own independence. Now, let's double into the turn of the 20th century and women's lib. Now, in the turn of the 20th century, in the era of women's lib, this really coincided with the popularity of cars. And of course, unfortunately, the war. So a couple of things happened here. Because of the war, there weren't that many men. Women gained more independence. Of course, then with cars, again, more independence as well. So with this, you could actually turn away from that public dating that we had in the past to more one-on-one dating. But what these two things have in common in terms of what happened with courtship and what happens with dating during the women's lib era is that you're still dating in and around your own region where you are. You can't actually date someone, say, for example, in the US or in India, if you are based in the UK, because you don't know them, right? You don't know what they're doing. You don't know what life is like. So with this, with the advent of women's lib and the ability to go out one-on-one, unchaperoned, it changed the dating landscape, right? And then it basically allowed the term dating to be coined, where a woman basically told a gentleman, this is a true story, that all the other gents are filling up my dates. So that's actually where the term date comes from, okay? And then if we basically move on a little bit more in time, we have the advent of the internet. So with the internet now, with the first computer-based dating, and this actually came about by two Harvard alumni that actually created a questionnaire, a dating questionnaire using an IBM computer, and they basically allowed everyone to pay $3, which at the time was a lot of money, to basically fill out this questionnaire. They would pop it into the computer, and the computer would come up with their perfect match. So this is actually the first documented sign of actual computer-based dating. But it's actually interesting because, again, it really is down to whoever is actually in your local region. So again, it's talking about shared experiences, and you know these people, and the likeliness is that you will actually have people that are in common in that time as well. And of course, here you can actually go unchaperoned, one-on-one, but now it's just much easier, right? So let's fast forward on to current times. So if we look at the emergence of social media and the impact of dating, where dating is now based on people, which is just a click away, then you can actually see how we've progressed away from the chaperone type of dating, where everything was, out in public. You had less rogues. You had people who were well-intentioned, to people doing one-on-one dating, to people who could date multiple people at once. And now with social media, people didn't have to, be who they say they are. So online dating in the first onset is really where the first origins of this came about. Now, online dating, when it first came about, wasn't actually that popular for the general masses because it obviously had a taboo about it. It was still thought of as, you should date one-on-one and you should have met that person. And online dating, of course, you're meeting a stranger, which is not what dating, according to society, was all about. And so social media changed all this, because now you can actually have a glimpse into someone's life and actually feel like you knew that person, which basically changed the perception of online dating to being taboo to now being acceptable. And then, of course, we move away towards dating apps. Now, dating apps, of course, provides that opportunity to meet more people, to meet people that you never would have had the chance to meet in the past. Especially being, especially when we look at how we dated in the past, with the questionnaires, with the chaperones, or even with the women's lib movement. So we have now the ability to pretty much with a phone actually interact with multiple hundreds of people. And with dating apps, this is pretty much where the gamification of dating really started. And when they talk about gamification, I think Will Dorrington has this really brilliant session about gamification and its effects, where it basically ties you into using it more and more and more. And bear in mind, the whole point of dating is ultimately, well, according to society, to find someone who you can spend the rest of your life with. Now, if you're gamifying it or gamifying it, then that no longer becomes your end goal. It becomes a possible outcome, but it's no longer the point. So you're never really gonna find someone, or it reduces the chances or likeliness of that happening, because you're constantly, you know, swiping left, swiping right. Now, there's so many different types of dating applications. And so if we have, look, for example, Tinder, which is actually the most popular dating app out there, I believe. And this is pretty much where you're able to swipe according to how you're interested in someone. So you swipe, I think, left for no and right for yes. And you actually have a look at the person's pictures, their profile, and you actually see what what they're interested in terms of Spotify, which is like a music service, or even their Instagram, which is another app that allows you to see pictures and stuff according to what their interests are and what they're like. You've got Bumble, you've got Match, you've got so many dating apps, right? Now, the point of that, though, is that with all these dating apps, it's great because you can meet so many people, but they have challenges. And these challenges are pretty much what led me to think, okay, that's great, we need to do something about it. But what are these challenges? The challenges that, well, I came to face were catfishing, players, and time wasters. Catfishes, aka people who really aren't who they say they are. Who are you really talking to? For all you know, it could actually be, you think you're talking to a woman, you're really talking to a man. You think you're talking to a man, you're really talking to a woman, etc. You also have the concept of players, where literally they are not really there for what they say they are. They say, I want a serious relationship, but really what they're after is something a lot more casual than what you might want. And then you've also got your time wasters, who are just really there for company. Now, I'm there for company too, but they're not really being honest. So these are some of the challenges that as a woman or even as a man, you'll probably face on these dating apps or these websites. So what does this have to do with the Power Platform? And why am I talking so much about dating? Well, that was my intro. This is basically where we get to the good stuff. I basically created a solution for this. Now, I thought it would be really good to create a Power App that will allow me to see who's actually out there, pull all the profiles into this Power App that will allow me to bulk swipe according to my preferences, right? And of course, I'm a woman. A lot of women have their lists, If you basically find a woman that says, I don't have a list, that's probably not true. Many women have lists in terms of what they're actually looking for and what they're not looking for. So what I did was I used the Power Platform to create that list of what I'm not looking for, so I can use Power App along with Power Automate to then actually display who I would need to swipe left to according to my preferences and what I've actually put in my list of nodes. And then use Power BI to actually understand who exactly is my actual type. Because of course, as I'm swiping yes or no, I'm actually building up a data set of people that I have come across with. Because in the Power App, of course, you've got the list, I'm swiping, and then as I'm swiping, then I am basically saving information, not their personal information, but just information about them. For example, utilizing the Face API to get their facial characteristics. Are they blonde? Are they bald? Are they do they have mustaches, sideburns, etc.? I'm saving all this information into Dataverse. So we can utilize that information to generate analytics to understand who I am actually more, saying yes and no to, who I'm actually attracted to. Because I will be honest with you, I gained some insights that I did not know, So now I actually understand my preferences and who I actually will deviate to a lot more. And then we can also utilize Power Virtual Agents to kind of validate my choice. So for example, automating the first message. So I can ensure that this person is, one, not a bot, although that is a bot, but make sure that they're not a bot, but also to ensure that they will respond, because another outcome of Tinder and these dating apps is that a lot of people will ghost you. So you'll basically send a message and they will never respond. So we can remove those matches automatically, which is great. Another thing that we did with the Power app that I'm going to show is being able to predict your choices based on your historical choices. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pop into my app now, and we're going to basically display what that actually looks like. And yeah, I'm going to show you how I set it all up and what the different pieces of those components are. So let us start off with the app itself. Now, this is my app. Bear in mind, it is not complete. I am not a designer. I've had people that are basically helping me design the look and feel of the app. I'm really good with functionality, just not look and feel. Okay, so we're going to start off with the actual profile. Okay, so Tinder, just so you know, has an off key that it will provide that's valid for 24 hours at a time. So I'm just gonna basically say, can we here? And what this is doing is this is pulling in from Tinder, and it's going to not only pull in from Tinder, as you can see, it's getting the job title, their bios, the ages, etc., and their pictures. All this, by the way, is public information being pulled from the Tinder API. So for some reason it's just there. So yeah, we're gonna use it. It's also going to look through Dataverse to identify keywords that I am saying no to. Because of course, what I would have had to do if I were actually on the app is read all this, go through the pictures, and actually have to swipe yes and no. It's very time consuming, and I'd rather not. So this basically allows me to automate a lot of that. So here you can see the red flags, which are dynamically being displayed according to keywords. One of those keywords, you might actually question it. It's fun. And the reason I made a keyword of fun is because a lot of people take fun, basically say fun, but they don't mean fun in a ha-ha way. They mean like to have fun, which I am not here for. So I basically flagged it. So yeah, so basically it's just going through all the bios to identify which one I am not going to say yes to. Another thing that it's flagging is keywords for dad, kid, wife, I'm married, things like that. And then it basically flags it. So I can basically just bulk say no. So this is pretty much me live kindling on a CSharpCorner session, which is very interesting to me. Okay, so what this is going to do is this is going to send this all to Dataverse, and this is also going to update Tinder to say, no, I do not want these people. Okay. The other thing, though, that of course we can do is we can predict who I'm actually going to like. So if I can click on predict here, what this is doing is this is now leveraging Power Automate to utilize a AI model that I created based on historical data of my past likes and dislikes. And of course, we've got their facial analytics, we've got their job titles, we've got their bios, we've got their ages, we've got a lot of information that we can use to understand what my preferences are. So I'm utilizing AI Builder to kind of help with that. AI Builder and Power Automate is now going to display red for those that I don't want to say yes to, and white for those that I do. Now, bear in mind, this is Tinder, and Tinder does not have a good data set in terms of me, for my personal taste for dating. So a lot of this will come back red, if not probably all. It should, because from what I'm seeing, there is no one that I would actually be interested in. So I would be surprised if it came back with anything. Yep. Okay. So I will say this worked. And yep, I would actually say no to all of them. So pretty much that is the actual app itself. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into the analytics of it all. So here we have the Power BI dashboard, or Power BI tiles rather, that I've embedded within my app, just to get some understanding as to, you know, what I'm saying yes and no to, and then we're also going to go in to Power BI so we can drill in a little bit more. So I just wanted to see, you can actually see the job titles that actually use Tinder, or that I'm actually getting presented with a lot. The hair colors, the matches, there's so many other information and so many other things that we could show. So here we have it in a full, you know, Power BI landscape. But what I also wanted to show is actually something that surprised even me, because if I basically say, okay, this is the data, this is how many true matches I have, you can actually see that I actually prefer people with brown hair, which I did not know. No, it's bald and black, actually. I didn't know that I liked people that were bald or with black hair. I would have always assumed that it was brown, but that surprised me. And then also you can actually see the job titles that I'm actually veering toward, being like engineer, which is apparently the biggest one, software director, IT. So apparently that is probably where I need to focus my attentions on when dating. Software engineers, IT director. Yeah, I've learned from that. Okay, so then the last thing is actually Power Virtual Agent, but that is something that is still in progress. What I've got it to do so far is actually send a message. I'm actually working on being able to receive the message back. So that is something that I'm going to be blogging about and sharing later on. Now, let's see how I actually set it all up. So I've got Tinder here. And when you actually call Tinder, what actually happens in the background, of course, you can use DevTools. You can actually look at the network traffic. And if you didn't know, Tinder, of course, is an app, but it also has a website. So when you go onto the website, you've actually, you can track the call to the web service. And you can actually then look at the network tab and actually see what APIs are actually being called. So here you can actually see that the URL that's being called is, you know, it ends with core, and basically utilize this, pop it into, what would you call it? Pop it into Postman and replicate the service. So you've got the path that you need to call, you've got the header that you need to call, and then of course you can see here that every single call it's making, it's using this auth token. So you can utilize that auth token and actually just replicate the service call. So I have this service call here. So if I bring this up in my Postman client, you can see here, that's exactly what I did. I took the web service API, I took the API, and I took the necessary action. I then popped in the auth token, which is the exact key that it's needed. And then when you press go, you actually get the response. Now, if you're familiar with Power Automate allows you to do two things. It has an HTTP connector where you don't actually need to go out and build your own repeatable solution. For example, a custom connector is a repeatable wrapper that allows you to reuse the same web service calls by just putting in that, for example, different security authentications, etc. Or you can just use HTTP. Now, what I did was I actually built a custom connector for the Tinder API. And when I did that, that then allowed me to basically pull that information into Power Automate. So, for example, if I pull this here, sorry, 1 second. I need to, 1 second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to populate this so you can actually see what's happening. Yeah, so when I actually then make the call in Power Apps, what's happening is it's then basically making that call, the same call that we had in Postman, through the custom connector and populating the collection. So here you can actually see that I've got a variety of collections. The one that's being populated is the user profiles, right? And within the user profiles, of course, you have all the information, including the additional details of the user. You can also see if they have Spotify, Facebook, what type of user they are, if it's a dead account or if it's actually active, all this information. If they've actually enabled Superlike, which is basically a paid-for service by Tinder. You also can then pull in, so the other calls are being made, of course, is the call to my Dataverse. The Dataverse is basically showcasing what keywords to look out for, and then it's basically sending it to this collection as well. And of course, the facial attributes, that's also another collection that's going to be populated as well. So that this collection is basically populated from another call that is also being triggered through Power Automate. Okay, so if I actually go into each of those Power Automate functions, if it lets me. Yeah, perfect. So here what we're doing is we're analyzing the user bio. So bear in mind where we went from was we had a look in Tinder, we took the API, the calls that Tinder were making, and we created our own Postman collection. We took that collection and we created a custom connector in Power Automate using that collection. Okay, then we're able to pop that into Power App to populate a gallery, and also as a part of that population, as a part of that that formula, we're also calling 2 additional flows or Power Automate flows, cloud flows. One which is populating the red flags. So it's basically populating the collection of red flags. Okay. So here you can actually see that we're utilizing the relevant connectors. It's basically what I'm trying to showcase here is that utilizing the Power Platform, we're just basically pulling in and pulling the components together. Okay, so the next thing that we also then did was we leveraged the HTTP connector, which is how we got the Face API. Because of course the Face API actually also has a standalone connector, but I really just wanted to showcase, you know, what was possible using the different types, custom connector, standard connector, or HTTP, and we're able to do all of those. Okay, going to life. And this prediction is basically using that model that is pulling in from my historical preferences, the model that I actually built, and then basically just sending back the prediction and the percentage likeliness of me predicting, of the value of me predicting it. So if I actually click on this as well, great. So here you can actually see the prediction score, the likeliness value, as well as the user ID applicable. Okay. And the last thing that I actually want to show here is, and with the model, bear in mind, you have to have a certain amount of data. in order to properly train your model. And this model is basically just a quick way without needing to know a lot of things about machine learning and Azure Machine Learning Studio. You can actually create your own model that actually is a local way of interacting with that service. You don't need to be a data scientist. Okay, so I have been able to create this, and what it does is it basically utilizes particular fields that I have basically given it. So it uses the data, the relationships, and you basically specify what you want to add as an input, and it understands, it learns from that, and then it trains the model several times. And basically, the more the model is trained and the more data is provided, is the more accurate it's going to be. As you can see, it's not the most accurate model, but it is trained daily. And because it's trained daily based on more accurate information, then the best model could actually, so because it's trained daily, then it could actually likely increase. So I think yesterday it was actually at C, and I didn't publish, and I should have. But you can also see what data is actually influencing the scores that it comes up with. So what data is actually being influenced. If you're a Power BI person, it's like using Key Influencer. What's the influence of the data? Okay, cool. So I just want to basically go back briefly to my presentation. If my laptop will let me, because it's so slow. Okay, so it was pretty much 4 main key things I want you to take away from this. One of which is data. Now, bear in mind, this is not possible without data. We're using Tinder's data, but what data do you have in your orbit? And if you want to play around with the Power Platform, if you're just getting to know the Power Platform, then to be honest, the best way of learning it is actually to do it using to utilize a scenario that you're actually interested in. As I mentioned at the start, my point was really just to see what was possible with what was out there at the time, where I was like, trying to see what apps were out there. And I found this one, and I basically worked with it, and I expanded upon it utilizing the Power Platform. You can actually find data, you can find a scenario, and you can build on that using different solutions and different components. And the thing is, because, sorry about this, to pretty much make do with what you want it to do. You're basically the master of the Power Platform. Okay, so 1 second. Okay, 1 second. Okay, the next thing that I want you to take away is the use of a custom connector. Now, you've got the use of a custom connector, of course, because you might have, for example, a system that is on-premise, and you can't actually interact with on-premise systems without a custom connector. Yes, so you can actually totally do that. The easiest way that I have found personally is to ensure that it works using Postman and then pull that in. Now, there is a change in Postman where it has been upgraded and it is no longer possible to export that collection. That is something that is being worked on by the product team, I believe, and that should hopefully be possible again. But if you do have a previous version of Postman, then it is still possible. You also have to consider, so it was data, it was then the custom connector, and then also understanding what the differences are between the custom connector and HTTP. The answer is not much. These are just different ways of actually calling the web service. It's really up to you and your situation and your use case as to when you use which. And the next thing that I actually wanted to cover was the AI Builder. So AI Builder has so many different opportunities for you to actually leverage and use the data. So for example, being able to take a picture of a page and transcribe that digitally onto, into text, into CE, or being able to analyze, for example, I did it for, am I going to say yes, swipe yes or no? but you can also do it to actually understand, is this project likely to be late or not in terms of a project situation? Okay, and then of course you also have the ability to transcribe from to translate languages utilizing Azure Cognitive Services, which again, these are all different possibilities using Azure Cognitive Services and AI Builder. Now, I think the last thing that I was going to talk about, if my slides hadn't totally crashed, was, did it actually work? And the answer to that is, in a way it did, because through the course of actually creating this, this solution, I was able to meet some really amazing and awesome people. And I got flowers for Valentine's Day, which was like really happy for me. But yeah, no, I am still, you know, totally like, don't have a boyfriend, but that's fine, because you know the point was really learning and automating the dating process, which in a way I am on my way to doing. So that worked, but it did not work to find me a boyfriend. So yes and no. The last thing I want to do is really put some thanks out there. I want to really thank Keith Watling and Yosh and Samia for actually supporting the app as testers, as idea generators, and also Dave Bostock as well, and for trying to help me beautify this app, which hopefully will be beautified soon. Now, the last slide that I would have had is pretty much the end slide, which is basically where I say thank you so much for joining my session today, which I assure you is a totally off the cuff session, not like any that I've done before, but yeah, I really hope that you enjoyed it.
All right, with that, we move to our final session. Thank you so much, Tricia. As Yana was not there, so we played the first session of this conference from day one. Now we move to our final session of the day 3, and that's by Anupma, who's going to talk about developing AI-enabled applications in Power Apps using AI Builder. Anupma is a data analytics and AI consultant with over 20 years of experience working in design and development of data warehouse, business intelligence, AI-enabled applications, and SaaS integrated solutions. See, she is a Microsoft AI MVP, certified trainer, and really passionate in sharing knowledge. She loves solving complex business problems with innovative solutions using technologies. So let's go ahead and invite our final speaker of the day 3 of Power Platform Virtual Conference, Anupma Natarajan. Hi, Anupa. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. And thanks for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Anu. I quickly wanted to ask which location you're joining actually.
From Wellington, New Zealand.
Okay, so it's morning over there.
Yeah,
almost like
that's right.
morning.
Like you have given me a really good time slot, and thanks for that. And it's almost 10 to 9 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay,
in the
that's
morning.
great. So that's great. So how has life been during this pandemic? And I think New Zealand has done really good, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I think we were able to handle things better, and so pretty much following the rules. That's what we were doing. So when they say like it's a lockdown, we take the lockdown seriously, and yeah, so that's what is helping as a country for us.
That's great. Unfortunately, I'm based out of India, and for some reason, cases have really started rising, and parts of India has started going to the lockdown once again, and that's very unfortunate. But
I think
anyway,
the population also
yeah.
works out, right? Yeah.
Yeah, population has been a problem for Asia Pacific for a long time. So Anita, we won't take much of your time. Thank you so much once again. Feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and then you can go ahead and get started with your session.
Oh, great. And let me get this started.
All right, I see your screen. All right. And if you just can go ahead and click on that hide pop up on the screen.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Next 45, 50 minutes is all yours.
Thanks, Simon, and welcome everyone to the Power Platform Virtual Conference. I'm really so excited presenting at this virtual conference, and this is the first time I'm presenting with the CSharpCorner's virtual conference. And thanks, Simon, and your team for doing a good job. And it's not easy to organize a conference, pulling in a lot of presenters across the world, and you are doing a good job. And thanks for yourself and your team. So let us get started with our final session of the day, if I understand that correct, which is developing AI enabled applications in Power Apps using AI Builder. I'm Anupama Natarajan. I think there was a great introduction given about me, so I'm not going to take a lot of time reiterating that. So I'm a data and AI consultant. I live in Wellington, New Zealand. And today I'm going to talk to you about the AI Builder product that we have got with Power Apps. Just a little bit about myself. I work in the IT industry for the past 20 plus years, and yes, from a wide range of roles that I have performed. I started as a developer back in India, and so I was born and brought up in India, and moved to New Zealand, and been working as a developer, data warehouse specialist, and I really have passion with data because that is what was driving me to change different roles and try and look at what will really make me happy. And data is what I was passionate about. And also, how do we get value out of the data and expose that data to our business users, and so that they can also derive value out of that. So I always look for opportunities like in terms of tools and techniques that will help us to get value out of data. So whether I'm exposing data in the form of visualizations using Power BI, or whether I'm exposing the data in the form of APIs, or finally, like now I have a better opportunity of automating as well as providing value for organizations through artificial intelligence. And that's why now AI is becoming more or less my passionate pet piece of work or project, because it's another way of exposing value of your data that organizations have got for your business users. So if you have to reach out to me post this session, and I have got my social media channels in there, and as well as my email address and my blogs, feel free to reach out to me for any questions, and I'm happy always to get back to you. Of course, I'm a Microsoft certified trainer and speaker, and I do organize conferences and things based in Wellington, New Zealand. So the agenda for today's session, I will briefly introduce you around AI Builder, and we will look at what as pre-built models and custom models mean in the context of AI Builder, and how do we add intelligence to applications. Because what does this AI Builder do? What am I going to do with models? Is it going to be really hectic for me to do this activity, or do I need to create anything from scratch? Do I need to have programming language experience? So all these questions will be going on in your mind, and that's what I would try to answer here. And finally, I will showcase a demo in terms of how easy and simple it is for you to use the AI Builder in Power Apps. So the context of AI Builder, you can use it in Power Apps as well as in Power Automate. But I will be showcasing more in terms of Power Apps, but always you have better opportunities to embed in Power Automate. And I think in my previous session that was presented, I was also able to see how they leveraged Power Automate and AI Builder. So before we get into AI Builder, just a overview around the Power Platform products, and you have your Power BI for business analytics, Power Apps for application development, which is more or less I would say rapid application development, and Power Automate, of course, to do the workflow automation. So easily you can connect to any data sets that you want to connect to, and you can get business insights out of that. The main idea here is all about how quickly like Microsoft can make people to develop things. So if you want to build reports, it should be easy. If you want to develop applications, it should be really straightforward, and you don't need to have any programming language experience. And of course, if you want to do workflow automation, it should be a piece of cake. So I loved Power Automate even from the days it was coming as Flow, and similarly Power Apps, because it's always handy to have a tool in your tool belt that can help you with application development in a quite quite quicker time frame. I still remember the days when I was working as a consultant and meeting my clients, where I was trying to explain to them how much value Power BI was adding, And one of the frequent questions I get is like, okay, Anupama, I'm happy to see these visualizations, but I want an application where I can update my target data or sales data, and I want the visualizations to immediately reflect that. Okay, so I used to think at that time and said like, okay, do we have an option like this in the Power BI? No. So, okay, do I need to build a custom application and then serve the Power BI report side by side? Now with Power Apps, totally like it has blown out in terms of my clients, because you can do this quite easily by embedding your Power Apps inside Power BI. So that's the power I think the Power Platform tools are actually bringing into our customers. Why not? In the Gartner chart, always like Microsoft will be on the top when it comes to Power BI and Power Apps. They are investing a lot of time and effort, and you can see the difference because year after year, like I think they are just becoming the leaders in the Power Analytics as well as the application development platform community. So the current topic for the day is all about AI Builder. So this is providing a low code AI capability across the entire Power Platform, like what do you say, products. So Microsoft thought about like artificial intelligence. This is being a buzzword, and every organization wants to jump and start using AI. But where they were struggling is the knowledge and the skills that is required in order to build these models and embed in the applications. So Microsoft were able to quickly understand that this is the fundamental issue that they are facing with a lot of organizations, and they started looking at, okay, how can we just make life easy for these organizations? So let us give them a low code AI capability where these models can be easily created and also can be embedded in tools like Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, and of course, like now you have got Power Virtual Agents joined in the Power Platform uh, product stack, where it provides you a capability that you can chat with virtual agents. So, long story short, AI Builder is mainly to help organizations to quickly embed AI capability inside the Power Platform products. And how do you go about do that is what we will be covering in this session, mainly around integrating with Power Apps. So the data connectors, AI Builder, and Dataverse, which is your common data service that got a new name currently. So all these things are going to be leveraged by all these Power Platform tools. So AI Builder is now not only embedded in Power Apps, but also like you can leverage that in Power Automate, Power BI, and the Power Virtual Agents products in the family catalog. So what do we get out of AI Builder? So Microsoft have provided some pre-built models that is available already, and you can leverage them in your applications. And this is, I'm talking in the context of Power Apps and the Power Automate family. So you have a business card reader model, which automatically pull the contact information from the business cards by just scanning that image. You can do sentiment analysis, so you can detect positive or negative or neutral sentiments based on the comments that the people put in the social media. Really handy, right? Like if you think about a customer who immediately wants to know what they like the organization is thinking of, what their customers are thinking about their organization, immediately they can pull their comments from the social media channels and do sentiment analysis. So then you have key phrase extraction. So if you have a lot of text documents that needs to be looked into and look for some main points or key phrases out of those documents, now you can easily extract that information with the pre-built AI capability models. Language detection of if you have huge amount of documents and you want to see what's the predominant language that has been used across these documents. And finally, text recognition. I don't know how many of you have recognized text recognition as a pain point. I personally have gone through that a lot in my early stages of my career. I go and work for a lot of organizations where they do a lot of scanning of documents, and there is a lot of digital presence in front of the customers, but all the back office has been, what I have seen is scan images on a daily basis, then do the keying and then do the verification. So The reason for that is because the OCR or the machine readable capabilities are not strong enough, especially when it comes to handwritten text. Because a lot of these forms I have worked in these organizations are filled by people like using handwritten text, and there wasn't like even though we had OCR, it's not powerful enough in terms of recognizing text. I think the models that we are Microsoft are creating with the AI builder, these models are better enough. If I remember, even with AI, Microsoft released a version 1.0 of the models, but also they are now created a 2.0 version of the OCR capability. So, which means they are actually fine tuning and refining to make sure the OCR text recognition capability is really powerful when it comes to using the AI builder. So, this gives you some of the idea around the pre built models and their availability. Mostly everything is available as a GA, except for few things there are new ones that have come as preview, like receipt processing, category classification, and invoice processing. So these are in preview modes and which may turn into GA quite soon. So we saw some pre-built models. You can also do some custom models and within AI Builder. So you can create your own models, you can train them, and then you can start using them in your applications. So you can do prediction, and that is like a model creation that was used in in this previous session before mine. And it was nice to see the dating application, how it was using the prediction capabilities for the application itself. Similarly, you have form processing, and where you can read, extract, and process data out of emails, PDFs, or even images. And you have object detection, and this is what the demo that we'll be looking in today's session is. You can easily build an AI model. You tag the images, and you can tag them with the right saying this is the object name. And finally, you can also use you can detect objects in images based on the model that you have trained. You have category classification as well as entity extraction. So if you want to extract a specific information about your business from data, then the entity extraction as well as the category classification will help you. So not only the predefined models that you can use, you can also create custom models using AI Builder, and you can leverage that within your applications. So how do I add intelligence to applications? First thing is you choose the AI model type that we have seen in the previous slides, few AI model types that you can use. So whether you go for a completely pre-built model or you are going to create a custom model, and then what you do is you connect your to the data source where you can pull through. So whether we are talking about images or text for doing sentiment analysis, so you do all those things in terms of where your data source is there and connect to that. Then you tailor your AI model. So here, am I going to do like forms recognition, or am I going to do object detection? Whatever model I'm going to create, and what I need to do is to tailor whatever is required in terms of giving inputs like tagging to my AI model. Then it comes in terms of training your AI model, because once you finish off your tagging process, you identified your source, the next thing you basically will do is to start training the AI model. And finally, consuming it, right? Once you are trained your AI model, of course you will be testing it. And once the testing process is successful, it's all about how do you consume that AI model inside your application to get better insights. So this is pretty much, I would say, like a simple workflow that you will follow if you want to add intelligence to your applications. So enough of talking about a lot of things around AI and the product stack and stuff. Let us quickly look at a simple demo around how do we do object detection using the AI builder in Power Apps. So what I have got here is I've logged on to make.powerapps.com, and this is the homepage of your Power Apps. So here you can see the option where I have got AI builder. Maybe I'll zoom a bit. I think hopefully it is clear on screen. So this is my AI builder. So I have got two options in here where I can build my custom models, or I can just look at the list of models that I have already generated and I can use it. So here I will hit on build. So I built a sample model today, especially this morning, just to make sure, like in case for saving time. So here is the list of models that you can build. Like you can do category classification, entity extraction, forms processing. You can do object detection, basically recognizing the objects and count the number of objects that you have in images. And finally, prediction, which is using the historical data, predict and finding the future. So predicting the future using this model. So this is what I would call it as the custom models as we discussed. And here are the ones that we talked about in terms of pre-built models. So I can just use a business card reader to automatically detect. I give an image or a business card image and it will automatically detect the information. Similarly, invoice processing, key phrase extraction, language detection, text translation, text recognition, sentiment analysis. So these are out of the box AI models that you can use. Like this is pre-built models that you can use then and there. So you don't need to worry about training or anything. So the pre-built models or AI models that have been already pre-trained and ready to be used by yourself. So Microsoft have done all the work behind the scenes in terms of training these models and making it ready. So there is a common question I get asked when I do presentations about AI. So okay, so we have got the REST APIs which provide us to like forms recognizer API, like what is a computer vision API, custom vision API. So Anupama, like what is the difference between that and what is the difference between using these APIs inside the Power Platform? So when Microsoft started building the pre-built APIs, of course, they started exposing them as APIs that can be integrated with applications. So then they realized saying, not, as I said, not a lot of organizations will have developers who will, like a lot of developers to start integrating them in each and every app. And also, like it was about how do we think and make things really easy for our customers. So what they decided was better to give these pre-built AI models and integrate them into the right Microsoft tool stack also. So what they have taken is taken that APIs that they have developed and now they have already integrated that in tools like Power Apps, Power BI, as well as Power Automate. So if you're thinking about like are they different? No, underlying they are the same APIs. One is giving you the ability to integrate those APIs into your custom applications, and the other one is that Microsoft themselves took those APIs and integrated with their product stack within the Power Platform family. So that's pretty much behind the scenes. So if you learned about those APIs are the ones behind the scenes got integrated in here. So that's how things work behind the scenes. Okay, so enough of chatting about that. Let us get into our demo. So here is our object detection. So the first thing with object detection is I want to give a name to my AI model. So what I'll do is my object detection, and maybe I'll give so object detection model demo. So what you will need, and so these are some of the prerequisites that is already it is going to tell you. So in terms of the needs, it is asking you to say like, okay, I want at least 15 plus images for each object you would like to detect. Okay, so I know what I need to provide for that. And if you need some sample examples or best practices, you can go here and you can start working on that. So one of the example which I'm going to do is already, you will get to see that when you go back and start practicing AI Builder within Power Apps. So hit on create. So now this is going to create a model and it will give me the steps that I have to carry out in order to successfully build my object detection model. So this is going to take a little bit of time. So patience is important. So model domain. So I have got complex objects that I can choose, or I can choose like saying objects on retail shelf that I want to model, or I can use like a brand logo. So if I can just scan through some images and highlight the brands, then you can go ahead and do that. If you look at this, this is similar to what you can see in the computer vision part of the AI, like what is it, the AI APIs that you looked at it in terms of cognitive services. Okay, here I'm going to use common objects. And the next step I need to do is to add some, okay, I need to add some objects. What are the objects that I'm going to detect here? So the objects that I'm going to detect is I have got a whole series of images, which is going to give me some capability. Sorry, let me move this over. So which is going to give me some capability of adding images and also detecting the objects out of those images. So when I talk about adding images and detecting sources out of those images, so what I'm going to do is, like, I have some images which talks about the different flavors of tea. So when I say different flavors of tea, I have got the green tea and the mint tea, as well as cinnamon tea. So if I want to go and create the object, I can just say I can go for green tea, mint tea, and cinnamon tea. So 3 objects I'm just going to create here. And so basically objects, or these are the labels I'll be using in my images in order to tag them. So now I have given the object names. It's time to add some images and start tagging them or adding objects to those images so that I can train my model. So I'll click on add images. The source I'm going to take it is from my list of examples I have got. So let me choose some images from my samples. Cool. So I have got a series of images in here. Normally they say 15 plus would be really good, but 50 plus is also much better. So you can also tag multiple images in here. So some of the quick tips, if I can showcase to you while it is uploading. So you can start with 15 plus images per object, but it's always good to have 50 plus. Image requirements, what formats of the image are supported, and also it's okay to tag multiple objects in the same image, and it is good enough to automatically detect that. So now the images are getting uploaded. The next process is all about tagging the images with the objects I have created. Cool. So I have got around 30 images. So now the tagging process starts, and this is going to be an interesting process, but it'll be good because you can just start with the process and then automatically refine it. So I can go here and say, okay, so this is my green tea, and I can go here and say, so here I can be clever enough to reduce this size of the. So sometimes it pre-detects for you, or sometimes when you have multiple objects, it's nice to size the object, and then you can start doing the tagging. So I can say okay, it's a green tea cinnamon. So similarly, you can go ahead and start tagging like this. So whether it's a mint or a cinnamon, or okay, I'll just go put this as a mint. So remove this one. Let me do the retagging of that. So you can just say okay, whether it's a green tea or a mint tea or a cinnamon tea, and then you can start looking at. So this is a green tea with mint flavor. This is a green tea with cinnamon flavored, and then you almost have a rose flavor one also. So I'm not going to keep tagging here, but it gives you the idea around how many images that you keep tagging, and once you are done with the tagging, you can move on. So I'm just going to continue saying I have done the tagging, but it is clever enough to understand that I haven't tagged enough images. So what I'll do is rather than just going in here, I'll just reopen the model that I have already created. So the idea behind this, you have to do this process and you have to tag each and every image. So I don't want to just tag 15 images right now and wasting everyone's time. So what I can do here is I will show you the model that has been already trained. So this is my model. So as you can see, in the previous screen, I had 2 models. The other model was the work in progress model. So this is the model that I have previously created and published it. So if I want to show you, I can click the edit model, say okay, start from the previous published version, just to showcase it's a similar process I have gone through. And I have tagged them, I have trained them, and also I have published that particular model. So here I can just showcase quickly, and once it loads, in terms of the images that I have used and the tags that I have done. So same process, click on next. So the 3 objects that has been made, and then I have got all the images that has been tagged successfully, and finally I have got a model summary. So this is how I was doing the tagging. Let me go back in here, get back to my build, and models. Cool. So here is the model that I have pre-trained and made it really available. So one of the thing you can see with this, so I can discard the draft. I don't need a draft model anymore. So once I tag my images, then I can just say like, okay, create the model. Once the model is created, you have to train the model. So the training process is nothing but it takes all the images and also like the objects or the labels that you have tagged with those images, and it creates the model which you can use in terms of testing your models. So here I have trained my model, and what I can do is I can do a quick test of my model. So if I want to just upload a sample image from my thing here, I can just go ahead and choose an image, and it can automatically detect what is the type of tea I have got. So here I have got a green tea row. So this is some based on the tagging, it will be able to detect that. So what I have get is the 92% of accuracy. So based on that, you can make decisions around what you really want to do with this particular model. So you can say like, okay, if I want to give you a real world example, so sometimes you can use this detection process saying find objects from images. If it is more than a particular threshold, like 85% or 90%, you can confidently route it to say yes, it has detected it correctly. But if you have issues like where it is saying like less than 80%, then probably you may need to redirect those images to a different workflow process in your organization. So think it in such way. That's where the accuracy percentage will help you in order to decide on how do you tailor your workflow process. So I have created the model. I have published the model and got it ready now. So what am I going to do with this? So am I going to just keep on doing a quick test with this model? That's not the case. So what you can do with this model is now you can take this model and you can quite quickly build an application in order to utilize this model in your app. So the use model button here, it will allow you to say like, do you want to create a new application in Power Apps? So this can be a Canvas app, or do you want to create a new flow which is using the Power Automate? So these are the two things that are supported. If you think about Power BI, Power BI already has got some AI capabilities embedded in that. So you can easily use these models in Power BI if you need to. And currently it is with Power Apps and Power Automate. You can leverage it straight from here. So I want to create a new app using this model. So this is going to open my Power App Studio that will allow me to create the things with the model. So conscious of the time, I have got a application already created. But if you want to create an application, that's what you will be doing. So use model, decide on whether you want to create a Power Apps application or a Power Automate application, and you will be taken to an application editing screen. So here I'm going to just load the application that I have created. So where I have named the application as object detector, and I have got two controls here. One is an object detector uh, control, and then I have got a data table. So mainly what it does is it will, when I upload an image, this is going to go ahead and detect the object, and this particular data table is now tied with the output of the object that I will be given, and it is going to give me the columns like in terms of the tagging. So how many tags it can find in the what tags it can find in the image, and what is the total number of object count. So when it comes to this particular object detector, again, of course, you can add these things in here itself. So how I added this object detector is under insert, I went into AI builder. So here I can see the object detector. So control, so I have just put that component directly onto my editor here. The next thing I need to do is to tie up with a model. So here my AI model was pre-listed, and I just chose that model that I created, and that's what the first thing you need to do. The next one is I inserted a data table, and In the advanced, what I have done is in the properties, I have added tag name as well as the object count as the columns for my data table. And now this is in order to tag this particular one with my object detector here. I have also just set a few things around this tag name is actually coming from this particular object detector. Cool. So they here. So when you choose the data table, as you can see in the formula bar, I have specified the object detector's results is what I'm going to add as columns into this particular data table. This is where I have just tied the link between the data table as well as my object detector control. So we have got this configured. So as simple as this. So you created a model by training the model using some images. Of course, you did the tagging process. And then straight away, once the model is trained, you did a quick test. And once the test is successful and you're happy with the model, then probably like you can go ahead and publish the model. But as part of publishing the model, you can start clicking on using the model to create your Canvas app or Power Automate object. And then you can go here and start designing on how you want to utilize the model. Once you have created the Power app, you have the ability to preview it, right? So I clicked on this play button, and which allowed me to just open the app to demo it. So I'll click on detect. So here I'm going to give the same image that we used, and what is going to do is this is going to give me, okay, how many tags it can detect and what is the total object count of those tags. So there you go. So it was able to detect the green tea rose, and it is only one object that it was created, it was able to detect, but it can't see any of the mint or the cinnamons in here. But when we tagged, like there is a whole heap of tags that we provided across for different images. So the idea behind here is that now you can actually use this particular model in your applications quite easily, whether you develop the application in Power Apps or whether you develop the application in Power Automate. Cool. So that is the other one. So then you can start saving this and you can start sharing the application with whoever you want to do that. So this is the main reason what I wanted to show is because how easy it is to create a AI model using AI Builder, and you can start embedding this in the applications that you really want to use. So you can think about where you can leverage these type of applications is like I had a client who had to look at meter readings for their residential customers. So here we can give the app, this type of app can be provided to the end users, your customers, where they can take a photo of that meter reading image, because sometimes like when they go for meter reading, the people won't be at home. So they can detect, just take a photo, it will automatically extract the text out of the meter reading image, and then immediately when they click on a button on the app, it should automatically send the meter reading to your organization back. So classic thing like where you have a business problem and you can think of how to leverage these type of AI builder models or capabilities in order to address those type of business problems. So let us come back to our slides in here. So if I want to recap the intelligence to adding intelligence to your applications, what we saw was a classic example where we took decided on the AI model type. In this case, I wanted to do object detection. We connected to the data. The data, what we had was a series of images that we wanted to put that into the model for tagging purposes. We tailored our AI model. So here tagging played an important role for object detection model, where we took a series of images, we started tagging them, and then we decided like, okay, it's time to train our AI model. So two things that we did with the object detection model was we created those objects, then we used those objects to identify them in the image and tag them appropriately. So some of the key things to remember here is around the number of images you choose. The more images you tag, the more the accuracy that you can get. I used around 30 images in the example, but I would say like if you are using in real world scenarios, use at least 50 images to start with the minimum, and the more images you have, the more the accuracy. So then we created the model and we trained the model. And once the model is trained, you have the ability to create either a Power App application or a Power Automate application straight from the model. And what we did was we created a Canvas app. We just had a couple of controls. One is the object detector and the data table, and we just linked these two things together. And in the data table, we made sure we showed what is the object name and what is the total number of count of objects that the model is detecting out of the image we are uploading. Finally, we did a preview of uploading an image and then allowing the model to extract the information out of the image to populate the data table. So quite a simple example, but quite powerful in terms of how can you leverage the AI capabilities quite easily. And here we created a custom model. That's the point I want to highlight. This is not a pre-built model. You created a model based on the data set that you had in your organization. You did the tagging and now you are utilizing it. So this is not like a pre-built model like a business card reader or something that you are using. So that's something you need to be proud about. Like you have the ability to create custom models and leverage that within your application. So that's the demo we quickly saw. And thanks for providing me the opportunity to present in today's session. AI Builder is really powerful tool that you can leverage whether we are using Power BI or Power Automate or Power Apps. So I would definitely recommend you to start at least a trialing with AI Builder and leverage the capabilities that it can provide. So you saw a whole heap of like a pre-trained models that you can use, as well as the let me quickly show you, recap this again just in case. So there are a lot of pre-trained models that you can use and a lot of custom models that you can create. This is the catalog of custom models that you can create along with the catalog of predefined or pre-built models. So you can even start doing this in terms of having a trial version. So go into make.powerapps.com, and when you start to leverage, you get a 30 days around of trialing your AI builder. So use that capability and try building some samples. And also, if you have some business problems that you have in your organization, give a try with that, because then you can easily correlate how you can use AI builder to solve real world problems, and you can take it back to your business users. So thanks for giving me the opportunity. Hope you had a good understanding about how to leverage AI builder in Power Apps applications. And I'm happy to take any questions right now. And if not, probably you can always reach out to me later. And thanks,
Wow.
Simon.
Yeah, wow, no, I just really loved your session, to be honest. It's for the very first time I'm looking someone any demo on this AI builder. I mean, it's day three. We've had almost around 20 or 25 sessions. People have talked about cognitive services, where they did go to Azure, created a resource, cognitive resource, picked up the APIs, added into their Power Apps, but and no one really talked about this AI builder. And this entire session, you didn't write in a single line of code, although it was an AI based application. This is great. My quick question is, while you were building it, is it what kind of subscription one would need to go? Is there a specific subscription, or I see some plans on Microsoft Power Apps? It says per plan
Premium.
user. Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, premium, right?
That's right. So you need to have a premium plan, and because AI Builder comes up with a lot of the capabilities, and you can see the investment Microsoft have done behind the
Mm-hmm.
scenes, and it is keep on improving. So when I started using AI Builder, it didn't have a lot of things in the catalog in terms of like pre-built models and custom models. But as and when, like every day, as you see, you get to see new changes coming through, because as and when they improve the cognitive services stack, immediately they are trying to take those APIs and integrate in tools like Power Apps and Power BI and Power Automate. So yes, of course, you need to have the premium thing, and that's the reason I was encouraging people to try the trial version, because normally when you go to an organization and say like, okay, I need to have a premium license, like you will be turned down straight away. Okay, so I work in real world scenarios. I know how organizations work. But what you have to go through is take a business problem and using a trial version of AI Builder, and you can extend the trial version also if you have a real business reason to try it out, and then take that version and then have the conversation with your business stakeholders. Because when you show the value that they can get out of these tools, then automatically you have bought them in, right? But if you
Correct.
just go and give them an hello world application or something, you're not going to be you won't get what you are trying to achieve there.
Yeah.
So that's the reason I
Exactly.
was recommending, like when you start trialing, yes, start with a sample application to start with, but
Mhm.
look at a business problem in your organization that you can solve with AI Builder.
Okay, yeah, definitely makes sense. That's great, yeah. So definitely, it's worth price for the product Microsoft is putting up. One quick question more, Anu, is I did see you uploaded some pictures and then you actually trained it, right? So can I once my application is built by the user are using it, can I always come back and upload some more images, add some more categories, and retrain my model? Is that possible?
Yes, that's a good question that you have asked me, so I can just easily pull through. So here is my model, right? For the first thing I
Mhm.
did was, like, I have already got this model published and available. I can go and edit a published model. So I can say, like, okay, start from the published version. So now it is going to create a new version of my model.
Okay.
So here I have the ability, because the series of steps I went through in terms of selecting the image, tagging them. Now I can go and add more images, add more tagging here, and then retrain the model again to get a new version which can be leveraged in my applications.
All right.
So long,
Mhm.
does that answer your question? Like,
Yeah. I'm really sorry. I'm really more curious, and I'm sorry. I'm coming up with more questions. I just feel like, for instance, I went ahead and added a few more images, right? For
yeah.
for this example, and the output is not accurate now. The accuracy has gone down. So, is there a way I can come back to my previous version?
That's right. So you can always roll back to your previous version also. Like if you
Mhm.
decide, like if your new version is not going to be, because Power AI Builder maintain its own version control mechanism.
Mhm.
So every model that you are creating, that's why when I created a new model, it said, like, do you want to create a new version from your published model? It didn't say that
Mhm.
do you want to override your published model.
Yeah.
So because you will have applications already consuming your published model, you don't need to interrupt them. So what you are trying to do is, like, maybe someone told the accuracy is not that good. So you want to
Mhm.
retrain the model with some different techniques or different tags that you want to apply, or maybe train with more images as you mentioned. So it will create a new version, and then you can just make that as a published version when you are happy with that, and you can let your customers know about it. Yes, it
Wow.
manages the version, and you can roll back also.
That's great. This is an amazing tool. I think everyone should go ahead and just try it out. It's pure low code, no code. I think you need to just understand the basic steps, and you're all good to go. I think this is more way easy than even Excel, using the Excel. so
That's right.
that that's great. I know. Thank you so much for this amazing session. It was worth that having you at this conference. Great content. Really loved it. Thank you so much. I see you're an AI MVP. So thank you so much for all that you do for the community. We really appreciate it. And once again, thank you so much. And hope to see you soon or in some other conferences of C Sharp Corner and other live shows that we do. And have any last thing you want to go ahead and plug in before we close?
The main thing is, thanks for doing this initiative. And I saw, like, there is a donation that you are doing or collecting as
Mhm.
part of this initiative, and it's a great initiative. And thanks for doing it. And yeah, so because I organize conferences, I understand, like, what it takes to organize a conference and try to help the community. And yeah, you are doing it wonderfully, Simon. And kudos to you and your team. So pulling through a 5 day conference, that too online and doing virtually, is not an easy job. And yeah, carry on the good work. And one more thing for all the participants is, like, donate as much as you can. I think we are currently uh, facing a global pandemic across the world, so any help that we do for each other is going to add value. So just please donate, and that's what I can request from you all.
All right. And thank you so much. That's so nice of you. Have a great day. And thank you so much. We would love to have you back.
Sounds good. Thanks, Simon.
All right.
See you,
Bye.
everyone.
Have a good day. Bye.
Yeah, see you.
All right, with that, we end the day three of 5 days of Power Platform Virtual Conference. What an amazing session by Anu to end this day three of the Power Platform. And with this, I'm going to quickly share my screen and show you the agenda for day four. Let me go ahead and share my screen. There we go. I'm going to add it now. That's perfect. All right, so we now have done day three. We go on day four. So day four it is very packed. It's two a.m. at my place, and day 4 is going to be till 4:30 or 5 a.m. at my place. So day 4 is going to have maximum number of sessions, starting with Sandra is going to talk about power automation best practices, and then Mary will talk about mixed reality. We also saw a demo on mixed reality today. And then Mary is going to talk about extended chatbots. And you have Power BI tenant, Dataverse. We had a couple of sessions on Dataverse on day 1, 2. Then we have time intelligent, zero to hero power virtual agents in 50 minutes, and a lot of sessions. You can always go to Power Platform or Virtual Conference 2020.net Power Platform Virtual Conference to look at the entire agenda. And thank you everyone who has donated, and thank you everyone who has tuned in. We really appreciate for your support. And towards the end, I would also like to thank the team who works behind the scenes: Atul, Bhaskar, Manish, Pradeep, and Rohit, and many other folks who just help us run this conference for 5 days, all night. We all are based out of India, and it's very late night at our place. So thank you everyone from my team member, and thank you everyone who has joined, and thank you everyone to all speakers. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern US time with day 4 of Power Platform Version Conference. Until then, take good care of yourself.